A single swing of the sword was enough. The boy was blown away by a powerful shockwave. The man admitted that all this time he had hoped his son would one day grow strong. But instead, the boy only became weaker with each passing year, causing him to snap and blame his mother for giving birth to a defective child. After those words, the man turned around and left, completely abandoning his own son. Later, the boy woke up in his bed. His mother was sitting beside him and said that she had managed to heal him, after which the main character quietly thanked her. But the real blow came when it turned out that his mother was just as cruel. She had already given the order to throw her own son into the mountains crawling with monsters. The man carefully dipped a piece of meat into the seasoning and brought it to his mouth. After chewing slowly, he concluded that the dish had a pleasant taste. Dining next to the defeated giant dragon, he believed its flesh was excellent for shabu-shabu. A large animal approached Lushel, asking about his future plans. The beast thought that by defeating the monstrous dragon, the man would finally earn his father's recognition. The animal's words brought a flood of memories to Lushel, taking him back to events that happened 70 years ago. On the day his father returned, young Lushel, full of enthusiasm, rushed in with a plate of pie he had made himself, eager to offer it to him. Instead of gratitude for the offering, his father abruptly dropped the food to the ground and then stomped on it. Yaram angrily asked why his offspring wasn't practicing with weapons or learning the wisdom of the mountains, expressing his displeasure with Lushel's activities inside the house. Lushel's grandfather intervened, explaining that the young man's health had worsened, and he had personally allowed him to stay home to recover. However, Yaram flew into a rage, punched the old man in the face, and sent him flying into the wall. He was indignant that Grandpa Lushel was allowing himself to give him special treatment while he was the head of the family, and then, turning to Ristina, he emphasized that this also applied to her. The man added that as a mother, she was obligated to teach him discipline, but the woman wanted to object and say that she hadn't given birth to this boy. Lushel's father's displeasure was evident. His angry gaze made the woman tremble with fear. At that moment, the young boy rushed to her defense. The boy shouted, demanding that Yaram stop, emphasizing the complete innocence of his relatives. He declared that he would take all the blame himself. The man, doubtful, asked again if it was truly his transgression, then ordered him to take up a sword, menacingly proclaiming the start of a lesson. Yaram Hav Tristan, recognized as the greatest swordsman and holder of the Holy Sword title, was Lushel Hav Tristan's father. As an heir, the young man tirelessly honed his blade skills, spending his days in training. Besides swordsmanship, the young man was instilled with the principles of the Holy Sword, filling his head with a wealth of knowledge. Lushel mastered a curriculum designed for 20-year-olds, putting in incredible effort at just 8 years old. Yaram delivered a swift sword strike, but his son deftly dodged, leaping over the blade and prepared for a counterattack. But all the young man's attempts were futile. He collapsed into a muddy puddle, coughing up blood. It turned out that the child's body was afflicted with some unknown illness. Instead of showing sympathy for his son, Yaram delivered another blow, sending him flying to the side. Deep down, the man still held onto hope that Luchel would grow stronger over time, but with each passing year, his strength waned. He understood that a complete child could not be born from a second-rate mother like Lena. Leaving the boy lying on the cold ground, he turned away and declared that Luchel was no longer his son. Luchel's mother had passed away shortly after childbirth, and he asked for her forgiveness for his weakness, even though she had given him life, and he regretted his frail body. When the young man regained consciousness, his adoptive mother, Ristina, was before him. She explained that healing magic had helped him, and the boy was grateful for her care. She understood how difficult it was for the child, as hardly anyone could survive Yaram's attack, but Luchel merely excused it as a regular seizure. She, however, insisted that the pain was caused by a dragon's curse. The boy had no idea what kind of spell she was talking about. Ristina clarified that it was a curse she had placed on both him and his mother, Lena. Maliciously triumphant, the woman lunged at him, rejoicing that Yaram had disowned him and that now Sturm, her son, would become the next holy swordsman. The obsessed Ristina was delighted at the prospect of being the mother of a holy swordsman. Luchel, however, was shocked that for this, she had condemned him and his deceased mother to suffering. The boy could barely hold back tears, realizing that his mother's life had been cut short because of her. Noticing his sobs, his stepmother sarcastically remarked that he should be crying about his own fate. Ristina leaned over Luchel, trying to strangle him, explaining that he would be exiled and abandoned in the mountains where monsters lived. The young man was completely bewildered, unable to comprehend what had happened. His stepmother explained that this was his father's will, but he refused to believe it. Ristina cackled gleefully, revealing that she had cursed his mother even before he was born, and he was never meant to exist at all. It would have been too bland for the woman if Luchel had died so quickly. She craved for him to be torn apart by monsters and for his dying screams to echo through the mountain peaks. Ristina, completely intoxicated by the success of her cunning plan, burst into laughter. The young man noticed that there was not a shred of humanity in that laugh. He felt as if a repulsive demon had taken human form, and with each of her chuckles, darkness obscured his vision. Eventually, he lost consciousness. When he came to, he found himself in an unfamiliar forest, surrounded by a dense wall of tree canopies. It seemed that teleportation magic had transported him to a remote forest, and he urgently needed to set up a temporary shelter before nightfall. Luchel set off in search of a suitable location and, in the process, stumbled upon an ideal spot. However, just as he planned to settle down, an unusual bokoblin pinecone caught his attention. The resin contained within these pinecones was highly flammable. By rubbing them against each other, they could create a spark, and in this way, the boy managed to start a fire. Warming himself by the fire, the young man couldn't come to terms with the thought that his father Yarom had truly rejected him, depriving him of the chance to return home, which brought bitter tears to his eyes. Luchel steeled himself, reminding himself to focus on surviving in the mountains, but suddenly, his condition rapidly worsened. He collapsed to the ground, spitting up blood, completely bewildered by the sudden onset of the attack. This time, the fever felt more intense than before, engulfing his entire body in a burning heat. A premonition of his impending death tormented Luchel, yet an unbearable hunger gnawed at his stomach, demanding immediate satisfaction, and he needed to find something, anything, to eat. Despite his desperate situation, the young man was starving, and overcoming his weakness, he rummaged around for food, suddenly stumbling upon something. Trying to identify what was in his hands, he felt something soft and cool. At that moment, he didn't care what it was. He was ready to eat anything, and after taking a bite, Luchel was astonished by the sweetness of his find. There was a slight, pleasant, bitter aftertaste. The cool and refreshing food resembled jelly and was delicious. Fully recovering, he realized with amazement that the attack had passed. Now, he was consumed by curiosity about what he had just eaten. Looking at the object, the boy shuddered, realizing it was just disgusting slime. Such a thing seemed unbelievable and repulsive. Unable to resist the temptation, he lunged at it, biting off a piece. Unexpectedly, the young man was enveloped in bliss by the incredible sweetness of the taste. All of this seemed absurd, as no book ever mentioned slime or any other monsters being edible. Picking up a stick from the ground, he struck the creature with all his might, directly at the round orb inside. The powerful blow cracked the orb, and the monster began to dissipate. This magical core was the creature's foundation, its heart, while everything else was merely an outer shell. Destroying the core led to the monster's disappearance. Severe damage to the shell could also destroy it, which is why there was a belief that the flesh of these creatures was inedible. It dawned on Luchel that if he just took small pieces, he could sustain himself with it. The next day, the young man sharpened a stone, giving it an edge, and fastened it to a sturdy stick, thus creating a primitive axe. Luchel intended to hunt and track edible creatures. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a slug, and he skillfully began to detach parts from it. The most accessible food source was the slime, which allowed him to satisfy his hunger, but sweets alone were not enough. Since Luchel was preparing for a hunt, he first needed to cut down a young tree and make a rope from its bark. As a result of these actions, he crafted a bow, and now he needed to make arrows from branches and bird feathers, which he then set about doing. After finishing all his preparations, Luchel set off to hunt. He hid in the thicket, confident that game would soon appear, but time passed and the forest remained empty. Suddenly, a doe and her fawn emerged into the clearing, heading towards the watering hole. The young man instantly got ready to shoot, drawing his bowstring. But a huge black raven beat him to it, snatching the fawn in its talons. These monsters were capable of overpowering even a tiger. Luchel decided the bird would now be his target and fired an arrow directly at the raven. It struck the bird's body precisely, eliciting a piercing shriek. The arrowhead had been treated with tokogi grass sap, which had a paralyzing effect. Lushel eagerly watched the raven, observing if his trick would work. The bird, unable to fly, began to fall, which brought joy to the young man. The hunt was successful, but a new challenge arose. The young man didn't know how to prepare the raven, and to do so, he would inevitably have to damage the monster's body. However, if the damage proved critical, the raven could completely disappear, so he needed to act while the bird was still alive. Looking up at the monster, the young man noticed its eyes staring intently at him, which made him uncomfortable. In the end, the boy decided to blindfold the raven, apologizing for his actions. He felt genuine regret and understood that a sense of guilt in this situation was natural. Nevertheless, taking up his homemade axe, he proceeded with his plan. It was incredibly difficult for Lushel, and with tears in his eyes, he continued his work. The boy needed to eat the raven, otherwise his future would be in jeopardy. With difficulty, he separated the raven's fillet and noticed a crack in its magic core, which portended serious consequences, as everything could turn to nothing. However, nothing terrible happened. The feathers and meat remained intact, for which he was immensely grateful. The young man looked at the fillet with surprise. It seemed to him to resemble amethyst. Now, only one question occupied him. Could he eat raven meat? He had accidentally learned that slime was edible. While he pondered this, the doe and fawn watched him from nearby. Lushel wondered if monsters ate meat, so he cut off a piece and threw it to them. Then he watched as they calmly devoured it. The deer instantly disappeared, and the young man concluded that the meat was edible. He began to cook, adding rock salt he found by the stream, then roasted the meat, skewering it. The boy's mouth watered, and as soon as the food was ready, he began to devour it greedily, then savored every bite with delight. The meat was springy as if playing in his mouth and so juicy that it simply melted on his tongue. Lushel was so engrossed in the meal that he forgot its origin. With difficulty, catching his breath with a full stomach, he collapsed to the ground. The young man couldn't remember the last time he had eaten so much until he was stuffed. To his considerable astonishment, his attacks had still not caught up to him. He had barely settled down to rest for a couple of hours when he received a notification about acquiring the night vision skill, and startled, he abruptly stood up. Looking around, he noticed with amazement how clearly everything was visible, despite the night time. Skills were a special type of ability, distinct from magic. They enhanced physical capabilities and were earned through intense training and trials at the temple. However, all of this seemed mysterious, as Lushel hadn't trained. He suspected the reason lay in the monster he had eaten. This seemed likely as there were herbs that boosted skills, and it was quite possible that monsters possessed similar properties. A strong body would mean more chances of survival for the young man. Moreover, with robust health, he might even earn his father's approval. Thus began Lushel's exploration of monsters and his fight for survival in the mountains. A whole year had passed since the young hero found himself in this thicket, and he had managed to stay alive. He had made a home in an abandoned hollow that once belonged to a tree-boring bat. The spot proved to be a reliable shelter, as the monster's stench still lingered in the air. During his year of wandering, he had crafted many tools to ensure his survival. Lushel's attacks weakened whenever he consumed the slime, and he harbored a dream that one day he would be free from the curse. It was time for his morning meal, and he reached for his plate. In the bowl lay the remains of fried fish, quail eggs, and wild vegetables. He was well fed and full of energy, but one concern plagued him. The problem was that the monotony was getting tiresome. No matter how exquisite the food, it became unbearable when it formed the basis of his diet. He dreamed of a pot to diversify his meager table and, for example, to cook a stew. First, he tried weaving one from leaves, then molding one from rotten wood, but all attempts were futile. Another plan was brewing in his mind, and as he pondered it, he suddenly heard a noise from outside and looked out to see what was happening. Peering out from his shelter, the boy saw a gigantic metallic ant making the deafening sound. The guild classified this monster as rank E, enormous in size, with chitin as tough as steel. It was a dangerous opponent immune to cutting attacks. Since the ant was alone, it was most likely a scout. Its appearance here indicated an intention to relocate the ant colony. If that happened, Lushel would no longer be able to stay here. He already regretted what he was about to do, but it was inevitable. Furthermore, he had been hunting iron ants for a long time. Grabbing his weapon, he began to descend from his hiding spot with anticipation. As soon as he touched the ground, the young man shouted at the monster, letting it know he was right in front of its nose. It reacted instantly and noticed him. The monster ant wasted no time and charged to attack. The boy, fleeing, mockingly shouted that it was too clumsy. Lushel had been practicing running on mountain slopes for a year, significantly increasing his speed. The magical herbs he collected, though bitter, gave him even more swiftness. But in the process of fleeing from his pursuer, the boy stumbled and fell to the ground. The ant caught up to him and prepared to strike. At the crucial moment, the boy skillfully dodged, leaping aside and grabbing onto a tree, where he then clutched a hanging rope. Choosing the right moment, Lushel grabbed the rope and rapidly descended. Meanwhile, the trap set on the ground snapped shut, immobilizing the ant. The monster desperately struggled to break free, but the trap was woven from the web of a D-rank forest spider, and the spear in the young man's hands was carved from the horn of a unicorn beaver, capable of piercing even steel. Lushel decided to treat the tip of his weapon with Chilgoka extract to paralyze the ant and began striking. Soon, the monster was completely paralyzed. To extract the necessary resources, the boy used a knife crafted from the fangs of a sharp-toothed mouse. Even after a year, he felt remorse performing this act, and this time was no exception. Lushel carefully pierced the monster's body, understanding that he needed to act quickly and accurately, as severe damage could cause the ant to disappear. After cutting off a part of the skull, he decided to use it as a pot and collected the remaining fragments, knowing that iron was a valuable resource. He also planned to collect the oil secreted from the creature's mouth. It was time to end the ant's suffering, and Lushel, intending to stop its torment, pierced its flesh with his spear, reaching the very core. The destruction of the core marked the disappearance of the monster's body. Thanking it for its sacrifice, the boy turned, remembering the pot lying nearby. He was eager to try out the new item, and after filling it with water from the remains of the defeated monster, he began to build a fire. Carefully placing the bowl over the flames, the boy watched with anticipation to see if it would withstand the heat. When the water boiled, Lushel realized with relief that the pot was intact and unharmed. Now he could use it like a real cooking pot. In the young man's imagination, images of various dishes he could prepare already formed: soups, stews, and even fragrant ragouts. He already had the ingredients for cooking. Peering into his bag, he pulled out a piece of young boar meat, carefully wrapped in grass leaves. Baby boars, classified as E-rank monsters, are visually similar to ordinary boars, essentially representing the juvenile stage of B-rank monsters, which are enormous mature specimens. Often, smaller individuals accompany adult giant boars, making them difficult to catch, but Lushel managed to capture one young boar using a net. Deciding to start cooking, he began by slicing the pre-prepared and salted meat into small pieces. He then submerged the sliced meat in boiling water for a short time to eliminate any undesirable odor and excess fat. After this procedure, the boy drained the used water and refilled the pot with fresh water. Finally, he added spices and a slimy gel to the pot, intended to neutralize the specific smell, and then simply covered the pot with a lid. After some time, full of hope, he lifted the pot's lid and confirmed that the meat was fully cooked. Carefully scooping up a piece with his spoon, he admired the appetizing look of the dish, which seemed to glow from within. Then, putting the food in his mouth, he began to chew thoroughly. Such bliss from the exquisite taste overwhelmed Lushel that saliva involuntarily welled up. He couldn't find words to describe how amazing the meat was. The sweetish slime gave it a unique flavor, and the juice filled his mouth with a delightful taste. Earlier, when Lushel cooked this meat, its smell was repulsive. Now there was no aroma, but the taste exceeded all expectations. Feeling full, the boy felt genuine gratitude for such magnificent food. Now his dream was to find a sauce that would perfectly complement the fish, and then life would once again be vibrant. He had previously read that such a sauce could be made from beans. This day turned out to be incredibly eventful. Lushel managed to gather a huge number of ingredients, enjoyed delicious food, found himself surrounded by herbs he had only read about in books, and he enjoyed collecting all of it. Getting up from the ground and stretching sweetly, the young man decided it was time to return home. Living in the mountains turned out to be not as burdensome as it might have seemed. Only upon reaching home did Lushel realize how careless he had been. What he saw horrified him. It turned out his dwelling, a cozy hollow, had been torn in half. He was completely bewildered, trying to understand what had happened and who dared to do it. Climbing onto the remains of his home, he discovered all his food supplies were gone, and anger consumed him at the thought of who could have done such a thing, as a small monster wouldn't be capable of it. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed. During the year he spent in the mountains, the boy learned about the existence of the Forest Lord. Deciding to find out who it was, the young man climbed to the top of a tall tree and saw a monstrous creature. It was a troll, incredibly huge and strong. That's when he first encountered it face to face, and it became clear that it was no longer safe here. He began to train diligently, striving to become stronger. 10 years passed, and at that very moment, a tiny kitten was running for its life from an impending threat. It turned out the troll was chasing it, and death seemed inevitable. The monster raised its club, preparing to bring it down on the small kitten. At the moment of impact, Lushel managed to snatch the creature, hiding it in his bag for safety. Clutching the hilt of his sword, the young man declared to the forest giant that he had been waiting for this encounter for a decade, tirelessly honing his skills. Lushel took a fighting stance, holding his blade, ready to dethrone his opponent today. The guy made a jump full of determination and strength to attack the massive and muscular monster, who was also preparing to strike back with his club. Lushel's blade merely grazed the troll's club, causing no harm, but only enraging the monster. The creature threw the guy with immense force, and it seemed he would lose his balance, but he managed to stand firmly on his feet. Feeling the enemy's power, the young man realized he was up against a true forest lord and desperately needed a new plan. Using magic, he conjured a fireball and unleashed it directly at the monster's face, which barely managed to avoid the incinerating flames. While the troll was stunned by the sudden attack, Lushel didn't miss a beat and struck with his sword. However, the wound wasn't very serious, but for the young man, that didn't matter. He continued to use magic, barraging the enemy with fireballs again and again. Bright blue flames raged around the battleground. The young man felt sweat bead on his forehead, realizing the heat was oppressive for both him and his opponent. To cool down a bit, the troll stuck out its tongue, as their sweat glands are poorly developed, and their tongue is extremely sensitive to high temperatures. Lushel took advantage of this, severing the troll's tongue with one precise strike, knowing it was a vulnerable spot. Additionally, the monster noticeably lost speed when its body overheated. After the severe injury, the troll bled profusely. The monster squeezed him in its clawed paws, and Lushel realized he would become its prey, seeing no other way out. However, he believed such an outcome would be a fatal mistake for the opponent itself. Only a shadowy projection of the guy, a deceptive illusion, was caught in the monster's embrace. Meanwhile, the young man himself, positioned behind, used magical vision to try and find the troll's vulnerable points. Inside monsters, there were magical channels that distributed magic throughout the body. With a significant outflow of energy, maintaining physical form became extremely difficult. With a single sword strike, he ended the Forest Lord's life, simultaneously destroying its magical core. Before the astonished young man's eyes, the opponent dissolved into thin air. He felt a surge of jubilation, understanding that decades of persistent training had not been in vain, and savored his triumph over the troll. Suddenly, the kitten in his bag became restless, making strange noises. As soon as the young man opened the bag, a small creature leaped out and began to hiss angrily. Going down to it, Lushel asked it not to be angry, reminding it of his rescue from the monster, but the kitten looked unwell. At first, the young man couldn't understand what the problem was, but then he realized the small creature was hungry and decided to prepare something for it. He thought about using the troll's tongue despite its unappetizing appearance, because thanks to such food, the young man had gained valuable skills. Lushel fried the tongue, making a steak out of it, and decided to try it himself first. The young man was amazed at how pleasant and tender the meat tasted, literally melting in his mouth, and after that, he offered it to the kitten. At first, the creature timidly licked the steak, but when it liked the taste, it eagerly pounced on the food and ate everything until it was gone. While eating, Lushel noticed something and, turning around, saw that they weren't alone. They were surrounded by all sorts of monsters, and the young man figured the enticing smell of the meat was the reason. He had no choice but to fight. Grabbing his sword, he instantly mastered the battle cry skill and was eager to try it out immediately. Godlike, his new ally, also prepared for battle, taking as deep a breath as possible. Then he let out a powerful sound, expelling all the air from his lungs with force, filling the surroundings with a deafening scream. Lushel realized this was the battle cry. The monsters and even he himself seemed rooted to the ground while the kitten prepared to strike. The young man watched in astonishment as the tiny creature annihilated enemies with incredible speed. The battle cry temporarily immobilized opponents and boosted an ally's physical abilities. After dealing with all the enemies, the young man thanked Godlike for saving him, but their adventures weren't over yet, as the creature indicated he needed to follow it. As soon as Lushel saw him, he immediately understood the intention to accompany him. Following him, he found signs of a struggle between two enormous monsters. Godlike handed him a magic core, and the young man realized that his parents had once fought this very troll. This meant the little beast was now as alone as he was, and he gently patted its head. His father's words, declaring that the young man was no longer his son, suddenly came to Lushel's mind, and tears streamed down his cheeks uncontrollably. Over the past 10 years, the guy had grown significantly stronger, but yahello could have defeated this monster without even using his magical abilities. Seeing his dejected state, the kitten tried to comfort him, for which Lushel was grateful. He explained that he couldn't return home yet and offered the creature a place to live with him. Realizing the creature didn't object, the guy decided to name him Alma, an ancient word meaning hero. Apparently, the kitten was quite pleased with its new name. While Lushel was talking with his companion, a giant dragon flew across the sky above them. These creatures appeared very rarely, once every few years, and possessed such power that even trolls, who usually feared no one, hurried to hide in their caves. If trolls were considered the rulers of the forest, dragons were the lords of the mountains. Watching the flying monster, Lushel wondered what would happen if he managed to kill it, and if his father would then acknowledge him. After a brief reflection, he made a final decision. Raising his sword to the heavens, the guy firmly and resolutely declared that he would kill the dragon. 60 years of living with Alma passed, and both of them had noticeably aged. The beast asked Lushel if he was sure about his intention. In response, Lushel asked if the beast was scared since he was asking such questions. Alma assured him that he was just worried about his back hurting from the strain and called him an old grumbler. The man retorted that Alma's own fur had long since turned gray. Lushel indulged in memories of his youth, noting that he had retained his audacity for 6 decades. The beast, reading his thoughts, apologized for it, to which the old man asked him not to do it again. The man felt uneasy and calmly warned them to be on guard. His companion instantly picked up the signal and prepared for action. Suddenly, a dragon appeared directly above them in the sky, its flames capable of melting even precious stones, and the old man warned them to be extremely careful. At this moment, this powerful dragon, considered the strongest of its kind, intended to attack them immediately. The monster filled its lungs with air and began concentrating its flame, preparing to unleash it on Alma and Lushel. At the same moment, the creature managed to assume a defensive stance. Thanks to his counterattack, the beast was able to hold back the wave of fire, ensuring his own safety and that of the old man. To defeat the dragon, Lushel had forged a sword for 60 years, and now it was time to draw it from its sheath. With a swing of his blade, he damaged the monster's left wing, but the enemy proved not as simple as it seemed and prepared for a counterattack. With a sweeping tail strike, he knocked the old man off his feet, forcing him to fall to the ground, but he managed to maintain his balance and stay upright. While Lushel lay on the ground, the dragon approached, intending to crush him with its paw, and at that moment, the old man signaled Alma to begin using magic. Their combined efforts bound the dragon with ice chains, immobilizing the monster, and now it was the old man's turn to act. He unleashed a series of rapid strikes on the enemy, inflicting multiple wounds and causing the dragon unbearable pain. However, Lushel miscalculated and his attack did not yield the desired result. Moreover, he was affected by the monster's battle cry, which paralyzed his movements, and at that moment, Alma intervened, preventing a tragedy. The beast asked if everything was all right, to which the old man assured him he was fine and expressed confidence that he would save him. Alma felt awkward from the praise, while Lushel realized he could have died without his intervention, and remembered how his father could handle a dragon alone. In his eyes, yahello surpassed others in speed and agility, and his father's words about the boy's inadequacy resurfaced in his memory. To defeat even one dragon, Lushel dedicated 60 years to training. He used the heat resistance skill acquired by consuming the meat of the mythical firebird. The old man did not want to give the opponent a chance to escape and rose into the air to get closer to him. He realized that he was far from his father's level, but still, those 60 years were dedicated to persistent training. With a powerful sword strike, he delivered a devastating blow to the dragon's body, confident in his victory. Alma felt a sense of relief and joy that they had managed to destroy the great dragon, and Lushel shared his elation. Now he needed to butcher the monster's carcass before it disappeared, and the old man immediately set about this task. He carefully touched the enormous dragon and expressed his gratitude to the beast for providing the meat. Having finished his work, the man looked at the cuts of meat and realized how appetizing they looked. Even Alma started to salivate. Now they had to take their catch home and prepare a dish from it. The creature was already anticipating the variety of culinary possibilities and wondered what exactly he would create. For 80 years, Lushel had eaten steaks daily, and he was quite bored of it. He craved something new. The old man reassured Alma, asking him not to worry and promising that he would definitely come up with something. An old tree became their dwelling, and inside was an empty space that he had expanded into a cozy shelter. 70 years had passed since Lushel was banished from home and left in the mountains. During that time, he conducted many diverse experiments, relying on trial and error. They began cultivating grains and vegetables, which allowed them to produce alcohol through fermentation. He also had access to oriental spices, sauces, sugar, salt, and other seasonings. Even though Lushel finished his education at the age of 8, the wisdom gained after devouring the monstrous Simurgh allowed him to master the creation of various tools and condiments. However, it took him a full 40 years to systematize all the knowledge. Alma was curious if the meat would be ready soon, but the old man asked him to be patient. The meat in the wing area was well developed but could be tough, which Alma liked, while the old man preferred the tender meat from the tail. Everything was ready and a luxurious table was set. He had prepared shabu-shabu from the great dragon's meat. But at that very moment, Alma began to express dissatisfaction, not understanding what kind of dish it was, and stated his preference for steak, while Lushel simply asked him to try it. The old man took a piece of meat, dipped it in the sauce, held it there for a moment, then took it out and put it in his mouth. The meat was tender and the flavor gradually unfolded as he chewed. The sauce also played an important role. Without it, the experience would have been incomplete. Using a combination of vinegar, mirin, soy sauce, and citrus juice, he created the perfect ponzu sauce to complement the shabu-shabu. Lushel invited Alma to try the treat, and he accepted the offer with some doubt. However, upon tasting it, he was astonished by the delightful flavor of the meat, which almost sent him on an interstellar journey. Having enjoyed the excellent meal to their fill, both stretched out on the ground, indulging in a well-deserved rest. Alma turned to Lushel, asking about his future plans, reminding him of his desire to earn his father's approval and his assumption that his old father would acknowledge him. Indeed, having gained strength, the man could now easily leave this place, but mortal life is short, and his father was no longer alive. Alma burst into tears, realizing he would be alone if the man left, but Lushel comforted him, promising never to leave and to live with him forever. Suddenly, something strange began to happen to them, causing a burning sensation in their bodies, and they were completely bewildered, not understanding what was going on. Lushel leaned towards the idea that the dragon's curse was the cause of it all. At that moment, Alma let out a tormented scream, and the old man, looking at him, was shocked. Seeing a tiny kitten instead of Alma, just as he had been before, the old man thought his eyesight had worsened with age, but the creature indicated that he needed to look at himself. Lushel himself had transformed, returning to his childhood appearance, which caused him to panic. He assumed this was the result of the dragon meat's effect. Trying to understand what else had changed, the boy asked Alma to assess his condition, and that's when he discovered his immortal status. The kitten complained about the monotonous diet of grass, bread, and bare meat, which he was thoroughly tired of. The problem was that over 3 centuries they had tried everything imaginable. Lushel and Alma lived in peace, although minor disagreements did occur. The animal asked if the young man regretted missing the opportunity to see a world full of interesting things. But the guy assured him that he was fine right where he was, and then remembered the need to gather fruit for yogurt for dinner. Gathering his thoughts, Lushel headed for the exit, pondering that claiming he had no regrets would be a lie. Walking through the forest, he looked around and suddenly noticed something unusual that left him astonished. Before his eyes was a group of people huddled over an unwell person. Lushel couldn't understand how 4 people had appeared in such a hard-to-reach place. At the same time, he worried about Mindy and wondered if he had any healing potions. Realizing he was facing an injured person, the guy couldn't just walk past and approached them, and the strangers, seeing a child before them, froze in astonishment. The young man asked if they were injured, but his words went misunderstood. One of the strangers suggested that Luchel was probably speaking an ancient dialect. Hoping to be understood, the boy reached into his bag, pulled out medicine, and offered it, saying it would help heal the injured person. The young woman couldn't understand what Luchel was trying to explain, and he, in turn, realized that they wouldn't immediately trust him completely, so he quickly assured them that everything was perfectly safe. The group leader understood that Mindy's days were numbered and that agreeing was their only option, after which the guy gave the medicine to the injured person. Soon after, her breathing and pulse returned to normal, which brought immense relief to everyone. Luchel offered them shelter in his home, a place where monsters never appeared. He gave the girl a dose of healing potion made from slime, as her magical powers were depleted. After taking it, she winced, causing everyone to worry. However, a moment later, she entered a state of bliss. The taste was pleasant to her, with a slight tartness combined with a sweetness reminiscent of the exquisite pastries served to aristocrats. She immediately began using her power to heal Mindy, whose condition gradually improved. Fleddy was filled with gratitude towards Luchel and felt it necessary to introduce himself. Luchel reciprocated, noting there was nothing to thank him for. He was only surprised that the young man had healing sweets, especially since he lived in mountains teeming with monsters. Fleddy had no intention of interfering with their rescuers' affairs, but he cautiously inquired about Luchel's true identity. The boy revealed that his father, a stern man, had banished him from home for being weak, and thanks to his culinary and medical skills, he had managed to survive. Fristy tensed upon hearing this story and asked how long he had been living this nightmare. The boy almost answered 300 years, but caught himself in time and explained that it had been 3 years, deciding they wouldn't believe him otherwise. The young man approached the boy and hugged him, tears streaming down his face, realizing how difficult it must have been for Luchel. The boy himself, having lived for 300 years, felt nothing. Suddenly, tears also streamed down his face against his will, and the surrounding youngsters approached to express their sympathy. Once Luchel had calmed down a bit and stopped crying, he asked them how they ended up in these mountains. Introducing themselves one by one, they stated their names. First Fleddy Heimrud, then Garner Bard, Richel Wig, and the injured girl, Mindy Vallum. They were all members of a knightly order serving Duke Retivius. Their goal was to retrieve ancestral treasures, which was why they had come to this place. Richel asked about the nature of the relics and was told that they were meant to protect him, after which an attack on the enemy's stronghold ensued. Alma realized their mission had failed and that retreat was necessary. The boy watching them understood that these were by no means weaklings. After Luchel treated everyone to a drink made from the scales of a monstrous butterfly, the 4 knights fell into a deep sleep. He wanted them to fully recover their strength by morning. The young man apologized to Alma and entrusted him with caring for the sleeping knights, but the little beast was curious where he intended to go. With unwavering determination, the boy declared that he also wished to contribute by offering whatever help he could. Soaring upwards like an arrow, the boy used his Night Raven skill, which granted him excellent vision in the dark and allowed him to navigate perfectly. Then, while in the sky, he activated his Rabbit Ears skill, which allowed Luchel to easily locate the people he was looking for, who were hiding among the mountains. The young man overheard their conversation, from which it was clear they couldn't get any sleep due to the abundance of monsters and longed to leave the area as soon as possible. They also planned to profitably sell their loot and get rich. From their words, he correctly concluded that these were the very bandits who had confronted Fleddy and the others, and he immediately landed swiftly beside them. Luchel apologized for the intrusion and explained that he merely wanted to assist some people. He offered them a pardon on the condition that they return the stolen goods and leave these lands, warning that otherwise, he would show no mercy. However, his words only provoked laughter from the criminals, who plotted to kill him or even sell him into slavery. While the bandits mocked him, Luchel attacked each of them with lightning speed, striking so fast they couldn't react. The young man demanded that the bandits leave these mountains forever, abandon their robberies, and swear to forget what had happened and his existence. He also threatened to find them if they disobeyed, and his threat, reinforced by a terrifying gaze, sent everyone fleeing in a panic. Now, Luchel's task was to find their hideout, and thanks to a dirty rag dropped by one of the bandits, he was able to roughly pinpoint the base's location and set off. Upon arriving, the boy realized it was their main base, guarded by two half-asleep sentries, and he used his giant bat skill. Inside was an extensive system that the criminals had converted into their intricate, labyrinth-like base. The young man desperately tried to find the shortest path through it. Using scentless and tasteless branches from a dormant tree, the boy put the guards to sleep. However, this method had no effect on Luchel, allowing him to move forward unhindered. The young man had the opportunity to eliminate all the bandits, but to spare Fleddy from guilt, he chose not to. His only goal was to retrieve the stolen items, and he was ready to help him with that. Suddenly, the young man encountered a bandit who furiously demanded an explanation. Luchel was surprised that the sleeping tree's effect hadn't worked on this person. The boy surmised that the reason was the sword the bandit was holding. This blade was already poised to strike him. Luchel easily dodged the attack. He really didn't want to fight, but his opponent wasn't giving up and prepared for another assault. In an instant, he vanished from the bandit's sight, leaving him utterly bewildered. Then, as if appearing out of thin air, he punched his opponent directly in the face, making it clear that the bandit was no match for him. Luchel had already returned home before the others woke up and greeted them with a good morning. The guy admitted that he decided to treat them to breakfast, which made Fleddy start apologizing, but he reassured him, explaining that everything was fine. While he was butchering the meat, Alma noticed that Luchel seemed a bit flustered, most likely because he hadn't cooked for anyone but them in a long time. Suddenly, Mindy woke up and ran over to them, and the boy was genuinely surprised to see her. Coming to her senses, the girl, reborn thanks to Luchel's medicine, introduced herself to the young man with a radiant look and expressed deep gratitude for his support. Mindy shared her secret. She's a golden fox with the ability to hide her ears and fluffy tail. However, she was ready to reveal herself to her rescuer, even allowing him to touch them. Richelle, indignant at Mindy's actions, tried to protect the young man by pulling him close, but Mindy, not giving in, pulled him back again. Fleddy, with irritation in his voice, pointed out that they had exhausted Luchel. In response, they immediately began to apologize, while Richelle, among other things, watched curiously as he cooked. Right before their eyes, he created a chicken breast sandwich. The onlookers were captivated, unable to tear their gaze away from the appetizing treat. Mindy couldn't resist and snatched one of the sandwiches, determined to be the first to taste the delicacy. As soon as she took a bite, she couldn't contain her delight. The taste was simply incredible. After thanking Luchel for the treat, she immediately faced Richelle's displeasure, who chastised her for being ill-mannered. In response, the girl silently shoved a piece of the sandwich into Richelle's mouth. She, too, was overcome with bliss from the extraordinary taste of the culinary masterpiece. It turned out the meat belonged to a firebird, and by eating it, his friends would gain enhanced protection from flames. The boy happily watched their reactions. Remembering him, Mindy invited him to join, and Alma also supported the idea. The girl offered him a plate with the treat, suggesting they share the meal. He took a sandwich, even though such dishes had long bored him, but this time, the feeling was completely different. The boy burst into tears, realizing that the taste of food becomes many times better when shared with loved ones. To create suitable fertilizers for this land, the heroes gathered materials from the forests and mines. Isagi says that's enough for today. They return home, lay out the collected materials, and decide to make fertilizer. First, they'll need 3 types of fertilizer that were originally researched in Palmenia village. Isagi asks about the results of the property enhancement. Mercia replies that it's still far inferior to the Empire's fertilizer. She hands Isagi notes with detailed progress data. Isagi examines the document and sees that the current fertilizer has its limits. He says it would probably be better to crossbreed it with other raw materials. Mercia responds that in that case, it would likely take a long time. Nosha believes that starting from scratch could take several years. However, he has data collected from the Empire. Plus, they have plenty of excellent quality magic stones. Mercia reminds him that they got it from a monster in the forest, but wonders if it's really that good of quality. Isagi explains that in the Empire, one such stone costs 20 silver coins. Mercia is surprised by how expensive it is. She informs him that here, it usually costs 1 silver coin. Now it's Isagi's turn to be surprised, wondering if such a magic stone is commonplace in this village. The girl confirms that it is. She thinks anyone in this area would have one. Isagi can't believe it. He examines the magic stone and says that in any case, he will definitely make high-quality fertilizer from this magic stone. The young man suggests adding the magic stone to the fertilizer and asks Mercia to prepare pots for the experiment. She goes to fulfill his request. Isagi sits down at the table. First, he needs to organize the magical power so that the chaotic magical power contained within the magic stone is easier to process. He needs to bring it into balance. Isagi organizes the magical power. Then he removes impurities. Now everything is ready. Mercia brings him the pots and looks at the stone with interest. The processed magic stone is truly beautiful. It emits a pure purple glow. Isagi mentions that in the Empire, some aristocrats wore magic stones as ornaments. The girl asks how else these magic stones can be used. At this moment, Isagi grinds the magic stone and mixes it with the fertilizer. Mercia is upset and Isagi apologizes to her. The girl says that since the magic stone is just fertilizer, she won't worry and offers to bring more pots. She leaves and Isagi, watching her go, thinks that if she was so disappointed, maybe next time he'll give her some jewelry made from a magic stone. This is another reason he keeps going. He adds densely growing grass with a strong reproductive factor to the fertilizer, a terrarium with a strong resistance factor to insect damage, which increases the decomposability of Genjid. Then, he mixes it with various materials they collected in the forest. So the prototype fertilizer is ready. Mercia suggests testing it immediately. Isagi labels the sample number on the pot, fills it with soil, then they plant selectively bred arugula seeds, cover them with soil, water them, and immediately see sprouts appear. The sprouts begin to grow at an incredible speed. Isagi and Mercia are surprised by the plant's astonishing growth. Within a few seconds, a huge plant grows in front of them. Mercia says it's too amazing, and if it grows any more, the walls and ceiling will collapse. Isagi tries to stop its growth. He uses magic to destroy the plant. He says it was dangerous. Their curiosity almost destroyed the workshop. They couldn't have imagined such growth. Mercia asks if the densely growing grass factor was really that strong. Isagi considers that this is certainly possible, but he also believes there was a synergy effect due to the high-quality magical power. If that's the case, he could try extracting magical power from the stone. Also, it seems necessary to choose a suitable magic stone. He also wants to see the results of mixing raw materials to create the most suitable fertilizer. All that's left is to try everything one by one. Isagi believes this work definitely won't be easy, but they need to give it their all. They collect the remains of the destroyed plant. Mercia hopes she will be useful too. Time passes. Isagi checks one sample after another. They plant seeds repeatedly. Sometimes the plant grows huge again, sometimes it yields little fruit, and some plants wither immediately after sprouting. Isagi tries to find the best way to create the fertilizer. They work together with Mercia. The young man records his findings in a notebook. This kind of work, where the two of them persistently repeat experiments for improvement, reminds Isagi of their time living in the Empire, making him feel nostalgic. This time, they decide to plant a pepper seed. Mercia waters it. The pepper plant sprouts and begins to grow, and after some time, a fruit appears. As soon as the fruit set and ripened, the growth stopped. The plant is covered in fruit. There's no abnormal growth in the stem or leaves, confirming the results are the same as the Empire's fertilizer. Mercia asks what this means, and Isagi replies that everything is ready. They are thrilled that it worked out, especially after 3 weeks of dedicated work. They managed to create fertilizer using only village materials, which means they won't have any more problems with fertilizer shortages. Now, the village's agriculture is secure. Isagi ponders that he's the only alchemist here. He wonders what would happen if something happened to him, as production might stop. Mercia suggests giving the recipe to the city's alchemists so they can produce fertilizer for them. Isagi is hesitant, thinking they might not be able to replicate it due to a lack of skill. The girl proposes they come up with an easier recipe. Isagi considers the skill level of the city's alchemists. They decide to think about such complex matters later. After another meal, Katia and Isagi collect the dishes. Isagi thanks the girl for the food and notes that the vegetables they were served were delicious. Mercia agrees. She washes the dishes and Isagi offers his help. Katia thanks him. When he and Mercia do things together, sometimes their conversation falls into an awkward silence. But for some reason, the young man doesn't feel any awkwardness. Isagi remarks that when they stand side by side doing household chores like this, they look very much like a married couple. Mercia is very surprised by his words. She blushes and doesn't know how to respond. Suddenly, someone knocks on the door and asks if the alchemist Isaki is home. He offers to open the door while Mercia washes the dishes. He notices she looks terribly displeased about something, but she says everything is fine. Walking to the door, Isagi thinks that perhaps she doesn't like washing dishes. The knocking repeats. Isaki announces that he's coming. Opening the door, he sees no one, but then hears a voice demanding he look down. Lowering his gaze, Isaki still sees no one, but the voice insists he look even lower. Dropping his head, he sees a small beast person, a dog with a huge backpack, standing before him. It's likely a child. The stranger asks permission to introduce herself. Her name is Kania, she's from the wonderful trading company, and she's here for important negotiations specifically with him. A bewildered Isagi asks what kind of negotiations she could possibly have with him. He clarifies if it's really him. Kania confirms it's correct. She asks for permission to discuss the details of the matter inside their home. Isagi agrees and invites her inside. Kania apologizes for intruding. She tries to enter the house, but her huge backpack gets stuck in the doorway. She leaves it outside, steps in, sits on a chair, and apologizes again for the inconvenience. Mercia sits next to Isagi and scrutinizes their guest. Kania assumes Mercia is Isagi's wife, which embarrasses the young woman again. Isagi clarifies that Mercia is his maid and, incidentally, the village chief's daughter. Kania apologizes, but Mercia tells her not to worry and offers to make tea. She hums as she heads to the kitchen, and Isagi is surprised as she seemed to be in a bad mood just a moment ago. Watching Mercia, he realizes that a woman's heart is truly a mystery. The young woman brings them tea, and they sit at the table, ready to talk business. Koni takes a few sips and then remarks that besides the bitterness, there's a subtle sweetness. It's quite delicious. She asks what they used. Mercia explains that she brewed goji berry leaves collected from the nearby forest. Koni is surprised. She pulls out a notebook and jots down information about the goji berry leaves, noting that brewing them yields such a magnificent taste. Konya declares that she'll buy some later. Isagi is surprised. He doesn't understand where she got the notebook from. He asks Mercia about the Wonderful Trading Company. Mercia explains that Wonderful is a prominent, large trading company, even in the Beast Kingdom. They have not only a main office in the royal capital, but also branches in various cities. All their employees are half human, half dog. Isagi points out that it's a rather large company, and he doesn't understand why a merchant from such a big company would come to him. Koni finishes writing and apologizes for the wait. She explains that she recently noticed a sharp increase in high-quality produce at the markets. These crops have a high growth rate, can be harvested regardless of the season, and are much tastier than the crops previously grown in the Beast Kingdom. Her attempts to discover the origin of this amazing harvest led her directly to Palmenia. Isagi assumes that since the village's crop yield has increased recently, merchants must have gone to other villages to trade. So she found out that he is the source of the increased yield. Koni confirms his words. However, it's strange that Palmenia's crops were grown in other villages, but they couldn't achieve the same results. Isagi says that's perfectly natural. He developed these crops using alchemy specifically for the soil in this area. While they are easy to grow, achieving the same quality elsewhere is problematic. Konya realizes that the secret lies entirely in the soil. She says it's amazing that he uses chemistry for agriculture. The guest asks if he really bred crops using alchemy. Isagi confirms her words and thinks that, as expected from a merchant of a large trading company, she catches on quickly and has a developed imagination. Konya closes her notebook and says they need to move on to the main topic. She asks Isagi if he would be willing to regularly sell his harvest in bulk to the Wonderful Trading Company. Isagi thinks about it and realizes she's right. Unfortunately, the resources that can be gathered around the village aren't limitless, so having connections with a large trading company is crucial. He says he's fine with it, but he has one condition. Konya is ready to hear him out. Isagi explains that he's an alchemist, and without materials, creation is impossible. He needs them to prioritize delivering the materials he requests. Koni processes what he said, then she replies that it's no problem. With the Wonderful Trading Company's capabilities, there are no materials in the beast realm they can't acquire. Isagi clarifies about materials from outside the empire. Konya responds that she can't guarantee that. Isagi says that in that case he has no further questions. Koni asks how much he can consistently sell in bulk. Isagi consults with Mercia. She pulls out her notebook and states the current harvest volume. Konya reviews the weekly yield report. She asks what portion of the collected material they can supply. For Mr. Isagi's improved varieties, nothing is impossible. In other words, the harvest volume will equal the supply volume. Konya is surprised that it's possible to ship goods every week. The speed is astonishing. She asks if there's any way to increase the supply volume a bit more. Isagi replies that it's difficult to increase it beyond this point. Currently, their only labor force is the golem and themselves, but if they work in the fields, they won't have any energy left for anything else. He has a lot to do, breeding varieties, producing different kinds of fertilizers, and even crafting magical tools. It's still too early for him to dedicate himself to field work like a true farmer. Koni suggests that in that case, why not just hire people to manage the fields? Isagi and Mercia ponder this. Such a thought hadn't occurred to them. It turns out that was an option. Why hadn't such a simple idea crossed his mind? Perhaps it was because he was one of those who were forced to work to exhaustion. Mercia says it's a good idea. Perhaps it would be better for Mr. Isagi to focus on alchemy and trusting the fields to others, as Konya suggested. Isagi agrees. That's exactly what they'll do, and they'll turn the free land into a large field. Koni suggests that if they plan a large field, it would be a farm. An entire farm. That sounds really good. Isagi dreams of growing a lot of crops on a huge farm and shipping them out, and the wonderful trading company will sell them everywhere. Undoubtedly, they will both reap enormous benefits. Konya extends her hand and wishes Isagi success with his new mega farm. Isagi shakes her hand and says he's looking forward to their collaboration. Konya confirms the feeling is mutual. Mercia escorts Konya out. Left alone, Isagi ponders how to handle staffing. Should he hire contract workers from the wonderful trading company or try recruiting villagers first? He feels that if there aren't enough, he'll have to make do. Mercia brings him tea. Isagi asks her if she thinks the villagers will respond to the recruitment announcement as usual. The food situation in the village has significantly improved recently, so he wonders if people will still be willing to work on his farm, even though they can now feed themselves. Mercia believes they certainly will. After all, the villagers feel immense gratitude towards him. Isagi says he wants the people who work on the farm to feel that it benefits them. Mercia remarks that Lord Isagi has a kind heart. He asks if she truly thinks so. The girl explains that there still needs to be a benefit. She asks about creating varieties he hasn't yet distributed to the villagers. It would be great to create varieties that can only be grown here, and if the villagers can take them for themselves, they'll surely be happy. He says that's an excellent idea and suggests planting fruits like apples and bananas. Mercia asks about grapes. Isagi explains that grapes are still in the development stage. He asks Mercia if she loves grapes that much. She asks him to let her know when he manages to perfect them. Isagi agrees and says he'll inform her right away. He opens his notes and wonders where to begin. 5 workers are needed. Since the transaction volume and benefits are still unclear, the goal should be to test working with a small group of people. Later, there will be enough work and the main income will increase. Mercia says she'll go to her father for permission to recruit people. Isagi dreams of everything going smoothly so he can create a large farm. Left in the room, he flips through relevant literature. 5 days have passed since he posted the recruitment notice and he expects workers to start arriving soon. Mercia bursts into the room and says she has news about the recruitment. Isagi jumps up from his seat and asks how it went and if anyone responded. The girl reports that they have been flooded with applications. More than 10 times the required number of workers have gathered. Isagi is surprised as a huge line has formed in front of their house. Isagi looks out the window and is astonished by how many candidates have shown up. Nair is in line and calls out to Isagi and Mercia. Mercia asks if she also applied. Nair replies that of course she did because it sounds quite fun and the salary is good too. Mercia asks if there are too many people and Isagi thinks the same thing. He actually wants to hire all of them, but he has no choice but to narrow down the candidates through interviews. Nair doesn't rush to Isagi. Instead, she clasps her hands in a prayer gesture and reminds them that they are friends. But Mercia pushes her back, stating that the interviews are for everyone with no exceptions, so Nair needs to get in line too. Nea looks displeased. Isagi says it was just a joke and asks her not to be angry. However, he didn't expect so many people to want to work on his farm. He approaches them, apologizes for the wait, and suggests they begin the interviews. The applicants sit down one by one at the table where Isagi and Mercia are waiting. The workers fill out an application form, and Nea is among them. The next day, several people return again. They ask if being called back means they've been hired, and they express their excitement. Isagi confirms that it does. Nea joyfully hugs Mercia. The young man says that even though many of them already know each other, they should introduce themselves just in case. Nea introduces herself first, mentioning that she used to help her grandfather with fieldwork and she's pleased to meet everyone. My workshop helped them with fieldwork last time, so she can be relied upon. Next, a man named Rhodos introduces himself. He's a beekeeper's son and is confident in his stamina and strength. Isagi thinks that Rhodos doesn't have agricultural experience, but it seems he can be safely entrusted with physical labor. The next girl introduces herself as Nora. She helped her father on a large farm and assisted with accounting at her mother's general store. She thanks them for the opportunity to work on the farm. Mercia recommends her, noting that while Nora may not match the physical strength of other workers, she's good with numbers and seems well suited for small tasks and office work. The next worker says his name is Ricardo. He used to hunt and did a bit of field work using the seeds Isagi gave him. Among all the villagers, Ricardo planted the alchemist's seeds the most, so it seems he has an idea of how to work. The next worker is named Ragmund. He has as much agricultural experience as Ricardo. He asks if they really want to hire him. Isagi says that despite the very rude words Ragmund spoke during the banquet, that's precisely why he wanted to hire him. Because Ragmund will likely be able to ask him questions without hesitation. Ragmund is surprised that's the reason and asks for permission to question him directly, as it's his duty. So Mercia now asks them to help with the harvest. Everyone agrees. Ricardo says he's good at harvesting and asks what exactly they need to pick. Mercia pulls out her notebook. She says today's list includes tomatoes, cucumbers, eggplants, bell peppers, and Chinese cabbage. Nea asks in surprise if that's too much to harvest. Mercia replies that this is exactly why they need help. The work is tough, but the pay is good. Plus, they don't mind if the workers take some of the harvest home with them. She places a hand on Nea's shoulder and asks her to put in her best effort. The workers are ready to start. Mercia asks Mr. Isagi to focus on his workshop work and leave the rest to her. She assures him that everything will be fine. They head out to the fields. The workers are ready to harvest. Together, they gather the vegetables. Nia is surprised to see apples. Everyone is tired. After some time, all the crops are harvested, and the workers return with crates and bags full of vegetables. Meanwhile, in his workshop, Isagi thinks about how the fruits still need time to ripen. The strawberries, apples, and bananas turned out well, but to grow them on a large farm, he wants to increase the number of varieties even more. But then, it seems he'll need to expand the workshop. He watches Mercia directing the workers through the window. She helps him manage the housework, the workshop, and even the farm. He notices that she always tries very hard. He remembers her request about the grapes. It might take a long time to grow them, but he'll give it a try. He collected a huge amount of data today. Isagi stretches. Everyone should be waking up soon. The first day was tough for the workers. Isagi wonders how he can thank them. He realizes there's still a little time and he can manage to craft one magic tool. When he was at the castle, he spent his free time writing plans for magic tools. They only contain sketches and he lacks materials, so some ideas can't even be brought to life. But now, he can try. He opens one of the sketches and realizes this is it. The tired workers head back home. Everyone gathers at Isagi's house. The alchemist praises them for their hard work. Nea stretches out on the floor, saying she's exhausted. Ragmund admits he hasn't been this tired in a long time. Ricardo says there was much more work than in their usual field, but they managed to harvest a lot of vegetables. Ricardo asks Nora if she's not tired. She replies that she's incredibly tired and is only running on feminine energy, which is pretty much every day. Isagi thanks them for their work and asks them to take a seat for now. He wants to give his hard workers something special. In his hands, he holds something covered with a towel. Everyone looks on in surprise, not understanding what it is. Isagi pulls off the towel, revealing a prototype mixer number 1. Everyone is surprised. They ask the alchemist what a mixer is. He explains that it's a new magical tool. The bottom base contains a magic fragment without an attribute. If a flow of magical power is sent through it, the blade at the top will start to spin. Basically, if you put chopped fruit and water into the mixer and send a flow of magical power, something interesting will happen. As he explains all this, Isagi puts fruit into the mixer and turns it on. Naya is surprised that he's going to crush precious vegetables. Isagi asks her to calm down, opens the mixer, pours the contents into a cup, and asks them to look at the result. He holds out the glass and says that apple juice is ready. Everyone is surprised. Isagi asks who wants to drink it. The workers all shout that they want to try it. They drink the apple juice, which they really enjoy. They love the rich apple sweetness. Nora is puzzled as it's just apples and water. They are amazed by the result. Isagi says he'll make them more, but first he'll wash the dishes. This time, to make it easier to drink, he'll add milk. The alchemist makes banana and strawberry milk. He offers them the new drink and they try it. Nora notes that the aroma and sweetness of the strawberries are very vibrant, spreading throughout her body, and she feels happy. Today's fatigue just melted away. Ragman also thinks it's delicious. He seems to feel strength surging within him. Naya says it's the most delicious juice she's ever had. Ricardo declares that he feels ready for battle again tomorrow. He suggests they harvest even more than today. Isagi is happy they enjoyed it. Naya says it looks delicious and she wants some banana milk too. Isagi agrees, but only after he washes the bottle. Mercia comments that it's just as she'd expect from Lord Isagi. He asks what she means and she explains that it's probably his battle tactic, getting the workers hooked on delicious garden fruits so they won't run away. He's good at using the carrot and stick approach. Isagi laughs, saying he hadn't even thought of that. Still, it's great if they can have at least a little fun while working. The workers continue to drink the delicious beverage. Isagi hands Mercia a mug of the drink. He figures she must be tired too, but hasn't had any of his drink yet. He brought it specifically for her. He asks her to try it with him before he offers it to the others. Mercia considers his words and takes the mug. They clink their mugs together and drink them dry. In the morning, Mercia asks Isagi to check on the crops as usual. He agrees and heads off to take a look. A month and a half has passed since they started farming. Thanks to the 5 workers in Mercia, their farm is finally up and running. The farm now includes a medicinal plant plantation zone, wheat fields, an orchard, and vegetable fields. The farm has grown so large that it can now truly be called massive, but its scale makes it difficult to patrol. An idea comes to his mind. He hands Mercia a notebook and asks her to hold it. She asks what's wrong. Isagi says he has a good idea. He pulls out refined copper ingots and activates his magic. A golem horse appears before him. Isagi thought it would be convenient to have a means of transportation. Mercia thanks him, saying he's been a great help. Isagi plans to create a second horse so they can travel together. However, they don't have enough materials. They have to ride the one horse together. They set off to inspect the fields. Mercia sits behind him, feeling flustered, with her hands resting in her lap. Isagi notices this and asks why she's sitting like that, saying it's dangerous and she should hold onto him properly. Mercia agrees and shyly grabs onto Isagi to steady herself. Suddenly, he hears a sound. Isagi asks Mercia if she's purring. She presses closer to him and says he must have imagined it. Isagi wonders what that sound was. They continue riding. Upon arriving at the field, they greet the workers. Rhodes spots them and greets them back. Isagi explains that he's just there to check on the farm and sort things out, so they shouldn't worry about him. They head to the greenhouse together. It seems the temperature is well controlled here, all thanks to the translucent film and magical equipment. The alchemist examines the tomato harvest and suggests that perhaps they should slow down the growth rate of the plants and let them mature at their own pace. Mercia remarks that Mr. Isagi is truly amazing. Isagi asks what she said, but Mercia denies saying anything. She's surprised he managed to create such a large farm in their village. Next, they plan to visit the orchard. Suddenly, Naya bursts into the greenhouse and calls out to them. They are surprised by her appearance. Naya rushes towards them, shouting that something has happened to their orchard. They ask what's wrong, but Naya urges them to come and see. They go to the orchard and find one field completely destroyed. Isagi and Mercia don't understand what happened. The girl exclaims that it's terrible. How could this have happened? It looks like a storm passed through, but it's unlikely to be a natural disaster. Isagi asks Naya if it was like this yesterday, and she replies that it wasn't at all. When she finished work, everything was normal, but when morning came, it was like this. The alchemist asks if there are any other damaged fruits. Nea replies no, as far as she knows, this is the only place it happened. Isagi clarifies if he's correct that only the watermelon field was affected and they were likely lucky. Nea apologizes. Mercia reassures her, saying it's not her fault. Isagi agrees, pointing out that it's impossible to watch the fields even at night. He suggests they start by gathering up the damaged goods. The young man carefully examines the watermelon remains. On one of the fruits, he notices claw marks and various other prints. He concludes that a human didn't do this. Mercia says she smells a faint scent of wild animals. Suddenly, Nea calls out to them, asking them to look at something. She finds a black tuft of fur. Isagi speculates that it's most likely from a black wolf, as these pack animals cause a lot of trouble. Nea is surprised he figured that out just by touching the fur. Isagi explains that he's good at reading information from materials. It seems the sweet scent of watermelons attracted them and they came down from the mountains during the night. Nea asks what will happen if it repeats tonight. Mercia is certain it will happen again, just like bears, once they taste human flesh they attack and devour again, so wolves will definitely return too. Nea asks what they should do. The enemy is an agile monster with strong attacks. Fighting it in the wide-open farm area is a bad idea. Isagi says they'll have to move out from here. He asks Nea to call Ragmund and Ricardo and tell them to protect the farm, but not at the cost of their lives. She says she understands. Isagi then addresses the golems, asking them to put their work aside and informing them that their priority is to guard the farm. Isagi gets on his horse and says he'll follow the tracks into the forest. Mercia declares she'll go with him. She climbs on behind him, and the young man tells her he'll pick up the pace a bit, so she should hold on tight. She agrees and presses herself against Isagi's back. Nea watches them leave. Finally, they spot the tracks. Isagi asks if they're definitely the same. Mercia confirms it, as the tracks lead continuously deeper into the forest and a faint scent remains. Mercia and Isagi ride into the forest and soon spot the wolves. The heroes dismount their horse. They are surrounded by wolves. Isagi realizes these are shadow wolves. The young man thinks he should have anticipated this and brought his friends for backup. He asks Mercia if she can handle a shadow wolf. After thinking, she replies that maybe she can, but she's only half sure. This enemy is so strong that even Mercia doesn't know if she can defeat it. According to his combat tactics, help would increase their chances of victory, but the black wolves won't allow that. He tries to activate his magic. Mercia lunges forward and says she'll buy him time, and Isagi should run away in that moment. He declares that he won't do that. He can't abandon her and run. He understands this isn't rational, but as the only man, he can't abandon Mercia. He reminds her that she supported him even after he was exiled from the imperial castle. Even if he's in trouble again, it doesn't mean he can just leave her. Mercia is surprised. A wolf approaches them, laughing and asking if they really have time to bicker. He calls them foolish creatures. The alchemist is surprised that this wolf has such high intelligence. He can not only speak but also understand their language. Perhaps he's just toying with them. If he doesn't attack, there's still a chance to negotiate. Isagi offers the wolf a deal. The wolf laughs and asks if the human is saying he wants to make a deal with them, with monsters. Isagi confirms his words, saying the conversation will be short and beneficial. The wolf replies that it's interesting and tells him to go ahead. But if it's boring, he'll kill and devour them. Isagi reminds him that last night they ate watermelons growing on his farm. The wolf replies that he didn't know they were called watermelons. Tonight, he plans to come down and eat again. Isagi explains that if he keeps doing that, there won't be any watermelons left, but the wolf says if they run out, he'll just find others. The young man clarifies that, unfortunately, that won't happen. Only they know how to grow these watermelons. The wolf is surprised. The wolf asks Isagi what he's going to demand. If there are watermelons, they'll disappear. Does he want the wolves to leave? Isagi says that's not it. He promises to provide them with watermelons and other grown vegetables and fruits, and in return, the wolves will guard their farm. The pack leader is indignant, asking if Isagi intends to treat them like livestock. Isagi remains calm and says it depends on how they look at it. After all, from their perspective, the farm workers could be seen as livestock that continues to produce delicious food. The pack leader ponders this. Isagi adds that besides watermelons, their farm has plenty of other delicious food. He asks the wolf what he thinks about that. The wolf thinks for a while. Night falls, the farm workers set out to search for Mercia. And finally, they spot them emerging from the forest. Ni rushes over and says it's great that they returned safe and sound. Isagi apologizes for scaring them and explains that the golem horse broke down, which is why they were delayed. Ni asks if they're injured. The young man explains that fortunately everything is fine. Everyone is relieved that they are alive and well. Ni asks if they managed to subdue the black wolves. Isagi hesitates and asks them to listen very carefully. A wolf's head emerges from the ground and it asks if they can tell them already. Isagi replies that they can't, as he was just about to explain everything. The workers are horrified to see a shadow wolf next to the alchemist. Ricardo shouts to Isagi that there's a monster hiding in his shadow. Isagi asks them to calm down. A while back, the pack leader finally agreed to make a deal. However, if he couldn't satisfy their hunger, the deal would immediately be off. Isagi agreed to the terms. After all, his farm was second to none, neither in productivity nor in taste. A vast garden filled with countless flowers unfolded before his eyes. The child, seeing this place for the first time, froze in astonishment. The entire room resembled a green oasis. The walls were hidden behind dense plants, and the air was filled with the scent of freshness and foliage. It seemed as if the room itself had transformed into a living world where every plant was in its place, creating a magical atmosphere. The young man was surprised to note how many medicinal and magical herbs grew there. At that moment, he accidentally stumbled upon a figure sitting directly in front of him. A girl was perched on a table, her face buried in the surface as if hiding tears. Judging by her appearance, she was still a child, and her fragile posture only emphasized this impression. He noticed that someone was taking care of this garden with special diligence and expressed his interest aloud. Hearing his voice, the girl flinched in surprise as she hadn't expected anyone else to be there. Embarrassment washed over her, and her face immediately flushed red, betraying her confusion and shyness. He listed the properties of the plants. Norihydrangea eases breathing, Daja grass relieves pain, and linden grass helps with fatigue. This showed his knowledge of the garden. Then, he apologized to the girl for entering without permission. Looking around, he asked Lady Lily if all these plants truly belonged to her. And indeed, she cultivated all these plants herself, believing she could help her mother. The girl gathered each herb with the hope that the power of nature would bring healing. But it soon became clear, no leaves or roots could lift the heavy curse. Her sincere efforts, filled with care and childlike persistence, proved futile, and the illness continued to devastate her family's life. Rachel, he's amazing. He immediately understood the reason for her mother's suffering. He even told them how to remove it, and her brother Karim is ready to risk his life to help the lady. Surely the knights will accompany him too. Everyone is trying so hard for Mom, but Lilith can't do anything for her. This hurt and embittered her so much, and the thoughts that she was useless. The girl confessed in despair that she felt useless because she couldn't help her own mother. Her words sounded too bitter for such a young voice. Then the young man firmly replied that everything she said was wrong. He assured her that there was nothing like considering herself useless, and her care already mattered. She had grown an astonishing variety of plants, paying attention to every detail, temperature, suitable environment, and the compatibility of herbs with each other. All of this was done for Atri Lilith, and she had put a lot of effort into these endeavors. The young man, who had once grown plants in the mountains himself, understood perfectly how difficult it was. That's why Rachel's words sounded especially frank and sincere. However, Rachel possessed knowledge and skills accumulated over many years of life. At her age, he himself would not have been able to achieve such a result, especially with what she managed to do. After all, this plant is a Rulala tradition, and it is extremely difficult to grow. It constantly dries out and requires special care. Undoubtedly, she had to put in incredible effort to be able to grow it. It was said that this flower could grant human wishes, and so Rachel was certain. The Rulala grass had heard the girl's sincere desire to help her mother. After his words, she visibly calmed down and even thanked him. Finally, the young man added that he could help her fulfill her wish if she truly wanted it. To fulfill Lady Lily's wish, the young man firmly decided to help her. He understood how important her desire to save her mother was to her, and he wanted to do everything possible to support her hope. That evening, the cooks were busy in the palace, and a conversation started among them. One asked the other if he would like to use the kitchen. The words sounded almost like an invitation to a test of skill, and a slight excitement immediately arose in the air, as if it were the beginning of an unusual competition. The question was addressed to Rachel. He admitted that he would like to use the kitchen. However, just listening to him wasn't enough. After all, the kitchen was full of sharp objects and hot flames where it was easy to get burned. Considering he was still too young, the cooks decided they couldn't allow the boy to cook and politely denied his request. While the cooks considered him just a child and paid no attention to his requests, an old man approached them. He stopped nearby and asked what was happening. His appearance silenced everyone, and the conversation was cut short mid-sentence. It turned out that the head chef himself stood before them. His appearance betrayed years of experience, and it was clear he was in charge here. The cooks quickly reported to him. The boy wanted to use the kitchen. The old man looked closely at the young guest and seemed to even recognize him. Then he asked if he was from the Rativia family. The boy confirmed this and stated his name, Rachel. The chef also introduced himself. His name was Sanho, and he explained that he was in charge of the kitchen in the Ravisha household, overseeing everything related to meal preparation. Once the introductions were complete, the boy returned to the matter at hand and asked the chef if he could use the kitchen. But the answer was unequivocal. Sanho refused. The old man explained that there were 2 reasons for his refusal, and his serious tone made it clear that the conversation would not be easy. Firstly, he was a guest of the Rativia family, and the chef could not allow him to work in the kitchen like a servant, much less put him in danger. Secondly, this was where food was prepared for the entire Rativia family and their servants, and therefore Sanho had no right to allow an outsider to participate. The young man had to understand this, as it concerned the honor and safety of the house. The young boy, of course, understood the arguments but stated that he wouldn't cause anyone trouble. He had already brought all the necessary ingredients himself and only asked for permission to cook. In desperation, he pleaded to be allowed to stay in the kitchen. At that moment, Lady Lily approached and also appealed to Sanho with a request, supporting Rachel's wish. She earnestly begged the chef to allow Rachel to use the kitchen. Her request was a sincere plea, and it was clear that the girl wholeheartedly wished to support his endeavor. As Lady Lily looked at him imploringly, her usually reserved demeanor changed, and a childlike stubbornness appeared in her eyes. She had never been so insistent before. It seemed her plea made Sanho pause. The chef fell silent for a moment, as if weighing his decision, his serious gaze sweeping over the boy who awaited his answer. As the head of the kitchen, Sanho had to take full responsibility, so he asked the boy directly what exactly he intended to cook. The old man spoke seriously, as the safety and reputation of the house depended on his decision. And could such a task be entrusted to just anyone rather than an experienced chef? Perhaps the chef already knew what was happening. To lift Lady Sophia's curse, it had been decided to send Sir Karam along with the knights to the dragon. They were currently en route and expected to complete their mission soon. Hope for their success hung in the air, and everyone awaited news from this dangerous expedition. To solidify the Rativia family's victory, the boy planned to prepare a special dish. His intention was serious. Through cooking, he wanted to contribute, proving his usefulness. This desire came from his heart and expressed his determination to act for those who had taken him in. A special dish, huh? The chef had heard about the boy's situation, but that didn't mean Sanho would easily agree. His caution and sense of responsibility prevented hasty decisions, and he wasn't quick to give permission, carefully observing the young guest and his resolve. Therefore, the boy was told to first prepare a dish for the chef himself. Only after that would it be decided whether the food could be entrusted to the knights and the young lord. Russell readily agreed to the condition and was now determined to put all his effort into proving his skills in the kitchen. Soon, all the kitchen utensils and an apron were brought to him. These were real chef's tools, meticulously prepared. The boy could barely remember the last time he had seen anything like them. Everything looked to be in excellent condition, and each item seemed to be waiting to be in his hands and shine in action. The young man immediately got to work preparing a dish to his liking. His movements were precise and confident, everything done skillfully and without unnecessary fuss. It seemed every detail in the kitchen obeyed his hands, and he himself was completely focused on the cooking process. He cut the ingredients sharply and quickly, like a true master of his craft. Even the other cooks watched his technique with surprise. It was still unknown exactly what the boy was going to prepare, but the main ingredients were visible: onions, tomatoes, meat, and beans, all neatly prepared. Then he chopped the remaining ingredients and carefully submerged them in water. Heating a pot, he added a little oil and then garlic. An appetizing aroma spread through the kitchen. The girl standing nearby watched his every move, surprised at how delicious the food already smelled. When the aroma intensified, he added the minced meat and onions, sautéed them, then lowered the heat and poured in water, bringing it to a boil. For a rich broth, he added salt, pepper, and oil to taste. On top, he added cheese, allowing it to melt slowly, creating an appetizing appearance. And voila, the dish was ready. Before everyone stood a simple yet exquisite creation: pork with beans and cheese. Hot, aromatic steam rose from the pot, filling the kitchen with warmth and the promise of rich flavor, while the melted cheese on top gave the dish a special appeal. It looked so appetizing that many of the cooks couldn't take their eyes off the dish. The boy then respectfully presented the finished soup to the chef. Sanho, maintaining his seriousness, took a spoonful, intending to carefully evaluate the taste. The moment of truth had arrived. The young culinary artist's fate was being decided right then. Sanho, without changing his stern expression, scooped a spoonful and slowly tasted the soup. His gaze remained focused, as if he were evaluating every nuance of the flavor. The moment of truth had arrived. The fate of the young culinary artist and his dream of cooking in this kitchen depended on this very moment. The boy allowed the other cooks to try the dish as well, as Sanho himself had insisted that everyone evaluate it. They didn't hesitate and immediately took a spoonful. The taste struck them with unexpected depth. Confusion was reflected on their faces, as if they couldn't decide whether the food was just good or truly outstanding. They really liked the food. The cooks, initially surprised, soon couldn't hide their joy. They exchanged glances, smiled, and even nodded approvingly, acknowledging the boy's skill. The seemingly simple dish turned out to be surprisingly delicious, and this discovery filled the kitchen with a slight excitement and genuine admiration for his culinary abilities. The sweetness of the ingredients combined wonderfully in this dish. The meat was perfectly salted and had a rich flavor. The onions were thick and soft, the potatoes crumbly, and the beans freshly complemented the overall picture. They liked both the texture and the crunch, but there was a strange note in the broth that raised questions. The chef immediately caught the unusual note and realized that finely chopped dried vegetables had been added to the broth. His experience had not failed him. Sanho narrowed his eyes and directly asked the boy if this was true. Russell did not deny it and honestly admitted that he had indeed done so. Drying vegetables enhances their flavor and removes moisture. It's very nutritious and beneficial. It's excellent that the kid was able to consider this and that food shouldn't just be beautiful but also healthy at the same time. Maintaining such a combination is usually not that easy. The chef himself admitted that the boy was a true master. He now clearly understood the child's skills. The taste of the dish was impeccable. Therefore, Sanho gave his permission. Russell could feed whomever he wished. Even though he used special beans, they caused no harm. Hearing the acknowledgement, the young man was deeply moved. By the way, Sanho hadn't expected to ever taste this dish again. His grandmother had first made it when he was a child. The other assistants were surprised to hear that the chef recognized the flavor. It seemed this dish was a rarity here, almost unknown, which only made it more intriguing. After the war with demons, much was wiped off the face of the earth. Among the lost knowledge was this very recipe. Pork with beans and cheese gradually became a forgotten dish. Sanho was sure no one would ever prepare it again, which is why he felt genuine astonishment and touching nostalgia. So that was it. That was the reason why this dish was unpopular here. Hearing the explanation, the boy was genuinely surprised. He found it hard to believe that such a delicious and simple-to-make dish could be forgotten just because ancient knowledge had been lost. Then the old man thanked the young man for his efforts, for allowing him to recall the taste of his childhood. For Sanho, this was especially precious. It was as if a forgotten part of his life had returned. His face softened, and for the first time in a long while, a truly content smile appeared in his eyes. Russell couldn't have imagined hearing such words. Now he was glad he had decided to prepare this particular dish. The fact that his work was appreciated, that it wasn't useless and could contribute to the cause, filled his heart with warmth. The young man beamed with happiness and modest pride. However, engrossed in the taste of the dish, everyone noticed that the little princess also expressed a desire to try it. But the chef gently refused. It was food for tasting, and offering it to the young lady would be considered inappropriate. The girl blushed, turned red, and quietly apologized for her unintentional request. Then the chef unexpectedly made a funny face as if saying, "This is our little secret." He winked, hinting that no one would find out. The atmosphere immediately lightened, and even the strict cooks couldn't help but smile. The little princess also brightened up, delighted by the attention. Hearing these words, the young lady couldn't hide her joy. Her face, which had been full of embarrassment just moments before, completely transformed, lighting up with a bright smile. She looked so happy that it seemed all her worries had vanished at once. The girl bowed her head slightly and sincerely thanked the chef. This was important to her. Not only was her desire to try the dish accepted, but it was also kept a secret. Immediately, Russell carefully served her a plate. The food was still hot, emitting an appetizing aroma. The young lady cautiously took a spoon and tasted it, and instantly her face lit up with genuine delight. For her, it was a true pleasure. The taste was so warm and comforting. Seeing the sincere emotions his dish evoked, the other cooks couldn't help but smile and even felt proud of the boy. Since the young lady enjoyed this dish so much, the chef confidently decided that everyone else would like it just as much. His stern gaze softened, as there was no longer any doubt about the boy's skill. He declared that such a treat was worthy of being served even to knights. Hearing this, Russell felt that he simply couldn't afford to miss his chance now. His heart filled with determination, and he firmly prepared for the next step. Then the boy, gathering his courage, offered to prepare another dish. His voice sounded respectful, yet there was a hint of excitement in it. If Chef Sanho didn't mind, Russell wanted to showcase his skills again and create something special. He said this sincerely, wanting to show that he could cook not only simple dishes but also something that could surprise even experienced chefs. Now the scene shifts to the knights, the very ones who would soon depart to face the dragon. Today was a special day, their solemn send-off. Families, servants, and nobles gathered in the grand hall, each wishing the heroes good luck and a victorious return. Long tables were set for the warriors, laden with food and drinks, so they could eat and drink their fill before the arduous campaign. The atmosphere blended anxiety with proud anticipation of the upcoming battle. The emperor's family itself was also present at this festive banquet. They sat at the head of the table, observing the proceedings intently. Suddenly, Russell stepped forward. His small figure looked modest before the assembled nobles and knights, yet his voice sounded confident. The young man began his speech, addressed to the heroes who would soon depart to face the dragon. Silence fell over the hall. Everyone waited to hear what he was going to say. Russell, bowing to the knights, said that he personally couldn't help them on their quest against the dragon. However, he still wanted to contribute to their mission. The young man explained that he had prepared a special dish for them and asked the brave warriors to try it. It was the same dish he had previously offered for tasting to the chef and cooks, pork with beans and cheese, a forgotten recipe from the past. But then the Lord himself added that Russell was, after all, his guest and he had been working in the kitchen. However, the boy didn't find this humiliating at all. He did everything of his own free will. Hearing these words, the Lord unhesitatingly took a spoon and prepared to taste the food. And indeed, the flavor turned out to be exquisite and refined. The dish made a strong impression, and soon all present acknowledged it as magnificent. And then the knights also noticed something unusual among the ingredients served. Their attention was particularly drawn to the gank beans, the name of which caused them confusion. None of the warriors had ever heard of such a plant before, and so they exchanged glances as if in slight bewilderment. A silence hung in the air, filled with anticipation for an explanation. They wanted to know where such a rare and surprising ingredient, capable of enhancing the dish's flavor, had come from. It turned out to be the very beans that strengthen the body and boost immunity. The knights exchanged glances, learning the truth as they had heard rumors about them before. Indeed, it was said that if you ate them, you could even withstand a dragon's blow. Such a rare and powerful ingredient was not expected to be seen in ordinary cooking. From Russell, such a small boy, they certainly didn't expect to hear about such extraordinary power. But that wasn't the end of it. Russell had also prepared a second dish, which he carefully served to the knights. Before them was something new, unfamiliar to the eye, and completely unknown in taste. They examined the food with astonishment, exchanging glances as if trying to recall where they might have seen something similar. But they found no answers. The unknown treat intrigued them more and more. Even the imperial family showed interest, waiting to see what this little cook would surprise everyone with next. The boy had received permission from Sanho, but his doubts lingered. Even with the chef's blessing, he felt responsible for everything he would serve to the knights and the emperor's family. When asked why he hesitated so much, the young cook answered frankly, "This dish could be called a bit dangerous." His words made those present wary. No one expected that behind the beautiful appearance and aroma lay something requiring careful handling. But despite the warnings, the leader of the knights, without hesitation, decided to be the first to try the dangerous dish. His confidence and resolve surprised many. He raised a spoon and calmly ate what Russell had prepared. The others at the table were astonished by his action. After all, it was food that could pose a threat to life. Their gazes turned to him with both apprehension and respect, and silence momentarily enveloped the entire hall. The answer was obvious. The food was perfect. The leader of the knights smiled, admitting that the dish's flavor was astonishingly rich and harmonious. There was nothing dangerous about it. On the contrary, it gave them strength and lightness. The others, hearing this admission, were surprised, as they had expected something heavy or frightening. Instead, they found an exquisite creation where every note of flavor resonated perfectly. After that, the elder lord, not wanting to be left out, also tried the dish. His stern gaze softened as the taste unfolded in his mouth. It had both power and refinement. Following him, the others, one by one, reached for the food. Their faces changed from surprise to joy. Their trust in Russell only grew. They understood that the young man had put his heart and desire to protect them into every spoonful. It was all perfectly clear. It was delicious. There was no doubt left. Russell's food pleased everyone. The taste was rich, deep, as if it gave them strength. They exchanged glances, nodding to each other, and it was clear from their faces that everyone enjoyed it. Yes, that's exactly what happened. Russell had scared them for nothing. There was nothing dangerous in the food. On the contrary, everything was so delicious that it was impossible to stop eating. The knights ate greedily, not hiding their enjoyment, and the table quickly emptied. Laughter and lively conversations filled the hall. They ate until they were full, as if saying goodbye to their ordinary lives before the campaign. The elder brother, leaning back in his chair, smiled and admitted that he couldn't stop himself. He ate and ate, as if each spoonful only sharpened his appetite. He was even surprised by this unusual state for himself. Usually he was reserved and strict, but now the food had overcome his will. So he had deliberately played a trick on everyone, pretending to complain seriously, and then revealed that the only problem was that the food was too delicious to stop eating. Everyone around first exchanged glances, then burst out laughing at his joke. Even the tension that had been in the hall seemed to dissipate. Russell was slightly embarrassed but glowed with happiness inside. This was the strangeness of what was happening. Everything seemed like a slight mockery, but there was no actual joke. Their steps and movements continued without stopping, as if an unknown force pushed them again and again. They had no ability to resist, could not turn aside or change their path, and so everything happened exactly as it was meant to be, no other way. The aroma was enchanting, the taste seemed unique. The knights ate enthusiastically, not noticing how quickly the plates emptied. Each spoonful brought new pleasure. Soon, someone asked for the name of the dish. Russell calmly replied without changing his expression, "Fried dragon butterfly." Silence fell in the hall, and then surprised exclamations rang out. "Dragon butterfly?" Their eyes widened, disbelieving what they had heard. Its fangs were sharp, its breath was fire, and it was considered one of the largest insects. The meat of the dragon butterfly was surprising. Its texture resembled fish, soft and tender. Russell carefully minced it, processing each piece with caution. Then he coated the resulting mass in flour, creating a thin layer, and fried it until golden brown. The aroma filled the kitchen, arousing hungry curiosity in everyone nearby. The boy wanted to add something else to talk about his dish, but his words were lost. No one even looked up. Everyone sat completely engrossed in their food. The clatter of spoons and satisfied sighs drowned out his voice. No one cared for conversation, as the aroma and taste had captivated everyone completely. Russell just sighed, understanding that the food now spoke for him more eloquently than any words. Their plates were already empty, not a crumb left. They truly couldn't stop, so strong was the dish's enchantment. The taste gave them a sense of resilience, as if resisting dragon attacks and even the monster's breath. Now they had to acquire such skills. The brothers, preparing for battle, rose from the table and sincerely thanked the boy for his rare, priceless gift. When it was all over, the boy, having said his goodbyes, left the hall and walked down the corridor. He was so glad they liked the food, and hope warmed his heart. Now the knights had every chance of success. Lost in thought, he walked forward but suddenly froze. A silhouette flashed ahead. It turned out to be one of the brothers, the very one who was going to war with the dragon. He was practicing with his weapon off to the side, his movements swift and precise, as if each one had been honed by years of hard training. Sweat dripped from his face, his breathing was heavy, but he didn't stop. It was clear he was preparing himself for the decisive battle. He performed the movements with such confidence, as if each one was part of a carefully constructed ritual. His stance remained impeccable, his strikes swift and precise without the slightest miss. The brother's face expressed complete concentration and seriousness, his eyes burning with determination. It seemed everything else around him vanished, except for him and the weapon in his hands. Floody trained, his movements swift and confident, each touch of the sword radiating power and experience. He was focused, his gaze burning with determination. At that moment, a voice echoed from the shadows of the corridor. A stranger who had been hidden in the darkness stepped into the light and addressed him, noting his incredible speed and precision. It was Richelle, the girl with glasses, always strict and composed. She stepped closer, adjusted her frames, and calmly said that they had a difficult campaign ahead of them tomorrow, reminding Floody to rest. With a slight smile, she asked if he wasn't going to finish his training and go to bed, as they would need their strength. Sighing, he lowered his sword, admitting that sleep wouldn't come to him. Thoughts of the dragon tormented his heart. Could he be of any use in battle? These anxieties robbed him of his peace. There was restraint in his movements and a shadow of doubt in his eyes, as if he didn't trust his own strength. Richelle smiled gently and said that everything would be fine. She reminded him that Russell had prepared special dishes for them, capable of sustaining their strength. These words somewhat calmed Floody. After all, even if he doubted himself, Russell's food would be a shield that would help him withstand the dragon's attack and protect his comrades. Floody, clenching his fists, declared from the bottom of his heart that he would protect Lord Karam no matter what. His voice trembled, but an unwavering resolve resonated within it. He said he was even ready to give his life for it. Richelle, hearing such sincere words, fell silent, feeling the gravity of the moment. He understood that his role was to be a shield for Lord Karam. The opponent would be a dragon, and withstanding a blow from such a creature seemed impossible. But he did not hesitate. If necessary, he was ready to face death, to become a living shield to protect others. Determination burned in his eyes, and neither doubt nor fear could shake his resolve to stand until the end. She admitted to herself that Floody was weak. Even in the fight against the bandits, they only survived thanks to Russell. Without his help, victory would have been impossible. Battling a dragon would require incredible strength, which Floody clearly lacked. However, Lord Kagras possessed enough power to handle the threat. Floody would only be able to support and protect, acting as a shield while Lord Kagras led the fight. But thanks to the strength Russell gave him, Floody would at least be able to serve as Lord Kagras's shield. He genuinely wondered if Russell had prepared those dishes with this exact purpose in mind. Floody severely underestimated himself, not realizing that even his role as a shield was extremely important. Every step he took, every defense he made could be crucial in the fight against the dragon. And though he had doubts, Russell's trust gave him strength. Moreover, Floody didn't understand anything that was happening. He tried to articulate his thoughts, but Rachel just listened to him silently, nodded, and without arguing walked down the corridor. Her footsteps gradually faded, leaving Fleddy alone with his doubts and anxiety, but in his heart, hope for Rushel's help and the strength he had gained from his dishes still warmed him. If Fleddy were to die, everyone would be incredibly sad and the grief would be immense. After saying this, Rachel's silhouette gradually dissolved into the darkness of the corridor, leaving behind only the faint echo of her words. Rushel stood motionless, observing what was happening, his eyes carefully following every movement, every breath, understanding how important these moments were and how much the fates of everyone around depended on him. While the young man stood there unsure of what to do, Clavis approached from behind as if he had passed by unnoticed. Rushel paused for a moment, wondering if the conflict had arisen because of his cooking. The thought crossed his mind that he himself should bear responsibility for the consequences. But looking around, Rushel realized that it was all just his own worry, and in reality, no problems had arisen because of his actions. He felt a strong sense of duty that compelled him to act without thinking of himself. His mind was entirely focused on the obligation to protect Lord Kagras and his comrades. Life seemed secondary to him, not worth his attention. Every sword strike, every step in training he perceived as a duty without considering the potential danger. He was ready to risk everything for others, completely disregarding his own life and its fragility. One could say these were Fleddy's own problems, but for Kagras as his lord, the task was different: to lighten the young knight's burden. Rushel was there precisely because of Fleddy. He watched the young man struggle with doubts and fears and didn't want him to get hurt or die. Every step, every movement Fleddy made caused him concern, for the life of someone dear to him was at stake. But the others, including Kagras, also didn't want such a thing to happen. Everyone understood how important each knight was in the upcoming battle and how tragic it would be to lose anyone. Their worried gazes followed Fleddy and their hearts filled with anxiety. No one wished to see the young warrior fall, for not only the outcome of the impending battle, but also the safety of everyone standing by and relying on his strength depended on it. The next day dawned. The entire morning passed in tension, and now the soldiers stood at their positions ready for battle. Each of them checked their weapons, inspected their gear, and exchanged final instructions with their comrades. The silence of the corridors and courtyard was piercing, filled with anticipation. Hearts beat faster, breathing quickened, and eyes watched every movement of their enemies. Everyone understood. A decisive battle lay ahead today, and the outcome of the fight depended on each of them. The honorable knights of the Retivia family stood arrayed before the hall, and a speech was addressed to them. The words inspired and boosted morale. They had decided to challenge the dragon to lift the curse from Kagras's wife. Each knight felt the responsibility and risk, but was ready to accept the challenge. Their hearts filled with determination and their eyes burned with courage. At that moment, everyone understood. The upcoming battle would be a test of strength, bravery, and loyalty to duty. Kagras watched the knights with pride. His eyes shone with respect and gratitude, for he saw their courage and dedication to the cause. Every movement, every resolute action of the knights showed that they were ready to risk their lives to save his wife. His heart swelled with pride for these people, ready to challenge a dragon, and he felt that the choice of those who would go into battle was justified. Karam called for the captain of the knights, Fleddy. His voice was firm, without a hint of doubt, and the command sounded like a final decision. Fleddy, hearing the order, reacted instantly. He straightened up, his eyes lit up with determination, and every movement expressed his readiness to act. The order was carried out without delay, as if discipline and duty were already ingrained in the knight himself, making him ready for any trials that lay ahead. When Fleddy stood before Kagras, the lord unexpectedly pulled something from his belt, as if to give it to him as a final gesture. In Kagras's hands was a small, neatly wrapped object, hinting at its significance. Fleddy was surprised, his eyes widening. He had not expected such a gift or a sign of trust. His heart pounded, and for a moment, all anxieties and tension receded, replaced by surprise and curiosity. Now something no one expected happened. Kagras extended his sword to the leader, as if entrusting him with his most precious weapon. This act was striking and commanded silent respect, for it signified complete recognition of the leader's strength and resolve. The leader accepted the blade without hesitation, preparing to take it with him into the upcoming battle against the formidable dragon, on whose outcome the fate of the entire squad depended. For it was a sacred relic, the sword Flame Tongue. Its value was immense. Even in the archives, only photographs could be found, confirming the weapon's uniqueness and historical significance. The young man holding the sword felt the weight of responsibility, for it was not just a tool, but a symbol of Kagras's strength, trust, and legacy. His heart trembled with the realization that he had now become the bearer of something truly priceless and significant to the entire Retivia family. Fleddy did not refuse and gratefully accepted the sword Flame Tongue. In his hands, the relic seemed even more significant, and his heart filled with determination. He understood the full weight of responsibility and was ready for anything, even to give his life to lift the curse from Kagras's wife. Gratitude overwhelmed him, and his resolve to act for others made him ready to face any trials that might lie ahead, without a moment's hesitation. Since his lord was entrusting him with the sword, Fleddy immediately grasped its significance. He understood that it was not just a weapon, but a symbol of complete responsibility and trust. A thought crept into the young man's heart. Perhaps he would have to give his life for the mission, but along with this understanding came an awareness of his own role and duty. Fleddy clearly saw that accepting the sword meant readiness for any trials, and he was prepared to face the consequences without a moment's hesitation. But as the Lord saw, Fleddy still hadn't fully understood the meaning of the gift. In reality, it meant not sacrificing his life but returning alive. The young man was to pass the trial and return the sword flame-tongue with his own hands. Only then would Cagras's honor and trust be preserved. Fleddy didn't realize this yet, but responsibility and duty already rested on his shoulders, making his heart beat faster and preparing him for the upcoming trials. Then the words of the lady, the mother, began to ring out, addressed to Fleddy and Karim. She expressed gratitude for their willingness to fight for her, but at the same time asked them not to consider themselves bound by duty or obligation. Her voice conveyed anxiety and concern, a desire to preserve their lives. She asked them to return home alive without taking unnecessary risks. Every word was filled with love and hope, making the knights feel both responsibility and the strength emanating from her trust and care. Yes, the knights understood everything. Their lady's words conveyed the importance of their mission, but at the same time reminded them of the value of their lives. Each felt a sense of responsibility and duty, but now a new understanding settled in their hearts. They must fight with determination, but without sacrificing themselves needlessly. They accepted her plea to return alive as a guide for action, gaining clarity of purpose and feeling the support that came from the trust and care she bestowed upon them. Fleddy knelt before Cagras, bowing deeply. His movements were precise and respectful, reflecting profound reverence and loyalty to his lord. In that moment, every gesture expressed recognition of the authority and responsibility placed upon him. Fleddy's heart beat steadily, aware of the significance of the moment and the symbolism of his action. The bow signified not only respect but also a readiness to accept the mission with complete dedication and a resolve to fulfill his duty, no matter how challenging it might be. Fleddy Famrud solemnly swore that they would return alive. Every word was imbued with determination and honor, reflecting the depth of his devotion. He promised his lord to retrieve the sacred relic, the flame tongue, with his own hands, preserving its honor and value. Fleddy's heart was full of responsibility and courage, his gaze fixed firmly forward. In that moment, everyone understood that his oath was not empty words, but a promise he was prepared to fulfill at any cost. El said, "May the blessing of the sacred spirit Lionel be with you," Cagras declared, his words sounding like a powerful send-off. Their meaning penetrated the knights' hearts, instilling confidence and strength. Lionel's blessing symbolized protection, wisdom, and spiritual support in the upcoming battle. Each knight felt a sense of responsibility and resolve, understanding that they were no longer alone. A mighty force stood behind them, ready to guide and protect them on their path to fulfilling the mission. Thus, Cagras's words and Lionel's blessing once again lifted the knights' spirits. They felt a surge of confidence and hope, which strengthened their resolve before the impending battle. The atmosphere around them filled with power and unity. Each understood that they were not merely performing a duty, but also protecting those they loved. Hope and faith overflowed in their hearts, making the knights stronger, ready to face any trials and overcome any difficulties, no matter what dangers awaited them. Observing all these events, Russell felt proud of Cagras. He admired his determination, strength of character, and dedication to his cause. Cagras in turn also noticed the boy. His gaze lingered on Russell for a moment, as if he sensed the unusual presence and significance of this young chef. A silent connection formed between them, an acknowledgement of the talent and spirit Russell had displayed. A proud and quiet joy filled the boy's heart, realizing that his efforts had been noticed and appreciated by someone so important. Before leaving, Fleddy didn't want anyone to hold a grudge against him. He approached Russell and apologized for yesterday. The leader wasn't going to risk his life for nothing, and Fleddy's anxiety was understandable. He feared she would turn away from him, but her answer was undeniably clear. No, she wouldn't. Her gaze and words gave him confidence, easing the tension and strengthening the trust between them before the upcoming trials. Since everyone was ready, the knights set off for the northern mountains, where the dragon resided. Each step was filled with determination and caution, their hearts beating in unison with the impending danger. Fleddy and Karim stood at the vanguard, ready to protect each other in the mission. The Retivia knights, united by duty and courage, advanced, feeling the weight of responsibility and the hope of success, knowing that trials awaited them that would test the strength, wisdom, and loyalty of each. The journey was long and arduous, every step taken with difficulty. The knights had already covered a significant distance, traversing rocky paths and enduring the cold wind of the northern mountains. Finally, they stopped at a small, secluded spot where they could rest. Here, the ground was flatter and the surrounding nature offered a brief respite from the long journey. Everyone felt tired, but their spirits remained high, and each understood there was still much to go before they would face the dragon. Finally, they reached the mountain where the dragon resided. Its peak stretched into the clouds, hidden in fog and cold wind. The cliff seemed impregnable, and the mountain's grandeur filled the knights with awe. A path full of dangers and trials opened before them, and each felt the weight of the impending mission. The height and harshness of the place emphasized the dragon's strength and power, making their hearts beat faster and preparing them for an encounter with a creature whose danger was as real as it was majestic. The team decided to spend the night at the foot of the mountain to begin their ascent on foot the next day. Everyone understood the importance of getting good rest before the trials. Lighting a small campfire in the forest, they gathered around it, feeling warmth and comfort amidst the cold nature. The night was quiet, only the wind whispering through the treetops. Each knight resting pondered the upcoming battle and gathered their strength, knowing that much depended on the morning's climb and their encounter with the dragon. Standing by a tree, Karam held a gift given to him by his younger sister Lilith. Remembering her, he felt the warmth and care put into this token of affection. Inside were medicinal herbs carefully gathered and prepared. She wanted Karam to take them with him, hoping they would help him on his journey and protect him from dangers. This gift became a symbol of support and family for him, giving him strength for the upcoming trials. This was a very strange situation. It was said that she was particularly afraid of humans. Furthermore, Ellie regretted that it was a journal violation, that the journal violation had been corrected, and that she needed to return home alive. She prayed to God to protect her with this letter and help keep it safe so that it would reach its destination and not lose its importance. The most important thing now was for their families to be pleased with their actions. The knights understood that their efforts, courage, and risky mission should bring joy and satisfaction to those they protected. It was this sense of responsibility and the desire to live up to trust that gave them the strength to move forward, overcoming fatigue and fear. Family became their measure of success, and the thought of their contentment inspired decisive actions and faith in victory. In short, they were about to set off, following the map Russell had prepared. Vladek noticed a certain sheet of paper the boy had given them along with the map and was surprised. It was just an ordinary piece of paper. Russell explained that this scroll should only be opened upon reaching the Dragon's Mountain. At first glance, it looked simple and unremarkable, but it was in this seeming simplicity that its importance and purpose were hidden, which would become clear only at the right moment. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. A white, glowing, enormous genie emerged from the sheet. Everyone was astonished, frozen in shock, unable to believe their eyes. Vladek and the other knights stood with their mouths agape, and Russell himself could barely hide his surprise. The genie radiated a strange mystical power, and its appearance completely changed the atmosphere around them, making everyone feel that not just difficulties awaited them, but events no one had even suspected. The others also didn't understand what this could mean. The genie spoke, apologizing for the fright, and explained that he was a possessed herb containing a part of Russell's soul. His voice was unusual, mystical, and his words made everyone freeze in astonishment. No one expected an ordinary sheet of paper to conceal such an entity. This discovery instantly changed their understanding of what was happening. Now they realized that before them was not just a genie, but something directly connected to Russell himself. This was that rare grass, so exceptional that even among other magical plants it stood out. It was likely a part of Russell, so unique and powerful. Jin could speak as if Russell was using him to communicate from afar, but there were no such signals now. Everything happening seemed like a true miracle, and everyone understood that they were facing something unusual, rare, and valuable, connected to Russell himself, opening up new possibilities and mysteries yet to be uncovered. This was merely an alter ego, manifesting through Russell's memories and character. If his real body were here, the dragon would undoubtedly sense its presence. Understanding this, Russell had to find another way to influence and communicate. The alter ego served as a link, allowing information to be transmitted and contact maintained with the knights without putting himself in danger. This indirect approach proved necessary to prepare for the encounter with the dragon and preserve the chance of mission success. This was surprising, and the others certainly didn't expect it. Hearing this, they felt the paradox of the situation. Dragons are constantly moving, making simple maps useless. Russell's alter ego allowed them to guide them more precisely, making the search easier. It now became clear that ordinary methods wouldn't work, and only unusual approaches based on Russell's magic and unique abilities could ensure the mission's success. Everyone realized that difficulties lay ahead, and the right direction became a key element of their preparation. It should be noted that this is only a part of Russell's soul, capable of giving only simple answers. Nevertheless, he showed care and attention to the knights so they could rely on him. Despite his limited capabilities, his presence instilled confidence. This Russell proved to be extraordinarily significant. His strength and wisdom were felt even through his alter ego, and it all sounded so impressive that it left a deep impression on everyone present, ladies and gentlemen alike. Now the assistant led the way, going first and pointing out the path. The knights followed him, trusting his guidance and cautiously moving forward. This time he turned right, changing the route, and everyone realized that this decision was important for safe progress. Each step was carefully measured, and the attention of all participants was focused on the path. Russell's alter ego guided them precisely, taking into account the terrain and potential dangers, ensuring steady movement toward their goal despite the unknown ahead. They continued to ascend the mountain, step by step, each striving for the summit. The path was not easy, and the group moved with full concentration, supporting each other. Finally, they stopped on a small plateau to rest and assess the further route. From here, they had a view of the surroundings, and everyone realized the scale of the task ahead. Despite their fatigue, the team's spirit remained high, and they understood that the stop was just a brief respite before the next stage of the climb to the dragon's lair. They stood on a cliff, and from this position, they had a full view of the dragon's lair. Below, among the rocks and dense vegetation, the enormous body of the creature was visible, seemingly still asleep. The silence and grandeur of the moment impressed everyone present. Each person felt the tension and anticipation of the upcoming battle. The knights held their breath, studying the details of the terrain and the dragon's position. understanding that the outcome of their mission and the success of the entire operation to lift the curse depended on this moment. The dragon continued to sleep soundly. Even though the knight stood quite close, its enormous eyes remained closed and its breathing was even and calm. It seemed that the presence of humans did not disturb it at all. Every movement of the team remained unnoticed by the giant, which gave them a rare opportunity to observe and assess the situation. The tension in the air was mixed with surprise. A mighty creature slept before them, and even the proximity of mortal danger did not disturb its peace. This white dragon, serving God, embodied power and wisdom. It blessed everyone present with good fortune, and at this moment, Mitchell's soul, observing what was happening, prepared to depart. Everyone's attention was fixed on the creature whose actions and decisions could change the outcome of the mission, and caution in dealing with it became vital for the team and their goals. The knights were now standing almost at the dragon's head. Its enormous white scales gleamed in the light, and the creature's breath was felt in the air as a slight tremor. Each step was taken cautiously. Even the slightest movement could awaken the giant. The participants' hearts beat faster and their eyes followed every detail, trying not to attract attention. The head was the point of decisive risk, and everyone understood that the success of the mission and the preservation of their lives depended on their caution. While the dragon slept, this was their rare chance, and the best decision seemed to be to act cautiously and quickly. But Karam did not share this opinion. His gaze remained focused and his thoughts were occupied with something else. He couldn't fully trust the moment as he understood that the slightest mistake could cost lives. The others felt the tension, preparing for any turn of events, but Karam maintained his own caution, as if sensing that this chance required not only bravery but also wisdom. Karam considered the dragon a dangerous opponent, so they couldn't just demonstrate strength, they had to openly challenge it. The leader stood with an unwavering, serious gaze, ready for anything. The girl next to him almost whispered words of support, but even her quiet voice couldn't hide the tension. Every movement and glance of the team was carefully considered, as the awareness of the impending threat left no room for error, and the leader's determination set the tone for the entire operation. The dragon had already woken up, irritated by the human noise that was too close to its rest. Its eyes slowly opened, reflecting fury and power, and every muscle of the animal tensed, as if sensing the approach of danger. The people standing nearby froze, feeling the sudden pressure of the monster's presence. Their hearts beat faster, realizing that the moment of truth had arrived, and the fate of not only the team but also the entire upcoming mission now depended on their actions. It awoke in a rage, its sweet sleep interrupted by strangers disturbing its peace. Its scales gleamed in the sunlight, its breathing became heavy, and its eyes blazed with anger. Every movement of its body was tense, ready to attack. The people stood motionless, aware of the full danger of the moment, understanding that any wrong action could provoke its fury and turn the encounter into a deadly battle, where the outcome depended only on their courage and determination. The dragon quickly realized that the presence of humans here was no accident. Its eyes carefully scanned each person, assessing the strength and intentions of the strangers. Internally, it felt a threat, but also understood that these were not just random passers-by. Every step, every movement was significant. The humans tensed, realizing that their actions were now visible to a creature of immense power. The fate of the encounter hung in the balance, and the dragon clearly discerned the purpose of their arrival. Klim was the first to step before the dragon, his voice firm but respectful. He addressed the mighty creature with a request to lift the curse from the dragon and help the humans at least partially. Every human gaze was fixed on the dragon's reaction, and the tension grew. Klim's words reflected determination and hope, though he understood that they faced a creature of immense power, and its mercy or wrath could decide everything. Yes, the people understood that resolving the matter would not be easy. They knew the dragon was a mighty creature, and to lift the curse they needed to show courage, demonstrate a sincere desire to help, and perhaps display strength or skill to earn its trust. They couldn't just approach with a request, their actions had to be precise, thoughtful, and bold. Otherwise, the dragon might respond with aggression or ignore them, making their task even more difficult. Yes, they came fully prepared, understanding the responsibility and the risk. Every step, every movement mattered, from approaching the dragon to demonstrating strength and courage. They knew that hesitation or a mistake could provoke aggression or distrust, but despite their fear, they were determined to complete the mission, lift the curse, and protect those they held dear, showing unity, bravery, and readiness for any consequences. All the fighters and knights took their positions, ready for the order. The dragon, watching them from above, commanded them to demonstrate their strength and skill. Each knight tensed, preparing to prove their determination, agility, and courage. All eyes were fixed on the dragon, and tension hung in the air, for not only victory but also the chance to lift the curse threatening Rativia's family depended on their actions. Despite the dragon's gigantic size and terrifying fury, the knights remained resolute and confident. Their eyes burned with bravery and their hearts beat in unison with the formidable opponent's footsteps. They straightened up, drew their weapons, and advanced step by step, ready for battle. The moment of truth had arrived. The fight was about to begin, and the outcome of the battle and the fate of the curse-threatening Rativia's family depended on each person's courage. Having taken their positions, the knights charged towards the dragon, but in response, the giant merely smirked, as if evaluating their courage and strategy. This mocking gaze seemed to say that he was impressed by their determination, that he saw excitement in their actions. The dragon's smirk didn't instill fear. On the contrary, it highlighted how unusual and audacious their attack appeared before his majesty. The fight began with a furious strike. The dragon reared its head and unleashed a torrent of fire that engulfed the space in front of it. The flames roared, scorching the air, and the knights were forced to scatter, taking cover behind shields and rocks. The heat was so intense that the stones cracked, but the warriors, gritting their teeth, continued to hold their formation and prepared to counterattack. Despite how enormous and powerful the dragon was, the humans weren't going to give up so easily. Gathering all their resolve, they formed a tight formation and charged forward, deflecting the flames with their shields and spears. The warriors tried to counterattack, their blades and arrows glinting in the air as they flew towards the opponent's scaly body, as if hoping to pierce the monster's impenetrable armor. This was the dragon's true power. If the humans hadn't had increased resistance to its breath, their end would have come long ago and the battle would have concluded in defeat. It was surprising that they had managed to last so long, though their strength was noticeably waning. Observing this, the dragon remarked with a sneer that their preparation left much to be desired, and it seemed they had overestimated their own capabilities. Despite all this, it didn't mean that the people with anemia were incapable of coping. However, the difference in strength between them and the dragon remained colossal, as if a bottomless chasm separated the sides. Even with all their determination and skill, their capabilities seemed too small to bridge this gap, and each clash only emphasized how great the opponent's superiority was. From the impact, Rachel was thrown so high that falling threatened to be a fatal blow upon hitting the ground, as the height was terrifying. It looked as if her body would no longer be able to withstand such a collision. At the same time, it became obvious that the humans were barely coping with the dragon, and the difference in strength between them was becoming increasingly frighteningly noticeable. But Fleddy managed to react and caught Rachel before she hit the ground. Holding her in his arms, he immediately asked if she could endure further and told her not to move yet, as she needed to regain her strength first. However, the girl herself seemed completely surprised by this turn of events and was astonished by his care. Fleddy, having successfully supported his comrades, said that they still had a chance as the defensive magic was working, and the main thing was to hold on while there was time. His words sounded like a reminder of hope, and so he resolutely moved forward directly towards the dragon. Reaching the white giant, Fleddy, with all his determination, struck it, putting his last strength into the blow. The blade hummed as it touched the scales, but instead of the expected effect, only a dull clang sounded. Like a child trying to pierce steel, the attack was negligible. The dragon, without even flinching, spread its wings and mockingly declared that humans overestimated their abilities, as such feeble attempts could not harm him. Even with enhanced damage against dragons, Fleddy's blow didn't leave a scratch. This seemed strange and unfair, as according to Russell's calculations, the attack should have been stronger. Then Karim stepped forward, stopping his comrade and reminding him not to lose heart. He resolutely gripped his weapon and charged forward himself, striking the white giant, intending to show that their efforts were not in vain. The dragon, as if mocking them, pretended that their attack had affected it, playing along with the humans in their desperate attempt. It mockingly displayed weakness, though in reality everything happening was just a game on its part. It seemed the giant was simply putting on a brave face for them, giving them false hope. But in reality, the knight's situation was extremely dire. Their strength was dwindling from exhaustion, and both leaders clearly understood this disheartening state of affairs. Next, Fleddy rushed forward, deliberately distracting the dragon so that Karim would have an opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. The lord relied on his courage and was already preparing to activate the sword's power. Raising his blade, he uttered a spell, sounding firm and confident, "Spirits of wind, become my strength." At that moment, a faint glow rose around the weapon, foreshadowing the coming attack. The flame tongue was a magical sword, but Fleddy clearly lacked the strength to unleash its full potential. It was decided to hack away in an elder-like fashion, hoping to at least somewhat restrain the monster. However, observing his continuous but helpless strikes, the dragon seemed to grow irritated. Its formidable gaze narrowed, and deep within its maw, a new flame ignited, ready to burst forth. The dragon powerfully pushed Fleddy away with its tail, sending him flying far off. This was enough to throw him off balance, and in the next moment the monster was already gathering fire in its maw. Damn it, if it unleashed flames from such a distance, the blow would inevitably hit its target, and the knight wouldn't be able to dodge this furious attack. Just as the fiery breath was about to erupt from the monster's maw, something unexpected happened. The dragon suddenly gasped, as if its own voice had scorched its throat. At that moment, Karim appeared directly in front of it. The white giant froze, and a flicker of understanding crossed its gaze, as if it recognized something familiar in the young man or in the power emanating from him. Karim hovered in the air as if an invisible force held him next to the dragon. Their eyes met at the same height, and in this sight, equality was clearly felt. Now the young man stood neither lower nor higher, but directly opposite the white giant, emphasizing that the moment had come when they were on the same level. This turned out to be magic. Karim was indeed speaking with the spirits of the wind, and they were the ones holding him in the air. The dragon squinted in surprise, not expecting such a thing from humans, let alone from these warriors. Such a sight was unexpected for him. A a mortal who could find common ground with spirits was a rarity even in legends. The dragon wasn't wrong. A true hero, Karam, stood before him. His figure, bolstered by the power of wind spirits, radiated determination and courage. Even the dragon, accustomed to looking down on humans, recognized him as a worthy opponent. At that moment, it became clear that Karam was not just a warrior, but someone capable of leading others and fighting a divine being on equal terms. Without losing a single moment, Karam prepared to attack. His body surged forward and currents of wind swirled around him, as if the very element obeyed his will. The blade in his hands gleamed, ready to strike the dragon, and every warrior below understood that this single blow could determine the outcome of the entire battle. Feeling threatened, the dragon began to act, but none of its attacks found their mark. Karam, controlling the wind, evaded the assaults as if the air itself concealed him from claws and flames. The struggle dragged on, tension reached its peak, and then the hero realized it was time to end this fight, to finish everything with one decisive blow. Leaping high, Karam gathered all the wind's power in his hands and made a wide swing, pouring all his accumulated energy into it. The sacred sword's blade glowed with a dazzling flame, and the strike descended from the heavens, as if the element itself had decided to deliver judgment upon the dragon. The ground beneath them trembled, a roar of magic cut through the air, and the hero's power reached its target. What an annoying insect, was how the dragon assessed everything happening, observing the humans' attacks. In its eyes, their efforts seemed futile and pathetic, unworthy of opposing such a great being. Even despite the sword's power and the opponent's persistence, to the dragon, they remained mere bothersome creatures whose blows could not shake its true might. Karam easily dodged the dragon's furious attacks as if his body moved with the wind. Every tail whip or burst of flame passed by without touching him, as if the element itself helped him escape. This astonished everyone. The man standing before the dragon was not inferior in speed and agility, but rather seemed to rise alongside it, showing that they were now fighting on equal terms. The battle grew fiercer, each blow seemingly shaking the air. The fight gradually moved towards its climax, becoming a duel not just of strength, but of will. Karam and the dragon looked at each other as if acknowledging an equal opponent, and each understood that the next attack could be decisive. The true battle between hero and dragon was reaching its limit. The dragon furiously spewed flames, lashing fire in all directions, trying to catch its stubborn opponent. But the young man didn't back down. He confidently dodged the torrents of heat and delivered blows one after another. Each of his lunges sounded like a challenge to the monster, proving that a human could also stand against a divine being. Their clash resembled a storm, where fire and steel collided in a merciless rhythm. To hasten victory, the knights couldn't just stand by and watch the duel. They too raised their weapons, standing alongside Sir Karam, resolved to fight the dragon with him. However, to the monster, all these little humans looked like annoying ants, and their presence only irritated it more, fueling its rage and forcing it to act with even greater ruthlessness. Archers continuously fired arrows, trying to distract and wound the enemy. Mages amplified Karam's spells, empowering him with spirits, and the other knights held their ground, fending off the monster's blows. Their formation was strong, and even under the dragon's furious assault, they didn't falter, continuing to support their hero. In a unified effort, everyone did their part, giving them a chance to withstand the opponent's might. No matter how they fought, the prolonged battle exhausted all the people on the battlefield. Their breathing became ragged, movements grew heavier and strikes slower. Fatigue weighed on their shoulders, but no one retreated, for they knew the slightest weakness would give the dragon an advantage. Even at their limit, they held on, striving to continue the battle for Karam and for their common goal. But the dragon now stood before them considerably battered. Its scales were scorched and gashed in places, its breathing was heavy, and its wings moved with difficulty. It even seemed to praise the humans for managing to bring it to such a state. However, the fighters themselves were wounded, their strength failing, and Karam too was holding on by a thread. The others could barely continue the fight. Feeling its strength beginning to wane, the dragon decided not to prolong the fight any further. Its breath was ragged, but its eyes gleamed with determination. With a heavy flap of its wings, it stirred up a whirlwind of ashen stones, preparing a final strike. In one swift move, it intended to sweep away everyone standing before it, ending their audacious challenge. A true threat loomed over everyone, and it seemed the outcome was predetermined. As expected, Karam managed to dodge the decisive blow, leaving the dragon bewildered. It was astonishing that a mere human, after so many wounds and so much exhaustion, could still move with such speed. His steps were heavy, his breathing ragged, but his resolve kept him from falling. Even the dragon, having seen many battles, couldn't help but note the incredible resilience of this mortal. Karam, sensing this was his last chance, gathered all his strength and mentally called out to fate, asking that luck be on their side this time. His voice rang out loud and resolute as he shouted the incantation, activating the sacred sword. Wind! A radiance enveloped the blade, and at that moment, currents of air rose around him, as if the very spirits of the wind had answered his call. The dragon let out a heavy chuckle, uttering words of praise for the persistence of this human who still stood before it. Its massive head slowly turned towards Karam, and in the depths of its bright eyes, a strange mix of fury and respect was reflected. Now, the full power of its gaze was focused solely on the human it recognized as its sole opponent. Noticing that Karim was still standing in place, not moving a single step, a question flashed through the dragon's mind. Had this human finally run out of breath and had his magical power been depleted? But that wasn't the case. Karim wasn't trembling or falling. He stood confidently as if waiting for something. Everything was going according to plan. His calmness wasn't a sign of weakness, but part of his design, the moment when the decisive blow was meant to land. The funny thing was that the decisive blow wasn't meant for Karim at all. It was Fleddy who ran up behind the dragon, positioning himself right at its nape, and gathering every last bit of his remaining power, put all his strength into one swift and precise strike. So it was Fleddy's attack. The dragon, of course, realized its mistake, but it was already too late. The magical strike didn't waver. On the contrary, the blade flared brighter, illuminating everything with a fiery glow. Seeing such determination from Fleddy, the squad couldn't hide their surprise and supported him with all their might. Moreover, it became clear that the dragon had already sensed the warrior's presence, and thus the fight wouldn't drag on as long as they had initially thought. Fleddy now screamed at the top of his lungs, aiming to finish everything immediately, and put so much power into his strike that flames erupted from his sword, lashing outwards. The moment of truth arrived as Fleddy finally reached his target and brought his sword down directly on the monster's neck. The blow was so strong and furious that the flames swirled like a vortex, engulfing everything around, and a clap of thunder seemed to amplify its power. Even the dragon itself, once unyielding and majestic, faltered under this assault. Everyone understood that this very moment would decide the outcome of the battle, and hope flared brighter than ever. Everyone present was stunned by what was happening, as if they couldn't believe their own eyes. It seemed incredible that their comrade was capable of such a feat. While no one doubted his strength, it was now that he truly showed his mettle. His strike was proof of true skill and determination, and everyone felt proud to stand beside such a leader, who had managed to display peak performance in the most difficult moment. The dragon, feeling the force of the blow, seemed to regret its fury, its majesty visibly fading. Fleddy, however, did not let up, relentlessly finishing off his opponent with incredible persistence. Each new swing of his sword cut through the air, bringing this difficult struggle closer to an end. It seemed like one more moment and the great monster would finally fall, allowing the exhausted and wounded warriors to finally breathe freely, realizing the price of their victory. All that was left for the others was to stand and watch the decisive moment unfold. Their strength was depleted, their wounds were taking their toll, and now everything depended on Fleddy. He alone bore the weight of the final blow, while the others, holding their breath, dared not intervene. Their gaze was fixed on the battle, where the fate of everyone present was being decided. And then the dragon finally collapsed, making it clear that victory belonged to the humans. The monster's enormous body crashed heavily to the ground, raising clouds of dust. Fleddy was breathing heavily, exhausted from the long struggle, as that final blow had drained all his strength. The others didn't immediately believe what had happened, but joy gradually enveloped them. The fight was over, and they had managed to endure to the end. Before this, nothing had hinted at a change, and so the mystery of why the sword suddenly ignited became a question for the leader himself. This intrigued him, as it seemed as if the flame spoke directly to him. The voice of the fire said that strong people with ambition always attract it, and it had felt the warrior's burning heart. Therefore, it granted its power, and he gratefully accepted it, realizing his rare good fortune. And the most surprising thing was that usually those who dared to use the full power of this magical sword would burn up or suffer severe injuries. But this didn't happen to Fleddy. He stood firm, as if the flame recognized him as its own. He himself believed that the reason was Rushel's care, whose preparations had strengthened his body and given him resistance to fire, allowing him to withstand the weapon's power. The leaders would not have made it to the end without this man's help. His involvement changed many things, and they themselves also became different. When they returned home, he certainly asked for his condition to be thoroughly checked. And only when everything was over did the others gradually approach him, surrounding him with attention and acknowledging his significance to their shared victory. Now their leader approached them, reminding them that they had succeeded and what that attack truly was. But now they would definitely be able to lift the curse from the lady, and the young lady would undoubtedly be delighted by this fact. There was no doubt about it. Thus, they genuinely rejoiced in their victory, feeling that their efforts had not been in vain. But then something completely unexpected happened. The dragon, lying on the ground, suddenly spoke, muttering something about how noisy they were. This was a real shock, as everyone was already sure that the monster was finished, but as it turned out, they were wrong. The dragon slowly rose to its feet, and it became clear that the battle was not yet over. The dragon once again towered before them, and imagine, it still had enough strength to stand. Its massive body swayed, but the same fire burned in its eyes, and it seemed that it had no intention of giving up, despite all the wounds it had sustained. The white dragon could barely move, and it seemed impossible. But there was no need to be afraid. Things were not at all as they had initially thought. Its breathing became heavy, its steps shaky, and in every movement there was not strength but rather the remnants of stubbornness, as if it held on purely out of spite for its enemies. The dragon rose only to acknowledge that enough was enough. The humans had shown a strength that was sufficient even against the white ruler. It declared that victory now belonged to them, for their persistence and courage had proven their right to live, and with that, it concluded its fight, yielding to human resilience. This meant that the dragon was now ready to help them. It had no intention of going back on its word, for a dragon's word carried more weight than an oath. Thus, it acknowledged their strength and decided to become an ally, showing that even a proud ruler is capable of fulfilling a promise once given. The humans rejoiced at what they heard, as they no longer had the strength to continue the fight. And yet, although it had been a trial, they felt sorry for having caused the dragon so much pain. But for the ruler himself, it didn't matter. He accepted everything that had happened as a matter of course, not attaching any particular weight to the suffering. For he was a divine dragon, and now his majestic form began to change. A radiance enveloped his colossal body, his scales faded as if dissolving into light, and before the humans, a different visage gradually revealed itself, majestic and mysterious, worthy of a true celestial being. And just like that, it was as if nothing had happened to him, fresh as a daisy. Such a transformation seemed astonishing to the humans. His wounds vanished, his fatigue dissipated, and before them once again stood the majestic and powerful divine dragon, as if the entire battle had left not a single trace on him. If the battle had been truly serious, the humans would not have had the slightest chance. The dragon made it clear that their entire struggle had merely been a test, and in a real battle, the outcome would have been entirely different. And then the girl asked the dragon about the scar on its tail, which, though healed, had left a noticeable mark. The dragon replied that this scar had once been inflicted by a human, and since then it had been unable to heal it. A human? Could it be Russell? They wondered. Damn, the dragon still remembered his face, and the image flashed in its memory once more. At this point, it didn't matter anymore, as everyone was too exhausted from the fight, especially the swordsman Fleddy, who could barely stand. But the dragon wasn't concerned about their condition at all. For him, such trials were merely a faint shadow of his true power. Suddenly, the wound on his knee flared up and Fleddy collapsed to the ground, managing to get back up only on one knee. As he knelt, a map fell out of his pocket, the very one Lilith had given him once. Then, unexpectedly, Russell's soul burst forth from the map, as if confirming that the battle was truly over. The dragon hadn't anticipated such a turn of events, and for the first time, his majestic gaze wavered in astonishment. Both were now frozen in horror by the sudden encounter, as if disbelieving their eyes. Neither Russell nor the dragon had expected such an outcome, and the moment of their collision was a true shock for both of them. The genie instantly vanished back into the leaf, leaving the others bewildered, as if he had never been there at all. They tried to continue their conversation, attributing everything to fatigue after the arduous battle. But in reality, that wasn't the case, for he was a different wise being, and his words couldn't be deceitful. He had been sharing his ancient wisdom with them all this time. Fleddy acknowledged the truth, but the others were indignant, insisting that such secrets shouldn't be revealed, as it was dangerous. They reproached him for being too righteous and honest, arguing that one couldn't be so open in such matters. The conversation took a completely different turn now, as they had indeed passed the trial, but the truth was that their companion all this time had been none other than the genie himself. The white dragon, upon learning this, had no intention of tolerating such deception, and his words came out cold and resolute. He ordered the humans to leave, not to bother him, and to stop lying, for the trial was over and trust was gone. They had fought honorably and defeated the white dragon with their own strength, so since when did a divine guardian go back on his word? Indeed, Russell had left his scar, not them, and therefore the humans had nothing to be guilty of. But the dragon, recalling the past, felt no pity for them and had no intention of softening, for to him, they remained mere mortals who had barely passed the trial. This could only mean one thing: round 2 had begun, and their situation was now far worse than before. The humans were exhausted, their strength depleted, and every new breath brought pain. The white dragon, despite his wounds, once again towered before them, ready to unleash his true power. Hope now seemed fragile, and even the most resilient began to realize that a battle of a completely different caliber awaited them. Suddenly, an invisible music seemed to play before them, a harbinger of the continuing struggle. Sounds, as if emanating directly from the earth and air, reminded them that the second round had begun. The atmosphere changed, each breath became heavier, tension thickened, and even the white dragon, towering over the humans, seemed to emphasize that the true part of the trial was just beginning. It turned out that the melody was not imagination at all, it came from the very grass Lilith had given them. That strange song, breaking through the silence, emanated directly from its stalks, as if the grass had come alive and begun to sound on its own. This was an unexpected discovery for everyone. It was the key to a new stage, and now the second round had acquired a special, mystical hue. On another day, a flower unexpectedly appeared on the table in Rativia Castle. Judging by the neatness and attention to detail with which it was placed, one could guess that Lilith had cared for it. Her care for plants was known to all, and this small gesture seemed to remind everyone of her presence and attention to the home, adding calm and comfort to the castle's atmosphere, almost imperceptibly but very tangibly. And it truly was Lilith. She was watering the flowers as usual and was nearing the completion of this task. Carefully rearranging pots and checking each leaf, the girl seemed to converse with the plants through her caring movements. Her steps were light and her expression calm, as if nothing else mattered at that moment. Finishing her care, she appeared completely focused on this simple but important activity. Lilith's grass had the power to grant people's wishes, and the girl wholeheartedly prayed that Karim and the others would be able to defeat the dragon, so they could lift the curse from her mother. These thoughts filled her heart with anxiety and hope as she quietly whispered her pleas to the plants. And it was at this very moment that someone entered, breaking her concentration and interrupting her prayer for salvation. And it turned out to be Rushel. He approached quietly, as if not wanting to startle her, and with a slight smile asked if she was busy tending to the plants. His perceptiveness proved correct once again. Lilith was indeed spending time with the flowers, carefully watering them and seemingly sharing her thoughts and hopes with them. Yes, she believed that magical plants especially loved starlight, which is why she brought them out under the moonlight. Rushel then noted that it was thanks to her care and attention that the flowers grew so quickly. But Lilith didn't want to boast and modestly added that perhaps it wasn't about her at all, but simply that the plants themselves were so amazing. Judging by her appearance, Lilith was very worried, and the boy decided to distract her somehow. After all, the knights had left 3 days ago and it seemed should have already succeeded. All that remained was to await their return. But suddenly something unexpected happened. They felt a strange light and a quiet tremor emanating from the grass on the table, as if the plant was responding to distant events. The boy suddenly sensed something was wrong, looking up at the sky where something unsettling seemed to stir in the air. His face immediately grew serious, but Lilith understood nothing and only stared at him in surprise, not knowing what was happening. She waited for an explanation, but he remained silent, trying to pinpoint the source of the strange omen. Noticing that this unfamiliar silhouette was moving directly towards them, the boy grabbed Lilith and they prepared to flee to a safe place, but the silhouette was rapidly advancing right towards them. Rushel tried to understand who or what it was. The behemoth landed right next to them, so close it could have crushed them. Its enormous wings spread, casting a shadow, and its gaze, full of ancient power, fixed on those who dared to approach. It seemed the very earth trembled at its presence. A white dragon appeared out of nowhere, its shimmering scales reflecting the faint light, and the air around it seemed to freeze. No one expected to encounter such a majestic creature in this place, so its appearance caused both alarm and astonishment. The people immediately approached, noticing that something strange had happened, and the Lord himself hurried along with them. Just as everyone was about to leave, Rushel unexpectedly stopped them, making it clear that events were not as they might have assumed. His calm gesture and wary gaze clearly indicated that what was happening held more secrets than met the eye. It turned out to be the knights finally returning from their campaign. Karim, Fleddy, and the other companions appeared among them, and everyone recognized them instantly. Joy overwhelmed the gathered crowd. They were genuinely happy about the return, as the wait had stretched on for many days. The reunion felt like a true miracle, and everyone rushed to express their gratitude and relief. The knights apologized if their appearance had frightened the residents and explained that the white dragon itself had offered to bring them back. Not everyone could fly, only the injured were brought while the rest were returning on foot. This could be considered a rare gift from the dragon, but Rushel wondered, for that grumpy guardian to carry someone on its back. Besides, the boy himself had never experienced anything like it before. The white dragon, meeting Rushel after a long separation, noted that its arrival wasn't about him. It then demanded that the one who managed to grow the rulala grass present themselves, as if this was the true reason for its appearance among humans. The girl resolutely stepped forward towards the dragon, not hiding her confusion, and at that moment, the boy quietly declared that if anything dangerous happened, he would stand between them and not let her be harmed. She looked at the boy gratefully, but as the dragon assured them there was no cause for alarm, it merely needed to ask the girl a few questions. The dragon noted that rulala grass had no special cultivation method and wondered how she managed to succeed. The girl replied that she had taken soil in winter, warmed it in the sun, and changed it every 5 days. She drew water from underground springs and always thoroughly boiled it before watering. She added that every night she takes the plants out under the starlight and sings songs to them, which, as it turned out, positively affected their growth. She does this 3 times a day, as the melodies seem to nourish the herbs as much as water and soil. Understanding that this took an enormous amount of effort from the girl, he asked why she tried so hard for the plants. She confessed that she had heard about the power of rulala grass, capable of granting wishes, and therefore prayed for the knights to return safely and for the curse on her mother to be lifted. In her efforts, the others also saw only sadness. After all, plants, no matter how magical they seemed, are still incapable of granting wishes. People foolishly believe in such naive nonsense, and the dragon said that they should reflect on this. And then the bitter truth was revealed. This flower does not grant wishes at all, but merely reflects and imitates the will of people, making them believe in the illusion of fulfillment. To imitate means to mimic, to reproduce something foreign. In her case, it meant that the plant leaves given to her brother repeated her song. Her will transformed into a melody, and this served as proof of how much effort she had put into the grass. For the dragon, it was clear confirmation of her strength and dedication. The dragon was fond of people's sincere feelings, as these were what led to the fulfillment of wishes. Its trial was designed only to test sincerity. Now, all that remained was to listen carefully. At this moment, the dragon was about to lift the curse from her mother. Anticipation grew in the air, and soon divine magic was to be unleashed. A truly beautiful spectacle unfolded. The flower opened and glowed, as if absorbing the light of the stars. Its petals slowly unfurled, emitting a soft radiance, and it bloomed in full splendor. Everyone nearby witnessed this enchanting moment and couldn't tear their eyes away from the beauty that filled the space. Lilith was astonished to see her flowers suddenly begin to bloom one after another, transforming into a dazzlingly beautiful sight right before them. No one expected such a sudden and vibrant change, and she, unable to hide her delight, simply exhaled a short wow. The flower continued to grow, emitting a brilliant glow that filled the world with radiance and made it brighter. Its beauty and luminescence were so dazzling that it seemed to replace the sun itself, spreading incredible splendor all around. And suddenly, a blinding stream of light burst from the flower, shooting upwards like a comet, illuminating everything around it and piercing the heavens. The space filled with majesty as the divine dragon proclaimed that the curse of its lineage would disappear. At that same instant, the light, changing direction, seemed to turn back, obeying its divine will. The stream of light, sparkling and untamed, shot directly towards the lady. It was so bright, swift, and enormous that it seemed as if the very power of the heavens had descended to earth to engulf her with its majestic might. The beam pierced her body like a shot, entering her chest and exiting from the other side. From the impact of the light, she staggered and lost her balance, but Kagras reacted quickly and held her, preventing her from falling. As for Safini, the girl became worried about her mother, and the others were also concerned about the lady, wondering if she was all right. The young woman then fell into her beloved's arms. She replied that the heavy feeling in her chest had suddenly vanished, and she felt it immediately. Safini looked at the man who had caught her when she fell. "So does this mean the curse has been lifted?" The dragon confirmed it, and they looked at each other. Everyone started celebrating and embraced. The little girl also came over, and they both burst into tears. Lilith was so happy for her mom. The other kids approached, and Karim was also happy for his mother. They knelt down and congratulated her on her recovery, when suddenly the young man was flicked on the forehead. The man asked him if he was shy or something. Karim touched the spot where he was flicked and replied no. Safini then extended her hand to her son. She hugged the girl and told Karim, "Welcome back." All four of them embraced. The boy thanked the white dragon, who replied that the young man had nothing to do with it and should know that. They had simply passed this trial, and his dragon still hadn't forgiven him. The family looked at the beast, then the man looked at it and apologized to the white dragon. It seemed he and Russell had some kind of quarrel. Could the white dragon explain what it was about? It had nothing to do with the man. But Russell was a dear guest of their family, so the man asked again, why can't he forgive for so long? Karim began to ask for forgiveness, as did the little girl. Safini also told the great dragon that she was asking for it. The boy was pleased by their reaction. Since they were there, he should tell them all about his unforgivable sin. This dragon's aura clearly indicated something serious. The man pondered this, then asked Russell what exactly had happened here. The boy replied, well, Russell and the mighty white dragon had met about 100 years ago. The boy sat on the ground and asked him what the most delicious thing he had ever eaten was. Yes, he had managed to taste many delicacies in his life. Perhaps he knew something the dragon hadn't eaten yet, something that could open up new horizons. The boy chuckled and said, there's something, but I don't think the dragon will like it. The small monster confirmed this and wagged its tail. The white dragon asked what it was, urging him to speak faster. Ah, well, it's dragon meat. What, dragon meat? Oh, naturally, he had never had it in his mouth, so the dragon didn't know its taste. That was logical. The boy asked if the dragon wasn't bothered that it was his own kind, suggesting maybe it wasn't a good idea. The monster was surprised and asked, "Huh?" The dragon then started saying that it didn't care about such things and wanted to try something similar, fried, so the monster shouldn't throw a tantrum. The little monster noted that the dragon was acting like a spoiled child. The boy put a finger to his lips and said, "SHHH," but then asked, "There are no other dragons here, so what's with the silliness?" The dragon pointed to itself and said it was right in front of him. The boy and the little monster were surprised, exclaiming, "What?" The boy took his sword and asked the dragon if he was really okay with it, since the monster didn't seem to mind. The white dragon turned its back and said it was fine, telling him to go ahead and chop. The boy replied, "All right then." The boy swung his weapon and struck the dragon, and just like that, the monster tensed up, then screamed loudly in pain. The dragon asked why the boy hadn't mentioned it would hurt so much. It started twitching, didn't apologize, and offered to heal the monster, telling it to stop screaming, but the white dragon replied, "No need." Wow, its tail grew back. This is a divine dragon, after all. The meat is much more important now, so hurry up and finish it. Don't rush, monster. Russell will take care of everything. The meat was cooking over the fire, giving off a delicious aroma. The monster even started drooling and asked if it could eat yet, but it wasn't fully cooked. The dragon couldn't wait any longer. It said it would eat it now. The monster reached out a paw for a piece of meat, but then threw it away because it was too hot, sending the piece flying. The piece of hot meat fell to the ground, startling everyone. Huh. The dragon was scared its steak had fallen. The boy knelt down and picked it up. Russell held the steak and said there was a 3-second rule, so it was fine and they could continue cooking it. "Oh, I see," the little monster agreed. Then the white dragon started getting angry and breathing fire, asking who they were trying to fool and telling them to get out. "That's my steak." Since then, the white dragon has disliked Russell. Everyone listened intently and was very surprised by the reason for the dragon's grudge against the boy. No, I mean, they heard he's a damn villain and all, but the dragon really wanted to try that steak. But the monster is to blame, right? No, the dragon doesn't think it's to blame. The boy just wanted to finish cooking the meat, but the monster refuses to listen. The guy didn't think Russell was entirely to blame in that situation. The dragon was surprised and asked, "What? He doesn't admit his guilt. If only they knew the pain the dragon had to endure." Russell was asked if he had always been like this. "Yes, always. I see. The dragon has been angry about food for 100 years. The man looked up and told the dragon that there was only one solution then. Then he said, "What is Russell? Does the boy want to treat the white dragon to a special meal as an apology?" The boy didn't understand and asked if he hadn't said that, but someone put a finger to his lips, shushed him, and told Russell to just watch. The dragon grunted, "Special, huh?" The dragon replied that they thought he was so easy to buy, and his mouth was practically watering. The man turned around and said, "All right, if he doesn't want it, there's nothing we can do. We'll just eat it all ourselves." The dragon got flustered. What? His people had returned victorious, so they needed to celebrate. They could prepare the most delicious food right now. The dragon only managed to say, "But." So they asked Russell to cook something delicious for everyone. The boy agreed, saying if the man was asking, he needed to think of something. A short man came out and started rolling up his sleeves, saying they'd make a mini kitchen for the boy so he could cook. Another man bowed and said he'd prepare the tables. They thanked Sanho and Venson. All right, now everyone had to help. The dragon said, "Hey, why are they still going? It looks like something fun is brewing, huh?" They set up the kitchen and prepared everything needed. The boy put on an apron. "All right," Russell began, "I'll be cooking this." It was mountain orc meat. They were surprised. There really was mountain orc meat on the table. Mountain orcs are huge boar-like monsters that are incredibly tough and strong, like rock. They are also very rare and extremely dangerous. Russell replied, "Yes, 50 years ago I killed one and set aside its meat." "What, 50 years ago? Can you even eat meat that's 50 years old? It looks like there's mold on it. Besides, their meat is hard as a rock. How can you even eat it?" The boy asked Fleddy to touch the meat on the table. He agreed and touched the food. It was soft and elastic like regular meat. "What, huh?" "Indeed, their meat is very tough, so you can't eat it like that. But if you let the dish sit, it becomes like this." I see, it's aged meat. If you preserve it at low temperatures for a certain period, it becomes like this. That's right, the boy said, explaining he kept the dish in a magic bag at low temperatures for a long time, maintaining its moisture. But what was that around the meat? It was a special mold that softens mountain orc meat. Besides, Russell would cut it off anyway, and they would only eat the meat inside. The boy cut it and showed what the meat looked like inside, how beautiful it was. The girl couldn't believe that mountain orc meat could be so soft and beautiful. This was just a small part. Originally, this piece was much bigger. Everyone wondered, how much bigger? This meat was like a mountain. What? It was a huge orc meat the size of a mountain, aged for 50 years with a very rich flavor. So this is the 50-year aged meat everyone's been wanting to try, and the dragon was watching the whole thing unfold. The man grunted and turned to the dragon, asking what was up, wondering if he was also interested in the dish. The dragon immediately denied it, saying there was no way he was interested in a huge, 50-year aged mountain orc meat with such a rich flavor, though he did remember the name as the boy started to fry it. Russell placed the steak on the stove, explaining that such meat needed to be cooked in thick slices, and it began to sizzle. The guy caught a wonderfully pleasant aroma from the dish, his mouth watering, and the girls were just as delighted. Russell wrapped the meat in leaves to preserve its flavor, noting that once enough juice had been released, it would be ready to cut. The boy finished up and announced to everyone that the dish was ready, a fried mountain orc steak now resting on a plate. It was a mountain orc steak, and Russell urged them to start eating before it got cold, so everyone settled down at the table. The knife effortlessly sliced into the meat. It was incredibly tender, truly mountain orc meat, and inside it looked more like a gemstone. It was astonishing. The man gazed at the dish, then tasted the mountain orc meat, chewing slowly as the girls eagerly awaited his verdict. He described it as exquisite, juicy meat with a deep flavor in every bite, like a vintage wine, along with a nutty taste and aroma that spread through his mouth, and a soft, easy-to-chew texture. Everyone was staring at the man, so he told them to stop looking and start eating before it got cold, and they listened, beginning to try it. They were all ecstatic. The meat was incredibly delicious. The girls had never tasted anything so good, it practically melted in their mouths. They asked Fleddy what was wrong, wondering if he didn't want to eat, and the guy replied that he didn't. Fleddy felt it wasn't right to feast without the remaining knights who were still up in the mountains. The boy looked at Fleddy and the man hummed, noting that the guy's sense of responsibility was a trait that gave him strength. However, if Fleddy didn't eat, then none of his subordinates present would be able to enjoy this exquisite meat either. The guy admitted he was right, then apologized for his behavior, but the girls told him there was no need to apologize. Fleddy mentioned hearing a saying about it being a shame not to eat a full meal, though the girl didn't think she'd heard that one, and everyone who remained had worked together, but the guy couldn't let this meat go to waste, so Fleddy clasped his hands in a prayer-like gesture and wished everyone a pleasant meal. Fleddy tried the dish, and it was incredibly delicious. The guy had never tasted such good meat before. The guy couldn't stop eating, and everyone started thanking Russell. The dish was so tasty, they asked the boy to make it again sometime. It felt incredibly rewarding for him to cook and make so many people happy. The 300 years Russell spent in the mountains hadn't been in vain. The dragon was outraged. They were eating right in front of the monster, and he decided that in that case. The dish was so delicious, the girl was completely stuffed. She thanked Russell, saying if he opened a restaurant, he'd have tons of customers. A restaurant? Russell's restaurant is a great idea. The guy would definitely go there, as the dishes would surely be delicious. That's right, Russell consistently cooks amazing dishes. The man would gladly have him in his kitchen. The boy was delighted by Sanho's words. The man chuckled and said it was an interesting idea in that case. What does Russell think about this? How does he feel about being the Duke's head chef? The girl replied that the Duke's little cook sounded much cuter, maybe the Duke's senior chef. Everyone started offering their ideas. Main chef, master of the kitchen, maybe lord of the kitchen, or hero chef, or even cool little cook. Suddenly, the girl began to insist on the Duke's family's #1 cook, saying it sounded much better. Everyone was surprised and looked at her. Main chef, master of the kitchen, lord of the kitchen, Russell asked, Huh? There's no sense in those options at all. Russell is a cook who has lived for 300 years. He needs a dignified name now. She repeated that the best option was the Duke's family's #1 cook, period. The people listened carefully. Cook #1. The girl said loudly, "I can't hear you." Everyone repeated Russell's name, the Duke's family's #1 cook. She raised her hand and repeated loudly, "#1 cook." The people continued just as loudly, "Of the Duke's family." Then more and more they repeated Russell's new title, "He's the Duke's family's #1 cook." They all repeated even louder, "The Duke's family's #1 cook." But who is that anyway? The girl took a piece of meat, tried it, chewed, and said it was incredibly delicious. She was very happy. She held out her plate to Russell and asked for seconds. The boy started to get nervous and told the girl to wait a second. Fleddy asked the boy if he knew her, or rather, if he knew the white dragon. Everyone was incredibly surprised by this information. Was this girl actually a white dragon? She started getting angry and everything around them, tables, chairs, and other items on them, flew apart. She explained that this form made it easier to eat and asked if there were any more questions. Russell placed a hand on the white dragon's shoulder and tried to calm her down. The man apologized to her, but the people were surprised by how cute the girl actually looked. "Ah, so that's what it was." She quickly asked Russell for another serving and the boy agreed. This feeling, it definitely was a white dragon, yes it was. By the way, since they had tried Russell's food and the white dragon liked it, did that mean the girl had forgotten her old grievances? She took a bite of meat and shook her head, indicating no, she hadn't forgotten. Russell asked why that was, since the meat was also very delicious. The girl ate another piece of mountain orc meat. But she wanted dragon meat steak. Did they think another dish would satisfy her? They were surprised, and the man put a hand to the back of his head. Then the white dragon said there was another reason. "Huh, what?" She moved closer to Russell. She pointed a finger at the boy and said that Russell had come down from the mountain and settled there without her permission, and that made her very angry. The question arose as to why the white dragon was angry that Russell had come down from the mountain. She started getting nervous, like the girl was just mad, that's all. Everyone's jaws dropped and one person covered their mouth with their hands, wondering if this girl was really the one. He's such a blockhead, but the white dragon has a generous spirit and the meat really was delicious. The girl was ready to forgive him if Russell met a few conditions. The boy asked what the conditions were, and she turned to the Duke, declaring that she also wanted to be a guest in this house. Everyone was very surprised by the girl's words. She said she wanted to live there and that one day, Russell would finally cook a dragon meat steak. The girl then asked what they thought of the idea. The man listened and laughed. Everything became clear. He agreed and said it was fine. They would gladly make the white dragon their guest. The boy asked the Duke if he was sure, noting that they still had plenty of free rooms and this way the two of them could finally make up. Why not? So it was settled. The question came up, how did all this happen? Didn't she hate the boy? Then why would she want to live here? Russell was completely bewildered. Perhaps Lilith could give Russell a lecture on a maiden's heart. She was surprised, asking if the lady knew what was on the white dragon's mind. He just couldn't understand what was happening. She started thinking and mumbled. "The white dragon just to him." She paused, seemingly blushing, then said no, it was better if she didn't say it. The boy didn't understand, asking, why? Because Lilith wants him to make his own choice. Everyone was thrilled by what was happening, but the boy still had many questions. Then the white dragon approached and asked, "Hey, what are they whispering about?" The girl wanted to say something else. "What is it?" She pointed at Russell and asked them to listen. She wanted them all to stop calling her the Great White Dragon and just the White Dragon. Since they would be living under the same roof, they should just call her by her name. What? Just by her name? Yes. She pointed to herself and said her name was Urine. The girl's actual name was Urine, and she was happy to finally meet everyone. A hand was extended in greeting. Even though this person had lived for 300 years, much was still unclear, but finally, these days, everything was changing. And now her heart was beating so fast. The guys were very happy to meet Urine. They walked towards each other and extended their hands to shake them. Now Russell should bring a large serving. What more? The Duke's family's #1 chef should hurry. The dragon couldn't wait. A legendary dragon who had lifted the curse from Safani would be living under the same roof with them. What an amazing day it turned out to be. The young woman said that Russell had greatly influenced everyone's lives, and the Duke agreed with her. The man placed his hand on her shoulder and told Safani that he had made a decision. This event takes place several days later. Russell entered the Duke's chambers and apologized, then asked the man why he had been summoned. He approached the table where papers were laid out. There was a seal on the paper indicating a letter had arrived. The Duke wanted to discuss something with Russell, and a conversation was about to take place. The territory was vast, with trees neatly planted in rows and flags bearing the crest hung on columns. The kids were seated on chairs, and the white dragon sat with her hands behind her head, saying she didn't understand. Yurin wanted to know why these knights were being honored at all. Everyone was celebrating Lady Safina's recovery today, and the Retivia Knights Award ceremony was still to come. She began to protest, pointing out that the girl herself had actually removed Safini's curse, and it was Yurin who should be rewarded. Lilith turned and said, of course, they understood all of that. Lilith continued to explain that the knights also tried very hard and risked their lives, so their efforts should be recognized. The entire family was already grateful to the White Dragon, as she was the one who lifted the curse. At this, she crossed her arms over her chest and proudly declared that it was the right approach. Well said. She had a generous spirit, so she could tolerate it. A man with a monocle addressed Lady Yurin, who was startled and screamed. Vincent approached them from behind, saying that it was not proper for a lady to sit that way. Even though Yurin was their guest, she should behave appropriately. He instructed her to straighten her back, close her legs, place her hands together on her knees, and put on a kind expression with a slight smile. The man approved, saying it looked very elegant. Was he making fun of Yurin? The man replied no, but nothing less was expected from a divine dragon. When the girl sat like that, she simply exuded elegance. The girl proudly began to speak, saying, yes, it's her after all. Vincent then asked her to be quiet and not talk, as everything was about to begin. The orchestra started playing, and an announcement was made that the captain was entering. The atmosphere was solemn. The event had already begun. It was Captain Fleddy of the Retivia Knights. The orchestra blared its instruments as his subordinates followed him. He walked ahead and in the center, ready to be greeted. Everyone watched intently as the young man approached the Duke and knelt on one knee. The Duke asked Fleddy to allow him to express once more how pleased he was by the return of all the Retivia Knights. Under his command, the knights successfully passed the dragon's trial. The Duke appreciated that Fleddy had put so much effort into lifting the curse from his wife. Fleddy remained kneeling. The young man thanked the Duke, saying he was very pleased to hear that from his lord. Fleddy held one hand near his chest. He took the sword in both hands and stated that all of this was only possible because the Duke had bestowed this treasure upon him. As promised, the young man was returning it. The Duke approached closer and chuckled. He recalled that the sword used to have a different shape, didn't it? Indeed, the sword had looked completely different before and had changed over time. Now, both the hilt and the blade looked different, and the young man started to get nervous. He mumbled, clearly worried. Fleddy explained that a lot had happened, and the weapon had changed its form, but it was still the tongue of flame. The Duke laughed and said he was just joking, as Karim had already explained the whole situation. Fleddy breathed a sigh of relief, knowing the Duke understood everything and had no complaints. He extended the sword, holding it in both hands, and said, in short, Fleddy is returning it. The Duke replied that there was no need. The weapon now belonged to Fleddy. He was surprised, exclaiming, what? From the very beginning of his service, Fleddy Heimrud had achieved more and more. It was time to acknowledge his accomplishments. The Duke stood directly in front of the young man, who was still on one knee, as a sign of respect. He was bestowing upon the young man the Retivia family relic, the Tongue of Flame, and also granting him the title of Crimson Knight. They were all very happy for their captain. The young man was given a new title. He was now the Crimson Knight and the family relic. This was a very unexpected offer. He was to use this sword to protect the Duke's family and the country. A great responsibility now rested on Fleddy. He responded yes, vowing to dedicate himself entirely to this. The young man now held his own personal sword. Everyone congratulated Captain Fleddy. He had now become the Crimson Knight. A man approached and asked if he heard everyone calling the young man's name. Yes, then Fleddy raised his weapon high. Eternal prosperity to the Retivia family. Fleddy held his weapon and raised it, and everyone else also raised their hands. It was a completely red blade. The three young men sat on high-backed chairs, observing everything that was happening. At that time, if Fleddy hadn't brought Gravis to him, no, if he hadn't met Fleddy and his squad, he would have remained an immature 8-year-old. A red thread of fate connected him and Fleddy, and the boy congratulated him and thanked the knight for everything. There was something else he wanted to say, so the Duke asked Russell to come forward. The boy said yes, stood up, and approached the man. The Duke and Russell stood before everyone, and the Duke officially announced that the head of the Retivia family had decided to adopt the boy. Russell stood beside the man. Everyone was immediately surprised by this news. What? Russell? He wants to adopt Russell? They had met at the mansion, and now the question was, what would they talk about? The papers on the table, which the Duke had laid out when the boy was called to him, turned out to be the answer to his letter from the capital. The man had been granted permission for the adoption, which surprised Russell. The man said that they had always treated Russell as a guest, but if the boy wasn't opposed, the Duke had a proposal for him. The Duke stood before the boy and offered him to become a member of the Retivia family. Russell was greatly surprised by the unexpected news. The boy looked at him, wondering if the Duke really wanted to adopt him. This news was astonishing. Once he adopted Russell, the Retivia family would be able to support and protect him. The boy had helped the knights lift the curse from Safini, and this was the man's way of repaying his help, but Russell was hesitant. However, the boy was from the Tristan family, which had betrayed humanity. If that became known, it would create problems for the Retivia family, so perhaps this decision shouldn't be made. Then, Russell should allow the man to ask him one question. Did the boy choose his birthplace or his lineage? No one chooses where they are born, but people can choose their own path. The boy himself had done everything he could for the Retivia family. This had nothing to do with his lineage or origin. Russell's kindness belonged solely to him. The man apologized for suddenly asking Russell such a question. "Oh, it looks like it's going to rain," he said, looking out the window, but the boy wanted to say something to Clavis. Russell asked if it was true that he could become a new member of their family. The man turned to him and smiled. "Yes, of course, let the people welcome the new son of the House of Retivia, Russell Retivia." He stood right before them. Everyone's eyes lit up. Retivia, it's now Russell Grand Retivia. This was good news for the boy. The people began to rejoice, and Russell was grateful to everyone. Russell turned to Clavis and Safini and said he didn't know how to thank them. The man understood everything but asked him to call them something else. Russell should get used to it now. The boy joyfully began to call them his mom and dad. Russell had a wide smile. "Excellent, we have a son now." His parents also smiled at their new child. He apologizes for interrupting them. Everyone is gathered together, and a chef in a toque stands before them. But if they don't hurry, all the food will get cold. The Duke laughed and apologized, admitting the man was right. He then addressed everyone, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen." The man suggests they all celebrate this momentous day together. Russell also prepared something and will be right back, but he is stopped and asked to wait. They tell him to enjoy the meal with everyone, but he insists he must eat with his family and has to go. Lilith asks Russell if they can all eat together, and the boy agrees. The girl pulls him by the hand and they walk together to the table where the entire Retivia family is gathered. Urin stands to the side, watching. But he's not a child, so does he really need a family? People are so strange. The girl is very surprised by what she sees, and a man stands nearby, listening to her. They may not be related by blood, but they will become a family that supports each other, he tries to explain to Urin. Perhaps even the white dragon herself will become part of this family. It seems everyone would be happy about that. The girl snorts. Family. Urin is called over. The boy raises his hand and asks her to join them, saying they can all eat together. The Retivia family smiles broadly at her, and she is happy about the invitation. Well, since the kids are asking so nicely, the white dragon joins their company. What, adoption into the Retivia family? Yes, Russell Grand Retivia is the name of the boy the Dukes adopted. He scoffs, but both of Clavis's children are in good health. Is he really that talented, or is there another reason he doesn't know about? The boy ponders this. He holds one hand behind his back and raises the other slightly, saying he's interested in this boy and needs to speak with Clavis soon. Russell runs down the corridor, very happy about something and smiling broadly. He is wished a good morning by a young lord, and he returns the greeting. His name is Russell Grand Retivia, and the boy started living in the Duke's house 3 weeks ago. He has a happy smile on his face. Russell is already used to living here, and he's rushing somewhere. Every day he learns something new. A man with a monocle stands at a blackboard explaining something to the children. They listen attentively, and Russell raises his hand to answer. They also stage practice fights to get stronger. He arrives at his destination, stops by the door, and takes a deep breath. Starting today, Russell opens the door and wishes everyone a good morning. The boy will be helping the cooks in the kitchen. After entering, Russell says he'll be happy to work with them. Everyone immediately stops and looks at him. And indeed, today is that very day. The man says, "Keep in mind, Russell, that in the kitchen you are not the son of the head of the Rativia family, but a novice cook. There will be no special treatment for the boy here. You need to understand that." He replies to Sanho, "Yes, I don't need it. The boy will work." Then the man asks Vidic and Jansen to show him around the kitchen. They both reply to their chef in unison, "All right." The boys will definitely familiarize the newcomer with the kitchen. Then a tray of dishes is brought in. In short, the newcomers wash dishes first. Russell needs to understand that washing dishes is a very important job, so he should be more careful and wash them thoroughly. He shouldn't lose or break anything. The man mentioned that Jansen used to break plates all the time, but that didn't happen last time. He turned and asked the boy if Russell understood everything. He told him to work carefully as they needed to prepare lunch. Russell replied, "Okay," now everything was clear. The boy rolled up his sleeves and approached the dishes, saying, "Alrighty then." He then began his novice duties. He turned around and saw that the others had already started cooking, slicing some things and hanging others. The kitchen was bustling with activity. Vegetables were being cleaned, soup was boiling, and ingredients were being chopped. The boy used to cook completely differently in the mountains. This was the skill of true chefs. Jansen noticed the boy was distracted and said, "Hey, what are you dreaming about?" Russell understood and apologized, saying he would get to work now. The boy stood by his workstation and explained that he was just watching how real chefs cook. "Ah, well, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that," Jansen said, adding that he was also surprised at first, but reminded Russell not to forget his own work. Russell took out one of the plates he had washed and showed it to the guy. Everything was fine. The boy had thoroughly cleaned the plates. It gleamed so brightly it was blinding, and Jansen even turned away and closed his eyes from the glare. A question arose: why was Jansen reacting like that? Had he done something wrong? The boy had clearly overdone it. How did he make it so clean with just water? Russell understood the reason for the surprise. The boy pulled something out and showed everyone. He had used slime soap for the job. What? Slime? The guys were surprised. They had clearly never heard of such soap before. Russell explained that slime is excellent for cleaning dishes. He often used such soap in the mountains. The boy recalled those times with a small monster sitting next to him while he washed dishes. Jansen asked if it was safe to cook in dishes washed with slime soap. "Of course you can. You can even eat the slime itself." "What, really?" The guy took a piece from the boy and put it in his mouth. "It's sour, tastes like vinegar." The guy was very surprised. Russell had said it would be edible. Jansen grunted, acknowledging that he hadn't lied, but there was a catch. "It's best not to use such things without asking. Here, the chefs cook for a large number of people, and they are always concerned about the safety of what they prepare. Saying, 'It'll probably be fine,' is not an acceptable attitude." Russell looked at the guy and listened carefully, then said that such was the chef's order. Someone placed a hand on Jansen's shoulder. Jansen was right. Another chef, Vidic, approached from behind and stood behind the guy, agreeing with his comrade. In the kitchen, one must be extremely careful. If something happens, like food poisoning, the head of the family will have to take responsibility. This time, everything turned out fine, but next time, it's important to be more careful and check everything thoroughly. Understood. Russell had a lot to rethink. He wasn't just cooking for himself anymore. The boy looked at his comrade. The boy bowed and apologized. Food for the entire house was prepared in this kitchen. Vidic and Jansen had taught him a lot in such a short time, and he thanked them both for their care. They looked at the boy and smiled. The man asked if the guys were done chatting. He then got scared as the chef suddenly appeared. Jansen started getting nervous because of the chef's presence, saying they weren't slacking off. It was just that Russell was washing the plates so thoroughly. "Yes." The man heard everything, then simply asked to try the slime, and he was very surprised. Russell gave the man some slime soap, which he used to wash a plate. He saw that it really became very shiny and clean. Sanho grunted, then broke off a piece of the soap and put it in his mouth. This slime soap easily removes dirt and has no smell. Everything looks safe to eat, so this method can be used without worry. The guys were happy with the chef's permission. He had given his approval. Of course, such soap can be used if it's safe, but Russell should remember, the man said to him. The boy listened carefully to the chef. When Russell works, he should also think about other people. The first step to becoming a chef is empathy. The boy looked at the man and absorbed all his instructions. Russell understood everything. All right, now they could get back to work. The man ordered them to stop slacking off. All the workers in unison replied yes, and each continued with their tasks. That's how things went for Russell. He still had a lot to learn. Chefs are amazing people. Everyone sitting at the table listened to the boy's stories about his workday. Lilith smiled and told Russell that he seemed to have enjoyed it. Is it that obvious? The girl asked, eating a piece of meat. What's there to like about washing dishes? He should have cooked instead. Urine was called out and told to stop. Still, slime soap, yes, it sounds very interesting, the Duke replied to the boy's story. If you think about it, Russell even gave the Duchess medicine made from that very slime. Safini smiled. The boy smiled and explained, yes, slime can be used in many ways. The man was very surprised. He raised his index finger and asked, so they're useful? An excellent idea came to the man's mind. They wanted to tell Russell something. Everyone was walking in the same direction. Russell looked ahead and was surprised by how large the swamp turned out to be. This area is home to a huge number of slimes, so the man thought they would be useful for the boy. Russell replied to the man that it was quite logical. They love damp places. The boy looked at the Duke with a smile. His father had planned this expedition when he told him about the usefulness of slimes. Clavis stood with a hand on his chin. And for the boy, it was an excellent opportunity to gather materials and show everyone that they really could be useful. By the way, urine didn't go with everyone. The girl was too lazy for such a thing. Well then, since the boy himself gave him this idea, his son Russell has something to tell everyone. Let the people listen carefully. Russell was surprised. Me. The man began to push his son forward and said that this would be an important experience. He told him to start. He was very nervous and mumbled something. Russell looked at the crowd of people and stammered, well, like they were calming the speaker. The boy introduced himself to everyone. This is Russell Gran Retivia. Collecting slime materials is a fairly simple task. Anyone can learn it. Their opponents are ordinary slimes. They are quite simple, so there shouldn't be any problems. Russell will gladly try to teach the kids something new. The boy bowed and thanked them for coming. Russell finished his speech and looked at the crowd. He was very nervous and rubbed the back of his head. Well, what a speech. The man was amazed. He rated this speech 95 points. Lilith was surprised by her father's strictness. She was too naive. All right, let's get started. First, we need to get this out. Russell picked up a small bottle and its contents had a very strong smell. It was rotten pig's blood in the bottle. Russell knew this smell was excellent for attracting slimes, but everyone else was struggling with it. Mildy has a very keen sense of smell and she clearly wasn't happy about it. The smell would disappear once Russell sprayed the rotten pig's blood around. Now they just needed to hide and wait for their prey. Russell said the rotten pig's blood would attract slimes, but he wondered if they even had noses to smell it. The boy pondered how to explain it, and after that, they hid in the bushes and waited for the slimes. They don't have noses, but slimes react to substances that touch their outer membrane. This makes them sensitive to all kinds of smells. His dad and brother were amazing. Russell didn't even know it worked that way. The man chuckled, saying that for a monster researcher, these were the most basic fundamentals, and they should both be ashamed not to know them. Karim turned away and grumbled. Look at that, the water is bubbling, something's happening. Everyone noticed it. The girl in glasses said, oh, wait a minute. Are those all slimes? They surfaced in the water and were heading towards the shore in a huge mass. It was amazing to watch. More and more slimes emerged and moved onto the shore. There were so many of them that everyone was scared. There were magic slimes and mud slimes. Did it work so well that more than one type gathered here? Then the guy started drawing the sword the Duke had given him and asked, all right, now we just need to kill them all. Russell reached out his hand and told him to stop. If they just cut them all down thoughtlessly, these creatures would simply disappear. Right, the knight said, lowering his head. Right. Then he apologized, realizing they needed to inflict as little damage as possible. Russell approached one of the slimes and explained that they needed to carefully collect its outer membrane. He demonstrated how to do it, and everyone watched intently. Then the boy realized it would be very difficult for the others the first time. For practice, he should order the slimes to stand still. Russell extended his hand and used his skill. Russell used magic to make all the slimes obey him. Among familiar skills, this one was of the highest rank. Possessing multiple skills is already very difficult, but to also have such advanced ones. The boy rubbed his forehead and exhaled. Now all these slimes would listen to his commands. He ordered them to form ranks, then stand at attention, turn left, turn right, and stand at ease. These creatures, under the influence of magic, followed every command. The girl was absolutely thrilled. "They're so cute," she exclaimed. It was amusing. Karim commented, "So they have a front and a back if they can turn left and right." It was interesting to observe this event. Russell turned to the group and said, "Now we can begin practicing. If we can collect a lot of the necessary material, that would be amazing. Everyone, do your best," they affirmed, and were ready to carry out the order. Everyone started doing what Russell had instructed. The boy demonstrated again how to do it. They watched carefully and repeated, but not everyone succeeded. Lilith was covered in slime and started crying. The boy worried about her, but everyone else continued the task. Russell watched as the others gathered materials for their future work. He walked into the forest, turned his head, and said, "All right, now I need to prepare." Birds were flying in the sky. They worked so hard that they were even starting to sit on the ground from exhaustion. This process turned out to be more difficult than the knight had imagined. He leaned his hand on his knee and wiped sweat from his forehead. Suddenly, the girl noticed steam somewhere and grumbled. The girl brightened up and smiled. Something smelled delicious, and her stomach rumbled from it. Saliva even started to flow from the aromas, and everyone confirmed it. Karim said it was absolutely certain. They entered the forest and saw Russell. He turned around and noticed the group, confident that everyone was hungry after completing their task, so he had prepared food. The boy held a ladle and pointed to a large, spacious pot. The knight said they immediately smelled that Russell was cooking something. He told the group that everything was almost ready and their stomachs were rumbling happily, eager to satisfy their hunger soon. Such a pleasant aroma wafted from the pot. Russell decided to cook something nutritious for the group because everyone was very tired from work. Karim decided to call the others over. Clouds drifted across the sky above the trees as the dish, their dinner, was served onto plates. Everyone took a plate to enjoy what Russell had prepared, dumplings made from a rattlesnake crocodile. Karim was astonished. The dumplings were made from the meat of a rattlesnake crocodile, a monster crocodile so fierce it couldn't be compared to an ordinary one. The man wondered how Russell had even managed to get his hands on this crocodile's meat. Russell simply stated that he had killed the monster. The girl knew it. He had even managed to defeat the creature with his bare hands. The boy was truly amazing. He had struck the crocodile so hard that it leaped out of the water and recoiled from the attack. Rattlesnake crocodile meat has a soft texture and is healthy, yet the dish is as juicy as pork. It can be used to make steak, but Russell chose a completely different method. This time, the boy chopped the meat into mince, then mixed in cabbage and mushrooms and added some seasonings for flavor. Then he cooked a rich broth from the rattlesnake crocodile bones, resulting in a deep flavor like pork soup, and it was as refreshing as chicken. Russell explained the cooking process to everyone. Afterward, he apologized to the people. Everyone held plates and their mouths watered. They were very hungry after a hard day's work. All right, they could start eating. They wished each other a good appetite. They began to eat, sipping the broth and eating the rattlesnake crocodile dumplings. Everyone licked their lips. It was so delicious, their fatigue simply vanished. The knight said he felt like he could eat a whole ton of this dish. The man asked if it was crocodile meat. It was so juicy, and the crunchy cabbage paired so well with the meat. Karim said the soup was also very tasty. Everyone really enjoyed the rich broth. It had a rich and refreshing taste, and the aftertaste was so deep, a whole bouquet of flavors. The guy would gladly drink liters of it, he exhaled. Karim was very pleased with the dish Russell had prepared. Karim hadn't even thought it was possible to prepare such a dish in a camp setting. He thanked Russell, but the boy wasn't the only one who deserved gratitude. Lilith had helped the boy make the dumplings. Everyone had tried their best, so the girl also really wanted to help a little. The man smiled, so that's how it was. The Duke scooped another spoonful of the rich broth and asked if his children cooked so deliciously, happy about this fact. They all took plates, and so the group stayed there for 3 days. They had already become more skilled at completing the task. The girl with the ears collected material from the slimes and the other girl did too. The boys also took some slime. All the knights started to succeed. The group collected many materials and returned, but new worries awaited Russell back at the mansion. The maid asked Master Russell to come with her, and though he was nervous, he agreed. It was Kanna Hadroff, the head maid, and she needed to tell the boys something, so she asked him to follow her. Russell wondered why he had to go with her. Perhaps he had done something wrong, but the girl simply asked him to follow her. A lot of clothes and armor had been ruined from the recent work with slime, and the maids were trying hard to wash it out. Then, the girl asked Karine how her work was going, and the woman noticed Kanna. She reported that the slime wasn't washing off at all, holding up the stained clothes. She suggested they give the dirty items back to the people who brought them to teach them a lesson. Then, the woman noticed Russell himself. The young master was there. All the maids were startled by his presence. Oh, it was true, Russell himself was here. It was an unexpected visit. The woman immediately apologized for her previous words, saying she didn't believe Russell was to blame for everything. She got flustered, but the head maid adjusted her glasses and said, "No, you need to speak directly." As the boy could see, these slime stains weren't washing off at all, and the maids had no idea how to deal with them. What should they do? After all, it was Russell himself who had sent people on the expedition for slimes. He listened intently. Then, looking sternly at Russell, she said, "In other words, it's his fault." The maid couldn't finish her sentence before she was hit from behind. "Kanna, stop it." Russell had unexpectedly appeared. Another maid joined the conversation and asked, "And what exactly do you think Russell is guilty of?" She told the girl not to interfere in their conversation. The boy watched all of this, very nervous. She began to defend their master Duke's new son, telling Kanna she should understand that and just keep quiet about it. "So what? I'd say the same thing to Master Clavis." The girl with glasses continued to argue, pressing her point, even if that's the case. There are softer ways to talk about the situation, but she was just doing her job as the senior maid. How did it all turn out this way? The argument between the maids continued. At this point, the boy himself intervened in their dispute. He asked Kanna and Russell to calm down and stop fighting. Both of them turned their attention to him. He apologized to Kanna, admitting he hadn't considered that it could lead to such a situation. Russell looked at the basket of dirty, slime-stained laundry and said, "But..." The boy said it was all right. He picked up one of the items from the basket. It turned out there was a way to wash the slime out of clothes. "Really, we won't even have to throw it all away." Russell smiled broadly and replied, "Yes, the maids should trust him." He told them to rely on him. All the maids gathered around the boy. He announced that it was all washable after all. They were very surprised by his words. "How is that possible?" One woman asked if it was true. Another maid said she couldn't get it out either and thought it was all just trash. Russell began to demonstrate how to do it. First, the dirty items needed to be put in water. Russell then started to pull something out of his pocket. Russell pulled a small bottle from his pocket and said they needed to add this. All the maids watched the process. Then he explained they needed to rinse it thoroughly. The boy demonstrated how to wash the slime off dirty clothes, and all the maids observed intently. The clothes were perfectly clean, completely washed, and now looked brand new. What did the boy use? Oh, that. The bottle contained acidic slime. To clean the dirt after working with slimes, you needed a different kind of slime. What? All the maids were surprised. The boy explained that there are many different types of slime. This was acidic slime, and it could clean off dirt. A maid recalled that Russell had used it to wash dishes in the kitchen. She hadn't thought it could be used for laundry too. Slimes turned out to be very useful. But she asked, the young master must understand that it can't be used to clean armor, right? Armor could easily rust because of such slime, couldn't it? For that, the boy had something else. Russell had soda slime, acidic slime plus soda slime. The boy used his synthesis skill. What synthesis? He uses advanced skills so easily. This is neutralizing slime. He told the maids to try using it. Wow, it's perfectly clean. Neutralizing slime even allows them to wash armor. He told the other maids to try it too. All the maids started working and each one was amazed. Oh my, even armor, clothes, and towels, everything was cleaned of slime. Clean and fresh, the maids finally understood how to do their job and how to get rid of that stubborn slime after collecting those creatures. This is amazing. It will help the maids so much. The woman noticed the young master's attention to her hands. He started to get nervous, saying, no, he just. The woman had worked as a maid since she was very young, but as she got older, she stopped getting hired. Everyone wanted young maids by their side. All aristocrats choose younger maids, it's considered the norm. Russell was very surprised, saying, that can't be. The woman asked the boy if he felt sorry for people with hands like hers, but told him not to feel sorry, as she would explain everything now. The young master hired her anyway, out of everyone. Clavis believed that such hands were the hands of a hardworking person, and the man liked them. This fact made the maid happy. The maids have an excellent master, it's a pleasure to work for him. No one even thinks about touching the women, so that's how it is. Russell was very happy with this turn of events. Russell gave them such a useful thing, now their work would be easier. In that case. Neutralizing slime is very gentle and doesn't harm the skin on their hands, so they don't have to worry about their skin becoming even rougher. They asked if it was true. What joyful news for the maids. Now they would work even harder, but Russell asked them not to overwork themselves. Russell realized he hadn't thought about the age of the maids working in their house, and they all got straight to work. Russell felt they were lucky to have such a master, allowing them to live and work happily. The boy turned to Kanna and apologized for causing her so much trouble. Suddenly, Kanna fell to her knees. What was wrong with her? Russell became very worried about the maid, wondering if she was okay. Had they really been given a high-quality and effective cleaning product, and had they also remembered to care for others? He was bewildered by what was happening to Kanna. The girl was trembling and hugging herself, thinking, Lord Russell, how far can he go? That's it. The maid held herself with both hands and lowered her head, saying Kanna, couldn't take it anymore. What was happening? Something was wrong with Kanna. She was transforming into something. The girl said, Master, no. A bright light then shone. Lord Russell, the boy was scared and started screaming. After the light subsided, the maid tried to pounce on him, but another maid appeared and struck her, sending her flying away from the master. He was surprised by the situation. Rachel also arrived. The maid apologized for her colleague's behavior, which had clearly frightened Russell. She explained that Kanna was a vampire. What? A vampire? Did Kanna want to drink the boy's blood? The vampire maid sat on her knees and started waving her hands, saying, What are you talking about? She would never do such a thing, denying everything. The maid explained that vampires don't just drink blood, they also add it to their food, and their bodies are structured in a way that they aren't repulsed by it. But it was also interesting to know why the girl suddenly changed her appearance. The maid began to explain that it was all because she really liked Russell, and she looked very happy. The boy is a true gentleman, he treats women with such kindness and his cuteness. The maid likes everything about Russell. He's very sweet and there's a sense of fairness in this sport. In the girl's understanding, Russell is perfect in every way, and the maid began to praise the young master. The maid adjusted her glasses and told Russell that now he understood. This girl was dangerous and he should be more careful with Kanna. The boy was impressed by the sight. She initially tried to control herself, but now the girl couldn't do it anymore. It was impossible to endure. Russell asked her to stop, saying he was happy to hear it, but he was actually 300 years old. No way, no problems. The boy didn't understand what was happening. It turned out the vampire's real age was 197 years old. Russell was stunned, asking, how is that possible? She knelt down and took Russell's hands, saying that's why he absolutely had to take her as his wife. But then another maid intervened and said she wouldn't allow it, and she swung her arm again. Suddenly, the vampire stood up and they started arguing. But wasn't the boy actually 300 years old? Wasn't it not pedophilia? So what was the problem exactly? Russell needed a more suitable person, but the girl considered herself that suitable person. Russell just stood there and watched. There are so many different kinds of people in the world, truly. All the other maids were also watching, surprised, thinking how great it was to be young, and they envied them. Another month passed, and one day in the kitchen, everyone was working as usual. The cooks and the head chef were preparing another dish, and Russell was asked to wash a pot. The boy agreed and went to do his duty. The man asked if Russell had peeled all the potatoes, and indeed he had. Russell would get more plates now, he heard and replied. In 3 days, the head chef would entrust the boy with cooking. He was very surprised. Russell was going to cook. Their mouths hung open. Jansen asked if it wasn't too soon for Russell, but it was fine. A whole month had passed since the boy joined their kitchen. Jansen also cooked for the first time after a month, didn't he? Had the guy forgotten about it? He stammered after the chef's remark. Oh, right. The guy's first dish was terrible. The cook started recalling Jansen's mistakes, how he mixed up salt and sugar due to nerves. The guy blushed, saying it was time to forget about that. Anyway, let Russell cook. Then the head chef turned to Jansen, ready to give him instructions, and Jansen listened carefully. Jansen was to be responsible for Russell. He trembled and pointed at himself. Me, I'm supposed to be responsible for the boy. He started remembering how Russell cooked. Now Jansen had to be responsible for him. Jansen was full of doubts, unsure if he could handle it. He couldn't. The boy knew how to cook 50-year-old meat and understood dragon meat. Sanho told the guy that this task might seem very difficult, but he should consider Russell his junior brother in the kitchen. The man was relying on Jansen. The chef was right. Jansen turned to the boy, who was now his junior brother in the kitchen. The guy clenched his fist and told the newcomer that he wouldn't be pitied here. Russell had to be ready for difficulties. He replied, "Yes, I'm counting on you, Jansen." "Great, we're done with work for today," the guy said, adding that they could start training now. Russell would be taught the basics, standing next to the cook. Russell needed to understand that chefs cook separately for themselves. In this case, luxury means nothing to chefs. Masters must separate orders from their own food. They usually prepare their own dishes from leftover ingredients after cooking. They wouldn't just throw away good products. Also, the chef has an iron rule. If he sees the boy wasting ingredients for no reason, Sanho has the right to kick Russell out. Russell was surprised. What, kick me out? Jansen continued to explain the kitchen rules, adding that cooking for themselves was also good practice for the chefs. It's also important to understand that ingredients aren't always available in the kitchen, and deliveries might take a while. Sometimes money runs out. In short, there can be a lot of problems. Even in such situations, chefs need to maintain mental flexibility, be resourceful, and find solutions in difficult situations. At such times, chefs can cook from leftovers, so cooking for oneself is a useful training. Furthermore, there's another rule Russell must learn. This time, the boy won't be able to serve food he prepared from monsters, which he's so good at. That's right, he won't find monster ingredients in the kitchen. In other words, this time Russell shouldn't rely on his usual ingredients. This will be a serious test for his culinary skills. Only when a chef can prepare something delicious using only leftovers can he become a true head chef. Russell listened carefully to the guy's instructions. Jansen asked the boy if he could handle such a task, and he replied yes, Russell would try his best to complete the work. Jansen took a sip from his cup and hummed, saying that even with regular ingredients it would be delicious, but cooking with leftovers lacked depth. The boy agreed with Jansen. Russell started working and couldn't believe how difficult it was to cook with leftover ingredients. Jansen told him he needed to find the best option, and leftover vegetables would be especially suitable. This will add aroma and that will give it texture. Russell watched intently, memorizing the young man's instructions. Jansen continued to explain that adding this would make the flavor richer. Watching him, Russell realized how much better a seasoned chef was than a novice. Russell was self-taught, which meant he lacked specific knowledge and techniques. Jansen, on the other hand, possessed the skills and knowledge of a true chef. He knew far more than the boy, even though Russell had lived for 300 years. Russell hadn't understood how profound cooking could be. Just then, someone entered and apologized. Everyone turned to see Lady Lilith. She was getting ready for bed and was passing by when she noticed the guys working diligently. So she brought them some tea, suggesting the chefs take a break and enjoy it. She smiled, carrying a teapot and cups on a tray. What a pleasant aroma this drink has. It's Lipon herb tea. Yes, it's beneficial and helps relieve fatigue. The girl smiled, explaining the tea's good qualities. Lilith also mentioned that she would love to try whatever Russell cooked, but she wondered if it was only for the chefs. She seemed very interested. Russell told her that Lilith could always try his cooking. Is that true? She asked, delighted, and then said then. The girl eagerly awaited every dish Russell would make. She looked at him and extended her pinky finger. The boy smiled, extended his own pinky, and said, "Aha." Lilith walked to the door and waved goodbye to Russell. The young man adjusted his headwear and said, "All right, we need to try again." The boy agreed and they got back to work. This event happened 3 days later. The chefs gathered on one side of the table while Russell stood on the other. The boy's dish for today was oyakodon. This popular Eastern dish's ingredients included silver rice, chicken, eggs, cabbage, onions, and carrots. The chefs watched and listened, curious about the composition of what Russell had prepared for them today. The dish had an excellent color and looked very appetizing. Had Russell really made this from leftovers? The boy's abilities astonished his colleagues. Russell confirmed that it was prepared from yesterday's leftovers, using scraps of various vegetables and remaining eggs. So Russell hadn't broken the rule of cooking only with leftovers. Now, how would this dish taste? Sanho began to sample what the boy had prepared, and everyone else followed suit, taking a spoonful. It was incredibly delicious. For the broth, Russell had used vegetables in addition to chicken bones, creating something akin to a vegetable broth. The vegetables and chicken bones produced an excellent broth that enhanced the dish's flavor. Russell was truly talented. He had made a superb dish. Is this yesterday's rice? The guy scooped a spoonful and started examining it. It's so shiny, it's hard to believe it's real now. Sanho chuckled and also looked at the rice Russell had prepared. Did he fry this rice in rice wine, right? The boy began to explain that yes, he used the leftover rice from the risotto they made yesterday. Russell added rice wine and cooked the rice again, giving it that shine. The guy mused that the chefs had served the master silver rice wine yesterday. He was told he could use any seasonings. Russell used alcohol as a seasoning, which was outside the rules. The head chef himself praised the boy. The guy picked up a cup and asked what it was. Sanho tasted the dishes, ohitashi and oyakodon, and both were very delicious. Russell was very happy with his chef's praise and thanked him. The man asked for the guy's opinion too. They watched and waited for his answer. He mumbled and said the dish was tasty. But one question arose: where did Russell get the chicken for the oyakodon? The guy turned to him, very curious. Russell explained that one of the chickens in the mansion had died yesterday. He was told it died of old age, and usually such chickens are just thrown away. So that's it, Russell used a chicken that died of old age, but if that's the case, then this meat, the guy pondered. It's too tender. The meat of dead chickens should be tough, but definitely not this soft and delicate. Jansen thought about Russell's actions. To make everyone think how good the boy is, he took fresh chicken meat and passed it off as old. The rule was to only cook with leftovers. If the head chef discovered the mistake, that Russell broke the rule, then the boy would be banned from the kitchen. The guy was very worried about his fate. They scooped spoon after spoon. Everyone was silent. Then Sanho asked why the guy was deep in thought. He surely had something to say. He started to get nervous and said, well, yeah. Jansen understood that using new meat went against the rules. What if the chef found out? Would Russell be forbidden from the kitchen? Should he tell the chef about it? But it seemed no one else noticed. Jansen hesitated. He took another spoonful of the dish the boy had prepared. He needed to decide something. There was an option to just keep quiet, then everything would be fine. But what should Jansen do now? How should he act? He was very nervous. Jansen told the chef that old meat couldn't be this tender. He believed Russell used a new chicken, not the one meant to be discarded. The guy leaned his hands on the table. The boy stood and looked at Jansen. He lowered his head and apologized to Russell because he couldn't lie in such a situation. In other words, Jansen was saying the boy broke the kitchen rules. He replied yes, but there was a but. The guy took off his head covering, held it in his hand, and knelt down. Jansen knelt before them holding his chef's hat and said that he was responsible for training the boy, so he should take responsibility for this. The guy continued, saying it was all because Jansen hadn't explained things clearly enough and the boy misunderstood everything. He didn't grasp the rules. He pleaded with them not to kick Russell out of the kitchen. The boy watched Jansen, who was kneeling in front of the chefs. Sanho scoffed and wondered how the guy decided to act and what Russell would say now. The boy replied that there was no problem. He definitely used old meat. The chefs looked at Russell, who was surprised, and asked, how could that be? He took a spoon, scooped up some of the dish, and asked how the meat became so tender. Russell explained that he used maitake mushrooms. If you marinate meat with these mushrooms, even the toughest meat will become soft and tender over time. So this texture is because of the maitake mushrooms. Oh, so that's how it is. Russell is just amazing. His experience cooking monsters came in handy for the boy. In the mountains, the boy tried various methods to tenderize monster meat, and maitake mushrooms were the most effective. Russell experimented and finally found the best option. Russell informed the guy that everything was actually fine. The boy followed all the rules the chef set for preparing the dishes. Jansen looked at the boy, Russell, who had made his colleague worry. The guy took his cheeks in his hands. The chef didn't even know such a method existed. He finally relaxed, then apologized for doubting Russell. He told Jansen that it was fine. The guy even wanted to take the blame himself. Russell thanked his colleague, even blushing. Jansen patted him on the head and said, "Of course, they're practically brothers, and that's how it should be." Both chefs smiled. Sanho noted that even Jansen had grown thanks to the newcomer's arrival. They smiled and watched the two interact. The boy mentioned that, by the way, there was another dish after this. He was inspired by the tea Lilith brewed for him. Russell boiled onion skins, and what was in the cups was onion tea. Despite its bitter taste, this tea improves blood flow, reduces swelling, and increases resistance to cold. Jansen was surprised by the boy's knowledge and asked where he learned all this. Then the guy slightly brushed his hair back and activated his special skill, saying he had studied the chefs with his dragon's gaze. Sometimes Jansen forgets what terrifying abilities the newcomer possesses. All the dishes were eaten, so Sanho told Jansen that a decision needed to be made. Had the boy passed the test, the chef pondered. Jansen was thinking about it. The boy waited. The salt, it wasn't as tasty as Russell thought, so he decided to use a lot of salt. This seasoning can overpower the taste of vegetables. He wouldn't use that much salt in this broth. The chefs exchanged glances. The boy understood. Right, Russell only wanted to adjust the taste a little but added too much salt to the dish. The guy realized this just by tasting it. Jansen stated that, in his opinion, the most important thing was to trust the flavor of the ingredients the boy used. It seemed Russell hadn't succeeded, which upset him, but the young man didn't understand this reaction. The guy asked what he was talking about, as Russell had definitely passed and the food was delicious. The chef had just made a comment. He didn't understand anything, but the dish was already very tasty. Jansen simply believed the boy still had room to grow. Both chefs just listened to Jansen and the boy's conversation. Jansen was giving advice to his colleague, explaining that when it comes to food, it can never be good enough. One must understand there's always room for improvement. Jansen said the guy's cooking had always been delicious and encouraged the boy to keep trying his best. Now Russell understood everything. He still had a long way to go to become a cooking genius. He needed to prepare dishes even better, even tastier. The boy's eyes lit up. He smiled broadly. Russell realized he needed to seek out new flavors for preparing new dishes. The boy thanked everyone for their guidance and evaluation of his cooking. Jansen made a fair decision regarding the boy, and Sanho agreed with the verdict. Jansen would continue to look after the boy and be Russell's mentor. They were surprised, then someone opened the door, intending to enter. It was the Duke. He thanked the head chef for looking after his son. The Lord entered, and everyone noticed. The man apologized for withholding information from Russell. He was the one who had asked the guys to conduct this test, which the newcomer had successfully passed. But wait, what? The Retivia family would soon be hosting a summer festival right there, the man announced. The Duke needed to tell his son the information and asked if Russell would serve his monster dishes at it. The boy looked at his father. Jansen was surprised. A summer festival? Would they need to prepare monster dishes? This was unexpected news. The summer festival is where people try to escape the heat, right? The man confirmed this, adding that many people gather at the summer festival, including. The Duke knelt on one knee and asked Russell to participate in the festival. The boy was going to introduce him to everyone, as he was his son. It's customary for children to showcase their skills at festivals, so the Duke really wanted the boy to prepare his monster dishes. This festival was necessary because the boy had been adopted. Russell clenched his fists and lowered his head. He said he wasn't related to this family by blood, so many people needed to acknowledge him. Everyone looked at Russell, wondering what he was saying. Jansen called the boy over, then said that any child of the Duke should participate in this festival, whether they were a biological son or an adopted one. The young man placed his hand on him and told Jansen that even though they were in the same kitchen, he shouldn't shout in front of the master. The chef immediately apologized, but the man didn't find it unacceptable, so it was fine. His father told the boy that Jansen was completely right in this situation. The fact of kinship didn't matter. It was an old custom to boast about one's children. The boy pondered this. It was an old custom, and perhaps something similar existed in his old family, but there was one catch. Russell couldn't recall his father ever speaking about his child to anyone. To his biological father, the boy had been useless and incomplete. Was Russell really something to boast about? He lowered his head and thought deeply. The man looked at his son, then asked Russell if this would be his first time at such a celebration. The boy replied that it was. Excellent, then we can do what should have been done 300 years ago, the Duke said, placing a hand on Russell's shoulder. Russell looked at his father. The Duke asked the boy if he would allow him to be proud of him. Russell was silent at first, then said, "Father." These words clearly pleased him. The man said he only wanted to surprise everyone with Russell's food. What would he say to this proposal? With a joyful smile, the boy agreed to the proposal, saying he was no longer Russell Hu Tristan. Now he was Russell Gran Retivia. He placed his palm on his chest and declared that at the summer festival, Russell would prepare dishes made from monsters. Everyone watched him, listening to his words. The man said that Russell was clearly confident and would definitely succeed. That was a fact. The event took place a few days later, and a crowd had gathered at the mansion. Russell decided to go to the mountain where he used to live to gather ingredients. The white dragon also wanted to go with the boy, and they were determined to set off. "Boy, are you really going there with urine? Did you bring a handkerchief and a bottle of water?" Russell told his mother that everything was fine and they had nothing to worry about, as the white dragon would protect him. They were worrying too much. The Duke looked around. Didn't Lilith come out to see her brother off? Maybe she's still asleep. She had been studying late last night, so perhaps Lilith was still sleeping, or maybe she, like Russell, had been warming up in the bath and fallen asleep. She wouldn't do that. Russell told the white dragon that it was time to go. Well, nothing can be done about it. She jumped up, bent her arms, positioned them beneath her, and just like that, urine transformed back into a mighty dragon. The boy thanked her. "Well, let's fly." Russell waved goodbye to everyone who had come to see him off. He sat atop the white dragon as urine took flight, and they set off on their journey. A letter was written to the Lord and Lady. The man found the letter in Lilith's bedroom. He reached out to take the note. What? The girl wanted to go to the mountains with Russell. Parents, don't worry, Lilith. The two flew for a while, then the boy took off his bag and said, "I think it's time. Lilith, you can come out now." She exhaled. Was Lilith hurt inside the magic bag? No, she was fine, just some strange sensations. The wind was blowing through her hair. Wow, it was beautiful. They were flying, and urine giggled. She couldn't bring herself to call it flying, not really. Lilith screamed, but did she really think it was a good idea not to tell anyone? They would be angry when the kids got home, and at Russell too, but it was no big deal. She just really wanted to go with Russell, and she was smiling broadly as she said it. The girl wanted to see where Russell grew up. Urine flew further and further, with a field stretching out beneath them. They finally arrived and began to descend. A forest grew all around them, and the kids lowered themselves between the trees. Russell told her to hold on to him. She had screamed during the flight. The kids landed on the mountain where the boy had grown up. There were so many plants here that Lilith hadn't even seen in books. She was very happy to see everything around her. And Lilith really likes plants, doesn't she? Yes, she thanked the boy for bringing her along. The girl turned to Urine, wanting to say something. She thanked Urine for bringing them here, but Urine said there was no need to thank her for that. The girl then transformed into a human and added, "By the way." What were they looking for here? Russell said they might find something tasty, which was why the girl had flown with him. Today, the team would be searching for something. Suddenly, something happened. The girl screamed in surprise and covered her ears. What was that sound? The boy turned towards it. It was a sun tree. This tree moves depending on the sun's position. Lilith had only seen it in pictures and books. The boy knew she would recognize it. It was obvious. The terribly loud sound stopped. Sun trees move several times a day simultaneously, and that's the only time they make such a sound. A sun tree. The girl understood everything and told Russell. Today is the day when sun trees produce sap, and it's very delicious. What? Sap? Lilith was hearing about this for the first time and was very surprised. That too, but the boy's main goal was completely different. Most likely, there it is, he understood something. Now the kids decided to hide behind some bushes, and they were looking for something. The boy pointed and said, "Over there, that's what Russell needs." A cacao bee was flying there. It was the size of a human head. This insect was here to collect the sun tree's sap. The boy knew a lot about it. Cacao bees, the girl didn't like them. They didn't taste very good raw, but Russell said no one was going to eat them. The insect was flying nearby. Great, this bee finished collecting the sap. Now the kids needed to follow it. The girl listened very carefully to Russell. To avoid being noticed, they needed to put this on. The boy pulled out a cloak made of precious chameleon skin. He held it in his hands to show the girls. He started demonstrating how the cloak worked. You just put it on and it hides your appearance and scent. The girls were incredibly surprised, exclaiming, "Wow, how does it do that?" Everyone put on their cloaks, and since they couldn't see each other, they had to hold hands. That's when they noticed a cocoa bee, and the kids found it. It was a cocoa bee hive, which was exactly what the kids were looking for, and this hive was enormous. They had finally found the insect's home. Yurin asked what they should do with the hive now, wondering if the boy needed the honey, as it was also very tasty. Russell began to explain their plan. But the most delicious part was the cocoa bee hive itself. The girl didn't expect that answer and was surprised, asking what. All right, they would take the entire hive now. Yurin needed to stop. She might just ruin everything if she rushed. Russell stood up and extended his hand towards the hive, telling the girls to leave it to him. Now he needed to use his skill against the cocoa bees. Russell used his freezing barrier and it suddenly became cold. The girls wondered what he was doing. Cocoa bees hibernate in low temperatures, so he told them to watch him use his magic. Suddenly, after he used his skill, all the insects fell to the ground. Now they could approach safely, and the kids didn't have to worry about being stung by a cocoa bee. Russell emerged from behind the bushes and asked the girls to wait for him there where they were hidden. He warned them that as soon as the temperature started to rise, the bees would become active again, so they needed to be careful. The boy approached the cocoa bee hives with both girls waiting for him from their hiding spot. But what was this? A monster attack, but Russell was still wearing the precious chameleon cloak. How could this be happening? He contacted Yurin telepathically, telling her that an enemy was targeting him and to have the white dragon keep an eye on Lilith. The girls understood what Russell was doing. The boy started running away, believing he couldn't involve the girls in the fight, but he could get as far away as possible. Even though Russell was wearing the cloak, the attacks were incredibly precise. He tried to dodge as best he could, but it was a difficult task. This was clearly a strong opponent, and in this situation, taking off the cloak would be a much better solution. Russell finally took off the cloak, realizing that if he didn't fight seriously, he would lose. Suddenly, the boy saw someone hiding in the tree leaves and started shouting for them to stop. A small monster emerged and said it was him. Russell realized it was Alma, a fox-like creature with pointy ears who said they hadn't seen each other in a long time. So that's why he was so strong. It was unexpected, but everything suddenly made perfect sense. Could their opponent really be Russell? He had disappeared, which was why Alma didn't recognize him. The boy was also very surprised by this attack, but why did it happen? Alma thought the cocoa bee hive was under attack by some unknown magical beast, and as the forest guardian, the little creature couldn't stand by. The boy began to apologize. The little creature wondered what Russell was doing there. The boy started to mumble and tried to explain that cocoa bees were lying nearby and the girls were hiding behind a bush. They were worried about the boy. Russell hadn't returned. Lilith hoped he was okay, saying there was no need to worry about him, and even more so. Yurin couldn't wait any longer, declaring she would eat it before anyone else. The girl didn't understand and started to object, saying no, it would be dangerous if there were still bees there. But then the white dragon told her to be quiet. Why should Yurin worry about safety because of the girl? She pouted at this. However, Lilith said they were family and it was natural to worry about Yurin. The girl was surprised, asking what. Lilith confirmed they were family, but the white dragon considered it nonsense. She was just a guest here. The girl wasn't adopted. Besides, Yurin was a divine dragon, a perfect being, a loner. The concept of family was alien to the dragon, but wasn't Yurin uncomfortable being part of the Retivia family? At this, the girl was taken aback and said she didn't know, as she had never had a family. They all lived under one roof, slept, and ate together. At least, Lilith considered the girls part of her family. Yurin even blushed as the cocoa bees approached them. Yurin noticed the bees had woken up and they needed to run. She grabbed Lilith and they dashed forward. Yurin thought it would be safer here. Lilith thanked the girl for saving her, but the white dragon denied doing anything special, saying it was nothing. She blushed and said it was natural to help family, but then something suddenly happened. Lilith covered her ears again because of those trees. Yurin started to get angry, asking what that noise was. It was that sun tree again. Then it dawned on the girl, Yurin had run so much and was tired. She walked up to the tree and then hit it. Yurin joyfully told the girl that the tree's sap was delicious and Lilith should try it. Was that really tree sap flowing from the hole the white dragon made? The girl tasted it and the sap was indeed very delicious, but Yurin said not to drink it little by little. Lilith didn't understand, so the white dragon showed her how, telling her not to be shy as it tasted better that way. Lilith laughed, her face covered in sap. She asked Yurin not to call her Sama herself. What? The girl wiped her mouth after drinking the sap and told Lilith to just call her Yurin, as family members don't use the Sama honorific with each other. Lilith was so happy. She had always wanted to call the white dragon that but was afraid Yurin wouldn't like it. The girl smiled broadly at her family member. She thanked Yurin for allowing her to call her that. Since they were family, it was fine to allow it. The white dragon also called the girl by her name. All right, now that that's settled, he figured he should drink some more juice. She asked if this was the right way to do it, and yes, it was perfect. The juice was delicious. The boy then found Yurin and Lilith, and oh boy, things got a little awkward. He had heard from Rushel about what happened, but Alma never expected a white dragon to be with the kids. The little creature was so cheeky, he hoped they wouldn't fight. Now all the creatures in this forest were Alma's neighbors. If anyone disturbed the peace, the little beast would teach them a lesson, but for Rushel's sake, an exception could be made. The cacao bees only allowed them to take one nest. The boy thanked them and then went to retrieve it. Rushel was holding a cacao bee hive. It now belonged to them. Yurin flew over and declared she would be the first to try it. The chocolate was incredibly tasty, and the girl was delighted. Lilith complained that it wasn't fair. Yurin agreed to share with her, but warned Lilith not to eat too much, as chocolate was a rare ingredient. The little creature watched all of this unfold. They said goodbye to Alma, telling him they hoped to see him again soon. They told Rushel to take care of his new family, and the boy waved back, saying he would and that the little creature should too. So all the ingredients were gathered. Now all that was left was to cook them at the summer festival. The girl eagerly awaited Rushel's dishes, and Yurin would be the first to try them. She transformed back into a dragon and the kids flew back home. Rushel couldn't have imagined what would happen at the summer festival. The kids flew beneath the clouds with the sunset visible in the distance. Rushel, admiring himself in the mirror, tells the girls that his outfit was very unusual. They tell him it was fashionable. The girls tell him that since he'll be giving the welcoming speech, he needs to look perfect. The young man gets flustered and says he'll try his best. The Retivia family's summer festival had arrived. Absolutely everyone, regardless of their social status, was enjoying the celebration. Suddenly, the young man addresses the crowd. He introduces himself, stating that he is the son of Duke Clavis of Retivia. Rushel declares that he is still inexperienced, but wishes to become as strong and brave as his father, and also a person everyone will love. He asks the people for their support. The crowd cheered joyfully, saying that the Duke had found himself a good adopted son. The Duke then spoke, saying that those who listened carefully to the speech probably noticed that the young man was smarter than him. The Duke mentions that the young man cooks wonderfully, and soon they will be able to taste it for themselves. He tells them he will call them when everything is ready. Stepping off the stage, Rushel exhales and says he was very nervous. His father tells him the speech was magnificent. Suddenly, someone calls out to the young man. It was Lilith and Yurin. Rushel rushes over to them and says they look great. The girls tell him that he also looked confident and dignified. The girls ask when the food will be served, as they can't wait to try it. The young man asks them not to rush, reminding them it's a festival. Jansen approaches them and says he's about to start cooking. He stops Rushel, who was about to say something, and tells him that today is a holiday, so he should be having fun. He gives him a push and says if he doesn't escort the girls, who else will? He waves at them and tells them to have fun. As Rushel leaves, he thanks him and the cook watches them go. Then he asks the Duke if he is sure about his decision, and the Duke replies that he is, because he wanted his son to see what the festival had become. The young people were having fun and enjoying the festival. Rushel says he's never been to such a fun celebration. Suddenly, he hears someone say that he's the cook's son. 3 boys address Rushel, calling him the cook's son. They mockingly ask him to cook something for them too. Rushel doesn't understand who they are. He approaches them and asks again, and the boys say that rumor has it the chef's son cooked a delicious meal and managed to get into the Duke's house, since aristocrats never cooked. Rochelle mentally thought that the boys concluded he was the chef's son because he was an unknown kid who ended up with the Duke. Yurin asks the guy what they're saying and offers to freeze them. However, the guy tells her to calm down when suddenly Lilith heads towards the boys. She yells at them, telling them to stop insulting the guy, as they should be ashamed of behaving like that as aristocrats. The boys recoiled in fear, and Yurin enthusiastically declared that a fight was brewing. She says that what they're saying is an insult not only to Rochelle but to the entire Duke's household. Plus, they ganged up on the guy 3-on-1 and they should be ashamed now. Rochelle stops Lilith and she, covering her mouth with her hand, says it was an accident. Suddenly, someone says they are witnessing a very rare sight. It was Prince Roland. He says that Lilith, who is usually very calm, started shouting. Everyone began to bow to him. The prince asks them not to worry as he came to enjoy the festival. However, he stumbled upon a very curious event. The prince says that even though the boy's words were inappropriate, she shouldn't have used her status to threaten them. Lilith apologized. However, Rochelle stops her and says that the girl was defending him, and if anyone is to blame, it's him. The prince addresses the guy and says that the fact that cooking was a special skill was already clear to them. He says that it was the work of servants, and therefore he shouldn't have been doing it. Rochelle states that his life was saved thanks to cooking, and it wasn't just cooking but the meaning of life and a connection to his distant past. The prince says that for aristocrats, cooking is for commoners and asks if he doesn't have more aristocratic skills. Yurin intervenes in the conversation and says that the guy is pretty good with a sword. The prince is interested. He suggests that he show his sword fighting skills. The group moves to a quiet, secluded spot. Lilith asks the prince to stop, but he says they will be fighting with toy swords, so he won't harm Rochelle. He throws a sword to the guy and yells for him to catch it. Rochelle catches the sword with one hand, not even looking at it. The prince asks if they're worried that if he loses, Rochelle will get a bad reputation. He reassures Lilith, telling her it was just for fun. There were no outsiders, and no matter how the duel ended, no one would be upset. The prince says his loyal servant is silent and won't interfere. Craze confirms this. Lilith, concerned, was about to say something, but Rochelle stopped her. He asked her not to worry and to trust him. The bullies yelled at the prince to beat the chef's son. The boys crossed swords and the prince asked Rochelle if he was ready. He confirmed it. They began to move away from each other, maintaining eye contact. Then the prince suddenly attacked the young man, but Rochelle managed to jump back and dodge the blows. The prince struck again, but Rochelle parried it just as before. The boys were astonished. Rochelle mentally notes that this wasn't the level of an 8-year-old child. However, he was confident he could handle him. He realizes he can't injure the prince, but he also can't hold back. He decides to aim for a draw. Yurin shouts at the young man to finish quickly and not hold back, as she still had other shops to visit. The prince says the young man hasn't shown his full strength yet, and so he has a secret for him. He reveals that Lilith is actually his fiancée. Rochelle looks at Lilith in surprise. Rochelle barely dodges a blow, and the prince tells him he needs to show what he's capable of because Lilith will be his. Rochelle is surprised by his words. The prince lists all her beauty and says that someday all of it will be his. The prince maliciously says he can't wait for that day. Rochelle tries to calm himself, knowing that getting angry won't solve anything. The young man mentally declares that he won't allow or forgive anyone treating Lilith as an object. He grips his sword tighter and thinks about playing more seriously now. In the blink of an eye, the young man strikes, disarming the prince. The sword flies away, and everyone watches in shock at what just happened. The prince is surprised, noting how the young man delivered 5 instant strikes without a single injury. Rochelle feels uneasy, thinking he might have hurt the prince's pride and gone too far. Suddenly, the prince calls out to Rochelle. He enthusiastically asks the young man to be his friend, explaining that he loves fencing and strong opponents. Everyone was shocked by this. The prince suggests they formally introduce themselves and the boys shake hands, presenting themselves. Rochelle says it was an honor for him. However, the prince asks him not to say that as they were now friends and Rochelle was also his teacher. He then turns to the bullies and tells them that Rochelle is now his friend. He tells them to think carefully about what awaits them if they dare to insult him. The boys apologize and run off. Rochelle thanks the prince, who then asks why he's thanking him since they just exchanged blows and became friends. He reveals that everything about Lilith was a lie and he never considered her an object. He says he did it on purpose to see how the young man would react. The prince's servant tells him it's time for them to leave. The prince wants to give the young man one last piece of advice. He tells him that as the son of a ducal house, he might face not only honor but also ill-wishers. Therefore, he advises him not to show his weaknesses and then bids the boys farewell. Russell thinks that the prince was completely unlike all other 8-year-old children. He was amazing. However, after this meeting, the prince was kidnapped by unknown individuals. Everyone gathers at the table, and the Duke asks in surprise if Prince Roland has really been kidnapped. He asks Freddie if it's true, and the young man confirms that it is. A knight explains that while the servant was distracted for a second, the prince was already gone. The knights immediately began searching and found the bodies of royal guards without their armor in the forest. The kidnappers had disguised themselves as guards and taken the prince. The Duke is horrified and Craze states that she failed everyone as a bodyguard. The Duke asks for the servant to be escorted to the rest room so she can get some rest. He asks the knight if he has any other leads, but the knight says they have nothing yet. Their conversation is interrupted by Russell, who asks his father to entrust the matter to him. The Duke asks the young man in surprise if he has a plan. The boy says that with the help of magic he can locate the prince. However, his father tells him that this magic is only used by the most experienced mages, and even then, only over a short distance. Russell explains that the effectiveness of detection magic depends on how much magic is poured into it. He decides to invest all his magic and begins to use the detection spell. The radius of his detection spell started expanding more and more. As it turns out, the young man was able to scan the entire territory of their kingdom. He locates the prince inside a carriage. Russell returns, and those around him ask if he's all right. The boy says that the prince is fine and was most likely sedated. A knight asks him to reveal the prince's location, wanting to go after him immediately. But Russell denies his request. He states that he will go rescue the prince himself. He explains that the carriage was far away and they wouldn't catch up even if they pursued on horseback. However, he could catch them alone. The Duke says it's too dangerous, but the young man insists. He reminds them that Prince Roland once saved him. He says it was now his turn to save the prince and asks for permission. The Duke turns to his son and warns him that if he uses such powerful magic, he will be easily found. Moreover, the kidnappers were strong to have pulled off such a feat. As a parent, the Duke didn't want to let Russell go. However, every second counted, and with a heavy heart, the Duke asks his son to save the prince. Russell promises to return quickly with the prince and finish the dish for the celebration. His mother and Lilith urge him to be careful. Karim hands the young man a magic silver sword, and the boy accepts it, thanking his brother. The knights ask the young man how he plans to catch the carriage if even horses can't do it. He tells them he has a way. He asks Urin to transform into a dragon. The girl indignantly asks him why her specifically, and the young man tells her that only with her help can they catch up to the prince. He asks for her help, and the girl looks at him with a frown. She says she doesn't care about their human squabbles. She stands up and says that since her power is so necessary, she has no other choice. She leaps to take off, telling Russell she'll thank him later with some treats. Mid-jump, the girl transforms into a dragon and soars into the sky. Russell uses levitation magic to fly up to her and lands on her back. He asks her to fly west. She tells him to hold on tight, and the boy mentally urges the prince to wait for him. As they fly through the sky, the boy thinks the prince must be somewhere in this area. He activates night vision and spots him. The kidnapper's carriage was speeding at full throttle, causing foam to appear at the horses' mouths. Russell suspects the kidnappers used magic to make the horses gallop at such high speed. He felt sorry for the animals. He starts to ponder how to rescue the prince, then touches his forehead and says, "All right." He declares that he'll get into the carriage unnoticed, then jumps off Urin, asking her to stay in the air. In midair, Russell pulls out a cloak. It turns out it was made from the skin of a precious chameleon. He puts it on and uses levitation and silence magic. This way, he intended to completely conceal his presence and infiltrate the carriage. Russell sees the prince and reaches out to grab him. However, his hand passes through a barrier and becomes visible. His invisibility vanished, and everyone noticed the boy. The kidnappers grabbed their swords and demanded to know who he was. Russell immediately knocks out 2 of the men and reaches for the prince. However, a sword appears right in front of him, forcing Russell to jump back. Russell narrowly dodges the attack. But the kidnapper grabs the prince and says he expected a chase but not from a child, though he notes that Russell was an unusual child. Russell warns that if they kill the prince, they won't get away with it. The kidnapper merely sneers in response. The guy suggests that Russell take the prince and leave like an honorable man. He says that apparently if Russell starts fighting at full strength, they'll be in trouble. Besides, there was no point in them killing the prince right here and now. Russell asks how he can trust them, and the kidnapper says their lives were more important than rewards. He shoves the prince towards Russell and tells him to take him. The young man catches the prince and tells him to hang in there. Suddenly, he notices blood coming from the prince's eyes, nose, and mouth, and that he was dying. It dawns on Russell that this was a poison curse, and at that moment, the kidnappers attack the young man, saying that a dead body would reduce their reward. The young man returns to reality and says that was bad luck. Yurin asks him what happened, and the guy tells her he used his foresight skill. He tells her that he looked at the outcome of his actions if he were to sneak in and break inside. A barrier was installed in the carriage that neutralized all invisibility magic, and if a non-spellcaster touched the prince, a poison curse would activate. Currently, the prince was alive, as a living body yields a greater reward, but in unforeseen situations, the kidnappers wouldn't hesitate to use him as bait. Russell says the kidnappers were cunning and well-prepared, making it difficult to rescue the prince. He asks Yurin to fly in front of the carriage. Yurin asks what he's planning, and the guy tells her his plan. Not quite understanding, Yurin asks what that means, and he tells her he'll break through with force and jumps off the dragon. Russell appears directly in front of the carriage, and the kidnappers, surprised, ask who it is. The leader orders them to crush him. Russell thinks to himself that he knows where the prince is, and the main thing was to break through to him. He uses his battle cry of victory skill. He begins to use a huge number of magic skills, and as the carriage approached, he ran towards it. With his sword, he sliced the carriage into small pieces, and everyone inside was sent flying into the air. The kidnappers were in shock, and Russell began searching for the prince with his eyes. He found him. He catches the prince in a second. Then he uses the jewel of curse removal magic. Landing on the ground, Russell asks the prince if he's okay and removes his blindfold. The prince opens his eyes, asks what happened to him, and then remembers being kidnapped at the festival. Suddenly, the kidnapper appeared behind them and swung his sword. The prince saw him and yelled at Russell. Russell instantly teleported to another spot, and the kidnapper's sword blade only cut through the air. The young man tells his comrades to be vigilant, and Russell notices they've fully recovered. He asks the prince to stay put, and the prince asks what he's planning. He tells the prince he'll deal with the kidnappers. The prince is surprised by his words. The prince stops him, saying he can't handle them alone. From the sky, someone's voice is heard saying that even though he was just saved, he's making a lot of noise. Yurin jumps down to them, now in her human form. She says that people like them were nothing to her. The prince recognizes her, and she tells him her name, asking him to call her my lady. She asks him to entrust them to her. She draws a sword and says she'll show them her swordsmanship. The prince yells at her, calling her foolish because she was about to attack the kidnappers with a toy sword. She tells the prince to be quiet and watch. The kidnapper orders his comrades to prepare for battle. She attacks the kidnappers but is surprised to find she can't hit them at all. The prince yells at her to stop, warning that she'll get killed. The kidnapper calls her an idiot and attacks her with his sword. He smirks, then sees that nothing happened to the girl. Yurin tells him he's angered her. She throws away the sword, saying she doesn't need it anymore. She begins to transform. A dragon appears before them and declares it will destroy them with its claws. Everyone was in shock as Yurin struck them. Russell tells the prince to go to a safe place, but a bandit approaches them and tells him not to even hope. The bandit says the dragon was unexpected, but he had a job to do. Russell asks the prince to step back, but the prince starts to argue. However, Russell asks him to trust him. The prince finally gives in and asks him to defeat the enemies. Russell agrees and runs towards the bandit, ready for a fight. Russell and the bandit begin to fight, exchanging blows. The kidnapper notices that the boy is fast and can keep up with his movements. Russell thinks to himself that he surpasses the guy in speed, but there's one catch. The kidnapper is fast and his movements are elusive, as if there are many of him coming from everywhere. However, when the kidnapper attacks, Russell manages to dodge. The guy goes on the offensive, and Russell finally realizes that this is a special fighting technique. He starts to recall where he has seen these movements before. Finally, memories of a tiger surface in his mind. These are the exact same movements. In his youth, the young man fought with the shadow of a tiger in the mountains. The boy begins to change his movement tactics. He starts to keep his head still and shift his steps so that their sound disrupts the perception of distance. The guy looks at the boy in surprise. The boy is moving in a circle with the kidnapper inside it. He asks why he is using this tactic. Russell, now behind the guy, says that it seems he hasn't encountered this type of combat before. Then Russell uses his steel body skill and strikes the kidnapper. The kidnapper's body begins to harden. The guy turns into a statue and Russell exhales, saying he didn't think he'd ever need to use that. 300 years spent in the mountains hadn't been in vain for him. Suddenly, someone calls out to him. Yurin was holding the kidnappers and said that she also had everything ready. Russell thanked her and tied the bandits up more securely. Russell says they won't wake up for a while and suggests taking them to the mansion. The prince praised him, then clutched his hand. Russell asked worriedly if he was injured. The prince said it was nothing. His hand just started hurting after the tension subsided. Russell offers him a candy. The prince indignantly says he's not a child but takes the candy and starts eating it. He asks what kind of candy it is and the boy says it's made from slime. The prince immediately starts spitting it out. He asks why he was given it, but then notices with surprise that his hand has fully recovered. Russell says it has a restorative effect, and the prince tells him he keeps surprising him. He began listing everything the guy had done before and added that, on top of all that, he used a magical beast as an ingredient. Russell wondered if the prince might think he was strange, even though he had recently called him his friend. However, the prince said he had many questions but decided not to ask him anything. Russell asks if that's true and the prince confirms it. He says they are friends and friends sometimes don't want to share something important, and that's normal. He tells him that when the time is right, he can tell him everything about himself. Russell happily thanks the prince. Yurin tells them that if they're finished, they should return quickly because she hasn't had a chance to try everything yet. The guy agrees and the dragon soars into the sky. Russell says they all need to return to Rativia's house together. The Duke and everyone else happily waved at the dragon and the boys, and Russell said the festival wasn't over yet. The prince asks the Duke what happened to his knights, and the Duke only offered his regrets. The prince lowered his head and said he wanted to be alone, asking Craze to leave as well. The Duke said he understood and promised to provide him with top-level security. The prince entered the room and sat down on a chair. He began to replay all the events he had experienced in his mind. Russell knocks on the door and, upon entering, informs the prince that dinner is ready. However, the prince apologizes and says he doesn't feel like eating. He says that brave knights died for him. He understood that this was his destiny and in the future he would be responsible for many thousands of lives, but at the moment it was difficult for him. Russell apologizes for his audacity and asks for permission to tell him something. Russell says that now was the perfect time to try his dish. The prince asked why. He replied that food not only satisfies hunger, but also fills the heart with joy. He tells him that no matter how wise he may be, he is still a small child, and bearing the weight of other people's lives was not for a small child. He tells him to be a small child, at least for now, to forget the bitterness of loss just for a moment. The prince says that the boy's words sound like those of an old man. However, he agrees with him and stands up from the chair. Approaching Russell, he says he will try his dish. Russell is very happy about this. A couple of minutes later, the people gathered at the stage. Russell appears before them and thanks them for waiting. He says that today he would like to present his dish to them and begins to pull back the curtain. A house appears before the people. Everyone was delighted to see it. It was a real house made of sweets. The people began to discuss what the walls, roofs, and doors were made of. Russell says that first and foremost, he needs to tell them something. Russell explained that the house was made from magical creatures, which surprised everyone. He said the chocolate was crafted from the melted hive of cocoa bees, and the base of that hive was the sap of the sun tree. Other parts of the house were also created from similar materials. The walls of the little house were made from the shells of rocky slimes. The door was made of puff pastry from the minced meat of a scaled beast, and the windows were made from a mirror beast. The people started to doubt if it was edible, whispering to each other about rumors that eating magical beasts could lead to death. Russell thought to himself that things were as usual and pondered how to convince the crowd. Suddenly, one of the servants approached the people. He noticed a man sweating and offered him some sugar water. The man thanked him and began to drink the water. Suddenly, the man exclaimed that the water was delicious, noting a slight sweetness and a unique bitterness. He asked Vincent what kind of water it was. Vincent told the man that it was water made from the sap of the sun tree. The man expressed his surprise that the magical tree's sap was so tasty. Everyone then started asking for water too. The people took the water and began to drink it. Vincent looked at Russell and gave him a thumbs up. Russell happily remarked that Vincent was, as always, right on time. Russell addressed the crowd, saying he understood their concerns about magical creatures. He explained that the sun tree was resilient and would displace other plants, taking over their territories, which is why it was considered dangerous. However, the magical energy it produced was essential not only for animals but also for humans. Its sap contained concentrated magical energy, and as they could now confirm, it was very tasty and nutritious. He stated that if they didn't fear blindly but understood it correctly, dishes made from these ingredients would be the most beneficial. People began to agree that it was indeed tasty and harmless. However, the residents started saying that while the sap was understandable, they were still hesitant about the house. They claimed they couldn't allow their children to eat it. Hearing this, the children began to get upset with their parents. The prince, Lilith, and Urin, observing the situation, commented that the people were being overly cautious. The prince approached the people and said that no matter how much they were told, they would still worry. He mentioned that typically no one had ever tried magical creatures, including himself. However, he recently accidentally tasted a dish made from a magical creature and admitted that it wasn't bad at all. Russell recalled an instance when he gave the prince a piece of candy. The prince approached the house, took a decorative piece from it, and tasted it. Everyone fearfully asked if he was all right while he tried to say something, chewing the sweets in his mouth. Then, after swallowing the piece, he exclaimed that it was delicious. He described the taste, and Russell explained what the prince had just tried was made of. People watched in shock, and the prince advised them to try it quickly, otherwise it would all be gone soon. The crowd, now more trusting, said that since Prince Roland had tried it, then they should too. The children ran towards the house. They began to taste the doors, tables, cream wallpaper, marshmallow pillows, pudding bed, window, and railings. A boy took the fire from the fireplace, tasted it, and declared it was made of caramel. The children ran outside and, tasting the stones and trees, said that even they were edible. The children ate everything, and Urin, seeing this, said with annoyance that she had intended to eat it herself. Lilith said that everyone was delighted. Russell confirmed this. However, he asked her to wait, as he was about to prepare the next dish. The children happily tasted the toys and dolls in the house. They looked out the window and began waving to their parents. The kids called the house a miracle, and their mothers started to worry that the house might fall apart. However, the Duke's family chefs arrived and assured everyone that the house would not collapse. The chefs explained that they had taken precautions to ensure it wouldn't fall apart. They said the house was built from honeycomb. Russell approached them and said that it's called a honeycomb structure, which consists of tightly packed hexagons. He explained that such a structure allows for both lightness and strength. For this, they used magic and cocoa bee honeycombs. A woman told him that she no longer had anything to fear. The people began to understand what was going on and stopped being afraid and doubting dishes made from magical animals. A chef whispered to Russell that people were starting to trust the dishes more. Suddenly, the chef noticed that Russell had brought dishes for everyone. The boy said that these were desserts he was going to hand out to everyone. The children happily ran up to Russell and started asking him what was inside. The maids began serving the dishes, asking the children not to push. Russell gave dishes to the prince and Lilith. The prince praised the boy and opened the lid of his dish. The prince exclaimed in delight that it was a mini house made of sweets. Russell told him that the house wasn't just miniature and asked him to try it with a spoon. The prince tasted the house and felt something crunchy. He said in surprise that it was cocoa ice. The children happily declared that it was perfect for such hot weather. The prince advised the children not to eat so greedily or they might get a headache. Russell told the prince that the ice was fine because it was made from the fang of an ice demon. It wouldn't cause headaches. The prince said that this was also from the magic kitchen. Suddenly, they heard someone calling for their dad. The children started bringing their parents into the house, showing them all the beauty of the little house. The parents said that only children were allowed inside, but Russell happily invited them in too. The children began to rejoice, while the parents doubtfully asked if they were really allowed. All the children started bringing their parents into the house and having a good time. Russell suddenly felt sad. He turned and walked towards the exit of the house, and Yurin called after him, asking where he was going. He sat outside and watched the fun. He remembered Yarlm-sama and wondered what he would say if he were here. The boy covered his face and started to cry. Suddenly, the Duke placed a hand on the boy's head and began to praise him. He sat next to him and asked him why he chose a house made of sweets when there were many other options. Russell said that at first he wanted to cook something ordinary, but the festival gathered families who even avoided noisy events. It was a true family celebration. That's why he wanted both children and parents to be equally happy. He said it was a dream that lived in the hearts of both adults and children. The Duke hugged the boy and told him he did a wonderful job. Russell was surprised at first, then smiled, thinking that this was exactly what he expected from Yarlm. The boy turned to his father and told him that today was the Festival of Coolness and Family Day, so he wanted his father to praise him properly. The Duke hugged the boy and told him he was his pride. 2 months after the Festival of Coolness, the Duke said goodbye to his family, asking them to take care of themselves while he was away. The kids waved to him and wished him a safe journey. Russell's father left with others to inspect his domains, while the children stayed behind to guard the house. Yurin happily announced that they had left, and Russell asked her what was going on. The girl said that it meant they were now in charge of the mansion. She declared that, for starters, they would have 5 meals a day and 10 snacks, but then their head servant appeared and denied her request. He explained that the master had left instructions and Lilith had magic training, while Yurin's lessons were also starting. The girl was indignant and said that an almighty person didn't need lessons. The servant handed her a paper and asked her to write her name on it in the common language. Yurin grabbed the quill but didn't write anything. The butler took the girl to her lessons even though she strongly resisted. The maid also took Russell and Lilith for magic training. The children stood on the training ground and Lilith was summoning a fire spirit. Fire appeared in her hands and both the teacher and Russell looked at her with joy. However, the girl couldn't control the fire and an explosion occurred. The teacher ran up to her and asked if she was okay. The girl apologized and said that fire magic was difficult for her. The woman supported her and asked her not to give up. She then turned to Russell and asked him to demonstrate an example of fire magic. Russell agreed. The woman whispered a request into the boy's ear to show a weak example. The boy began to summon fire, and a huge pillar of fire appeared before their eyes. The fire reached the sky, then after dispelling the flames, he asked Lilith what she had to say. She fell to the ground, bowed her head, and the teacher said that was enough for them today. The girl stood up, smiled, said everything was fine, then turned and left. Russell apologized to the teacher, disappointed by the failure. Rachel said that everything was okay. Rachel explained that it was her mistake and magic was the power of imagination. If Lilith stopped being afraid of fire, everything should have worked out. Russell pondered her words. An idea came to Russell. He called Lilith and she asked him what he wanted to tell her. Russell showed her a bakran fruit and the girl said she had seen it in reference books. The boy advised her to light a fire using this fruit. The girl tried, but nothing happened. The guy told her to just do it properly. Lilith closed her eyes, tried again, and managed to light a fire. She said she had never lit a fire that way before. The guy told her they needed to add twigs to make the fire burn brighter. He mentioned that aristocrats usually do this with magic. The fire grew stronger and Lilith noticed how beautiful it was. Russell pulled out a magical turtle shell. He placed it over the fire and decided to roast eggplants in it. He made a few cuts and added butter and soy sauce. The roasted eggplants were ready, and the guy offered one to the girl. Lilith tasted them and realized how delicious they were. Lilith giggled and told him she had fun and was no longer afraid of fire. The guy asked if his actions were too obvious and said he just wanted to help her. The girl thanked him for the wonderful lesson. Hidden behind the trees, their teacher watched them, thinking about how noble it was. The next day during training, the girl successfully used fire magic. The teacher praised her and said she had done well. The girl said it was all thanks to Russell, but the guy replied that she had overcome her fear herself. Suddenly, Lilith asked them what she should do now because every time she used fire, she would remember the taste of eggplants. The kids burst out laughing, but they were interrupted. It was Prince Roland who was approaching them with craze. Russell ran up to him and asked what he was doing there. The prince smiled and said he had a small matter to discuss with him. Russell wondered what kind of business the prince could have that he would come to him personally. The prince, smiling and joyful, asks the boy to teach him archery. The boy asks if he's serious, and the prince tells him about the first hunting shot ceremony they're having this year. This was a ritual held once every 4 years, opening the royal family's mountain and praying for a bountiful harvest. Many aristocrats competed in it, and the prince was also participating. The prince wanted to prove himself even just a little, and so he asked Russell to be his teacher. He asks him if he would agree to teach him archery. Russell replies that if he's suitable, he'd be happy to become his teacher. The prince is delighted and asks Craze to bring his bow. A little later, the prince aims at the target but can't hit it. The prince kept shooting, but none of his arrows hit the target. The prince asked Russell if it was a terrible sight. Russell politely said no, but he found the whole thing strange. From his stance, it was clear the prince was experienced, and missing the target from that distance should have been impossible. And if he wanted to learn to shoot, he would have done it at the palace. He began to suspect that the prince had another goal. Suddenly, they are interrupted. Yuren ran up to them wanting to join. The boy asked her if she had finished studying, and she said yes, adding that she loved to study. However, she looked frantic. Suddenly, she noticed the prince pointed at him and asked what he was doing there. Russell explained to her that she shouldn't address the prince like that. However, the prince calmed him down. He smirks and says he expected nothing less from the dragon girl. Yuren gets angry at him, snatches the bow from his hands, and says she'll show him what she's capable of. She pulls the bowstring with all her might, and Russell tries to stop her. However, the girl doesn't listen to him and releases the arrow, which flies straight into the target. She hits the target, but the impact is so powerful that the tree is uprooted and falls directly onto the prince. Craze ran to help him but suddenly stopped. Russell wanted to rush to his aid, but the teacher asked him to leave it to her. Using magic, she creates a barrier that saves the prince. The tree hits the barrier and falls to the other side. The teacher reminded the boy that he should hide his powers from outsiders, especially from Craze. Craze approached the prince and asked if he was okay, and he confirmed that he was. Russell mentally notes that it seemed like Craze hesitated before helping the prince. Yuren joyfully exclaims that she showed them her abilities. However, Russell and the teacher scold her, telling her not to do that. Tears well up in Yuren's eyes. The prince says it's fine, she can be mischievous in moderation. Yuren excitedly calls the prince cool. However, the prince winks and tells her she's just dumb, which infuriates Yuren again. He approaches the teacher and thanks her for the barrier. The prince declares that the target is shattered and they have nothing left to practice on. He suggests to Russell that they start practical training in the nearby mountains. Russell proposes they go to Retivia Forest, which is very close by. Yuren happily says she'll go with them too, but Russell sternly stops her, telling her she's grounded. The boys, except for Yuren, walk through the forest. The prince remarks on how beautiful the place is. Russell explains that there are no dangerous magical beasts in the forest, so they have nothing to worry about. Russell asks the prince if his guards are sufficient. The prince replies that he doesn't like to bring a crowd, as beasts would notice them faster that way. Craze lingers a bit to fall behind the others and drops something on the ground. An enormous magical beast emerges from the small orb. The boys venture deeper into the forest, and Russell suddenly signals everyone to stop. He calls the prince over and shows him an animal. It's a winghorn, which is harmless and easy to shoot. The prince prepares his bow and arrows but doubts he'll hit it, as he couldn't even hit a stationary target. Russell says that even just drawing the bowstring is valuable experience. The prince draws the bowstring and starts aiming at the animal. Suddenly, he sees a huge paw looming over the animal. A tiger grabs the animal, and the boys exclaim in shock. Russell thinks that it shouldn't be in this area. Suddenly, the predator notices the boys. Russell shouts for the boys to quickly hide behind her, and they run towards her. But on the way, the prince stumbles and falls. The girls scream in horror. Russell starts to help him up, but the tiger has already caught up and is about to attack. At the very last second, Russell and the prince manage to jump back. However, he misjudged the terrain, and both tumbled down the cliff. Lilith screams when she sees them, but Russell shouts to the others that they are fine and that the bushes softened their fall, even though, in reality, Russell was hovering in the air with the prince in his arms. The group descended to the ground and looked up. Zenbager watched them menacingly. Then he also started to climb down the cliff. Russell tells the prince that the predator was pursuing them, which was bad. The teacher asks them to wait and wants to come down to them, but Russell grabs the prince and starts running, asking them not to worry as he knows this area like the back of his hand. He tells Lilith that they will meet at the base of the cliff. Lilith shouts to him to take care of the prince and they will go for help. Russell thanks her. Lilith says they can't lose a second and urges them to go faster. However, Craze gives them a very strange look. Russell ran very fast, dragging the prince along. The predator also kept pace with them. The boy thought that Craze definitely wouldn't see them now. He apologizes to the prince, then throws him upwards while he prepares his fist for a strike. He hits the predator with all his might, sending it flying far away. The boy catches the prince and apologizes once more. Russell and the prince, a bit more relaxed, emerge into a clearing with an excellent view. The boy apologizes to the prince for putting him in danger, but the prince says everything was fine, as he was the one who asked for it. The prince looks at the boy strangely and says that defeating a predator with a single blow was completely out of the ordinary. Roland says that his 300 years of life haven't been in vain after all. At first, Russell didn't understand what he said, but then it dawned on him and he became wary. Russell started to recall that he certainly hadn't told the prince anything about himself. The prince recalls telling him not to pry into his past and apologizes for not keeping his word. He explains that the royal family couldn't ignore a small boy who defeated assassins, so they looked into his background. He mentions that Russell was a young chef who had lived for over 300 years and offers to put it another way. Looking directly into Russell's eyes, the prince reveals that his true identity is Russell Howe Tristan, the son of Jarl Howe Tristan, the enemy of humanity. Russell frowned, realizing his secret had been exposed by the prince. He clenched his fist, wondering what the prince wanted. Was he trying to blackmail Russell or use his power? Russell began to get angry, his aura flaring. The prince noticed this. The prince asks him to calm down and assures him he has no intention of revealing his secret to anyone. He states that if he wanted to harm him, he would have done it more elegantly. He explains that he specifically brought this up now, waiting until they were alone, especially so Cross wouldn't overhear. The prince suggests that Cross was likely responsible for the incident with the predator. Russell was initially skeptical but considered that she might have summoned the predator using an artifact. The prince then says he has become completely convinced of something else. The prince believed Cross was an assassin sent by his brother, Hughes. Russell, surprised, exclaimed that it couldn't be true. He explains that the struggle for the throne was a common occurrence. Russell then addresses the prince. He suspects that the prince's eyesight has deteriorated because of this. The prince asks him how he figured it out. Russell explains that given the prince's physical condition and skills, it was surprising he couldn't hit a target and would stumble on flat ground. He likely couldn't perceive depth and distance. The prince confirms he was right and, covering his face with his hand, tells him he was poisoned. The first hunting shot ceremony is an excellent opportunity to prove oneself, but failing would be a disgrace. Hughes took advantage of this and poisoned the prince. Roland states that in his current condition, he couldn't even catch a mouse. Russell was indignant, asking the prince why he wasn't accusing Hughes of the poisoning. The prince explains it was useless, as his brother left no clues or evidence. The prince was certain it was his brother, but he had no proof. He was convinced that the recent kidnapping was orchestrated by Hughes, and Cross helped him. The prince tells the young man that the kidnappers he caught were poisoned when they were about to be interrogated. Russell screams in horror, saying that it couldn't be true. The prince says he was told they poisoned themselves with a hidden toxin, but he was certain they were deliberately eliminated. Chris was from the Black Wolf tribe, who were masters of poison, making her the perfect person to poison the bandits. Russell asks the prince why he keeps a murderer close by. The prince tells the boy that even if he got rid of Chris, Hughes would just send another assassin. That's why the prince decided to keep Chris close, hoping to catch her red-handed. Russell is amazed by the 8-year-old boy's thinking. The prince says that if Chris had wanted to, she would have killed him long ago, but she hasn't, most likely on Hughes' orders. Hughes didn't expect the prince to survive the kidnapping and started choosing methods that left no traces. Today's attempt to pass everything off as an accident was perfect for them. Russell realized that Chris deliberately took her time saving the prince, hoping for an accident. Russell looks at the prince and thinks to himself that the prince has lived a very cruel and lonely life. The prince says that was his story. He tells Russell that he came to him with a request, and as Russell knows, there isn't much time left until the ceremony. He says that the palace healers were powerless against the poison and asks the boy to try and heal him. Russell tells him that he can only say for sure after looking at his eye. He didn't understand why the prince intended to participate in the ceremony if it was so dangerous. The prince says he decided to make a move for the throne for Russell's sake. He explains that he won't be able to do anything if the truth about his origins ever comes out. But if he's on the throne, he'll be able to protect Russell. For this reason, he wants to become king and protect him. Russell asks why he's trying so hard for him. The prince sighs and says that Russell saved his life and therefore the prince owes him. Roland punches his fist and says that, on top of everything, helping a friend is natural. The boys smiled at each other. Russell began to thank the prince. The boys sat on the ground. Russell asks the prince for permission to examine his eyes. He uses his dragon eye, and after examining the prince's eyes, he's incredibly surprised. The prince asks for the young man's opinion, and he tells him it's a very complex poison, mixed from several types. The young man apologizes to the prince, saying that it's beyond his power to cure. Russell suggests that if they can find a magical ingredient called blue seeds, they might have a chance. The prince exclaims in surprise, saying it's a magical fruit whose existence everyone doubted. The prince imagined the young man growing this fruit himself, but the young man dispelled his fantasies, explaining that the fruit is found inside a magical beast. Russell mentions that this beast lives in mountains with frequent tremors and a high concentration of magical plants. The prince seems to recall something. He exclaims, realizing that Mount Lostre, where the ceremony will take place, fits that description. The prince explains its location and Russell decides to investigate. The prince says that even on horseback, the journey would take 2 days, but the young man asks him to leave it to him and begins to cast a summoning spell. Suddenly, a girl appears, who is an illusion mirror. Russell greets her, saying they haven't seen each other in a long time. The mirror begins to reach out to him. She starts hugging the young man and greets him back. The prince asks what's happening, then turns to the girl and asks her to stop, as his friend doesn't like it. The mirror stops and meets the prince's gaze. The girl rushes to hug the prince, but Roland remains unfazed. She tries to smother him with affection, but she can't. The prince asks who this is, and the young man tells him it's Miss Mirror, who will transport them to the mountain. Russell asks her to open a portal to Mount Lostre. The mirror pouts, asking if they're leaving already, then starts shouting that she wanted to cuddle with them more. The young man promises her he'll summon her when they return. She immediately becomes serious and declares that in that case, it's time for them to go. She wishes them a safe journey and begins to emit a bright light. The prince covers his eyes with his hand, and when he opens them, he's surprised by the change of location. He asks what just happened and notices an animal in a tree. He explains that it was a monkey king, a creature that only lives on this mountain. The prince mentions that this was the mountain where the ceremony would take place. Russell admires the mountain. He closes his eyes, then opens them, stating that everything was fine and they should start searching for the blue seed. Roland asks if he's sure the blue seed is inside a magical creature. Russell tells him he probably misunderstood. He says he scanned the mountain from above using his observation skill. The boy is about to tell the prince something and looks up at the sky. He reveals that the mountain was actually a giant magical beast called an earled turtle. The prince, in shock, asks him to repeat it. He says that now he understands what Russell meant by a place with magical vegetation and slight tremors. The prince deduces that many plants grew there because they were on the beast's back and the earthquakes were its movements. Russell confirms he's right and, after a pause, suggests they've likely reached its mouth. He describes the crevice as looking like a mouth, but the prince points out it's too narrow, making him doubt they can enter. Russell explains that this beast doesn't eat, so its mouth is always closed. He grabs the upper part of the crevice and begins to lift it. He managed to pry open the beast's mouth slightly and, looking at the prince, invited him inside. As the boys walked inside the beast, the prince expressed his hope that they wouldn't be digested. Russell assured him that the beast had almost no digestive system. Russell admits they truly don't know what awaits them inside, so he decides to summon a guard and a light source. Suddenly, a fire lizard appears before them and, addressing Russell, asks if he called it. The prince was shocked by the summoned spirit. The prince remarks that forming a contract with a spirit requires an immense amount of magical energy, yet Russell does it with ease. He states that this is beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. The salamander proudly declares that if the prince noticed that, then he must have a keen eye. The prince doesn't understand why the spirit is pleased, and Russell explains that the spirit is like an old-school soldier. The prince asks if it's safe to light a fire in the cave, as it would spoil the air. Russell explains that ordinary fires deep in a cave release harmful gases, but the salamander's fire doesn't use oxygen and is safe. Russell asks the salamander to protect the prince. After that, the salamander protected and guarded the prince everywhere he went. The prince remarks that it truly felt like a dungeon, making it hard to believe they were inside a beast. Russell explains that since the beast didn't digest food, its organs atrophied and took on this appearance. The creature fed on magical plants, and the plants, in turn, used its excretions as fertilizer. Salamander, pleased, says he expected nothing less from his master. Suddenly, Russell stops the boys and tells them to stay put. 1,000 eyes from the darkness stared at the boys. The prince asks what that was. A massive swarm of mouse-like animals charged at the boys. The young man explains that these were carnivorous creatures capable of stripping a person to the bone in just a couple of minutes. The prince, horrified, exclaims that it was the most terrifying explanation Russell had ever given with such calmness. Russell signals Salamander, who immediately begins incinerating everything with his fire. All the mice burst into flames and vanished. The prince was astonished, and the young man tells him that this was precisely why they needed Salamander. Suddenly, he catches a scent. He follows the scent, calling for the prince to come with him. The boys rush into one of the caves and are shocked to see an enormous quantity of blue seed. The prince excitedly asks if it's blue seed, and Russell confirms that there was indeed a very large amount of it. This was strange to Russell, as blue seed was nutritious and animals should have eaten it. Suddenly, Russell sensed danger and jumped back with the prince. He calls for Salamander, who immediately rushes towards the threat. Salamander charges into battle but is thrown back, slamming into the wall. Russell notices with horror that Salamander was losing in terms of strength. As it turned out, it was a chimera, an animal resembling a lion, an eagle, and a snake. It tells them to state the password. The boys, surprised, ask it to repeat itself. The chimera lunges at them and Russell jumps back with the prince. The prince asks what that meant. Russell explains that this was a guardian left by the previous ruler to protect the blue seed, which is why the fruit remained untouched. The prince remarked that since it was a guardian, it made sense where the password came from. Russell tells him that if they don't say the correct password, they'll be considered enemies and killed. Russell clarifies that, in other words, the chimera will keep attacking until they say the password. The chimera loomed menacingly over the group and once again demanded the password.